Good evening, everyone. How is everybody doing today? Hope everyone is doing well on this Mother's Day. If you had to spend time with your moms, hope everyone is having a good one. But thank you for being here because I know it's a special day for some people and they're not able to join. But I figured I wouldn't break the schedule because the algorithm wise, needs to be curated, and I need to maintain my regular streaming schedule to make sure the algorithm is popping me like it should. Starting a little bit late today just because I had some stuff I had to do here around the house, but I'm glad everyone's here. So welcome to the Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. I am JL. If you are new here, I appreciate everybody hanging out. I see a bunch of familiar faces in the chat right now. I see Clive Wells hanging out with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Clive. And of course, Cindy Johnson. Good evening to you. Spam Goes Here is here. It says, I'm starting to get worried I wouldn't get my sanity hit today. Awesome. Good to see you, Spam. Andrew was hanging out in the chat there for a minute. Andrew's also in the back, just waiting for me to bring him up. But good to see you, bud. Let me see who else. Mystery Man is here, saying hello to Clive Wells. But good to see you, Mystery Man. Thanks so much for being here. Cindy Sue as well. Hello. Long time no see, Cindy. But thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Weirdo Rock Hyrex Evan is here. Says hello. Good to see you, Weirdo. And Oat Milk as well. What's up? Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. All hail the algorithm. Yes, that powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing, prescriptive entity, algorithmo, that demands constant sacrifices of time and energy, to maintain our relevancy, here on the platform. But yeah. So just trying to make sure that I stay relevant because we've been getting some good numbers as far as the audience goes in. And that's led to some interesting conversations with some believers and other people here on the stage about what they believe and why. And I think that's what's important. So Buchanan is here. Good to see you. Buchanan says, hello, peoples. Good to see you, Buchanan. And Cindy says, yep, no longer bedridden. That is good to hear. Good to be on your feet. Congratulations. Cindy John says, so what do I say when my mom says on Mother's Day, have you been to church? I'm not getting on your case, but God will. Ugh. Well, technically, that's one thing I can't stand is that passive aggressive. This is interesting because this actually ties a little bit into a stream that I was on yesterday over with AJ, and I had a great conversation with a guy named Richard about and I'll find the link for it. So, because it was a good long 2.5-hour conversation, and we touched on a lot of topics. It was about consciousness and, like what consciousness is and what our ideas of it was. And both him and I are pretty much on the exact same page. I'm a little bit when it comes to like religious concepts from a societal standpoint, I'm a little bit I go a little harder in the paint than he does, but we both pretty much have the same idea like behind bridging the divide and such. But yeah, it was really, really good one, Spam. But I made the statement that I hold like Christianity, all religious concepts, like religious ideas and stuff like that, and those belief systems, I hold them to be fundamentally antisocial. And some of them are aggressively antisocial, meaning that, we're talking in the past when there weren't like governing bodies that would keep people from putting, others to the sword. But there's a fundamental antisocial nature to these things, and that is the foundational in-group, out-group distinctions, the believer versus the non-believer, and how there's a different valuation for each one, and so which leads to a lot of the conflict that we've seen throughout history. Well, Christianity, in all of its, in its kind of like contemporary form, has tried to maximize the charitability and all the various things that go along with being a good Christian. But I've always held it to be kind of like a cushioning, it's kind of like they're layering that on top of the fundamental anti-socialism. So they're fundamentally antisocial. They layer all of this like charitable social work, this like social ability on top of it to kind of mask it. But what that leads to, because you're not getting rid of the foundation, the antisocial foundation, what that leads to is passive aggressiveness. And you see that in a lot is like the passive aggressive responses that they'll give to you if you don't attend church, if you don't believe in something or like this. It doesn't come off like them judging you, but they technically kind of are. They're just invoking the name of God or invoking their God to kind of cover for themselves. It's extremely passive aggressive. And that's because that antisocial foundation is still underneath there. They can't deny that. By denying that, they have to deny the fundamental disparity that the religion sets between the believer and the non-believer. So, and that's one thing I can't stand is that passive aggressiveness that bleeds through all their charitability when it comes to dealing with people who don't believe or don't accept, the claims they make. So gets me every time. But I feel your pain. I feel your pain there, Cindy. I really, really do. Cindy Johnson, I really do. Spooky bed hairs in the house. And I hope that kind of touched on it. I found that to be interesting because there was a parallel. They were kind of like linked back to a previous stream. Spooky bed hairs here with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you, Spooky. I appreciate that. That's what keeps this channel motoring along. And let me see. Oh, as well, if she really exists, she can invite me over for tea and we'll talk about it. Nice. I like that reply. Whenever she says something like that to me, she doesn't believe, I just shut down. Afterwards, when I get annoyed and pissed, yeah, it's that passive aggressiveness, and I hate that you have to deal with that. I had to deal with it for a while as well, until I put my foot down. And then all of a sudden the persecution complex comes out because you're going after them when they think they're expressing a message of love, but they don't realize the harmful way in the way they're doing it. And so I will then, when you put your foot down, all of a sudden they're offended. It's like, well, I wasn't meaning you any harm, but why are you offended at me? Because they're always the victim. It's just a never ending cycle. So passive aggressive, victim mentality, passive, so on and so forth. Cindy Johnson, thank you so much. You've been a member for 51 months of the Godless Army. I do appreciate that support. Thank you, Cindy. And Armageddon's Fire, one of the best, has gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Armageddon's Fire. All of you new members, please enjoy all the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. The channel badge here at Bridge the Divide is modeled after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're subscribed, the more your mind expands. So that joke's getting kind of old. But anyway, thank you so much, Armageddon's Fire. You rock. Rodinellis names in the house is RoboCop died and came back from the dead to punish wrongdoers. Yeah, technically he did. Yes, he did. Cindy Sue has been a member for 47 months. Member of the Godless Army for 47 months. Thank you, Cindy Sue, for that support. You rock. I see Weirdo is a new member. Yep. Kind of makes me, Weirdo says, it kind of makes me think of the excuse some people use for certain passages. It's not condemning being gay. It's just condemning an act that typically entails. Right. It's just, it's their fundamental inability to understand how their interpersonal dynamics, reflect on the foundations of their belief system. And a lot of them simply have never thought about it. They've never engaged in any kind of critical reasoning or, or critical examination of why they believe what they believe and what exactly it is that they're believing. So many apologists, so many theists out there, so many believers out there have such a surface understanding of the very thing that they espouse to believe in that when they start, diving into it, and they've wrapped their identity into it, it's like literally entwined with their identity. When you start challenging the foundations of that, they take it very, very personally. It's because you're It's like trying to cut what's the word, to devascularize a tumor from an organ, when you're trying to and you're looking for good margins, stuff like this, when you're trying to cut that thing out there's a specific medical term for it for removing a tumor. But nonetheless, when doing that procedure, it's tied directly into who they are, and that can be really, really dicey, especially with, people in your family, as I have experienced. So Scientific Origins, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Andrew says, hate the sin, not the sinner. Okay, it's not me saying it. I'm just saying that I agree with the God, but I don't want to be blamed for sharing its opinion. Right. Excise. When you're excising a tumor, when you're excising a tumor and you need to devascularize it because it's woven into the vascular system of the organ, well, that's, you got to untie that thing. You got to bring it out, and it takes, very painstaking work. But the minute you start doing that with someone's identity, with their very identity, it's rough. It's rough, and it's really hard to get good margins. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, is here. Says good morning, good morning, good morning, Jessica. Hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for being here. And let's see. Let's bring him up. Andrew O is in the house.
Howdy, howdy.
How you doing? How was your show yesterday?
Oh, crazy times. Crazy times. Yep.
Did you have fun at least?
Well, it's a paycheck.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Income is better than outgo.
That reminds me. It reminds me of an old quote. It was what was it? Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock was on set of one of his films. Was on set shooting one of his films, and I can't remember the name of the lead actor, but the lead actor approached him and was apparently in some sort of like, emotional funk. It was like, he's like, Alfred, I don't understand. I'm not getting my head around this. What is my motivation here? Like, and he was really starting to panic. He's like, what is my motivation in this scene? And Alfred looked at him because he was British and he was very, very dry. Looked at him and says, my dear man, your motivation is your goddamn paycheck. And the actor was like, huh? Turned around, went and did the scene. So your motivation is your goddamn paycheck.
I suspect he was asking about the role.
I know, right? It's just like, but Alfred is the best directors have no time for that bullshit. It's like, you're an actor, sort your shit out. I'm not here to fucking do it for you. Cord Lizard Mage is here. Good to see you, Cord. Thanks so much for being here. And we do have someone in the back. We have Buchanan in the back. Buchanan, can you do me a favor? First of all, I want to check the audio. Can you hear me? I see you're in the back. You're in the back in the green room. Can you hear me? Is the audio coming in okay? Because of the audio, you can tell me in the private chat. You can type in the private chat to let me know that you can hear me okay. Because we got to do tech checks to make sure everybody's good. Well, also, Buchanan, if you can hear me, your mic and your cam need to be connected before we can even bring you on the stream. So you're kind of stuck in the back until your devices are connected. So that's true. I am not wearing khakis and a red Verizon shirt. I was, but it's funny that I used to wear that. I used to wear khakis. It was either khakis or cargo shorts when it was hot. But I used to wear those and a red shirt at one of my previous job years ago. When I left in 20, I was like 12. When I left in 2019, back in 2019. But that was my uniform when I worked there. And that was a soul sucking job, paid like the Dickens, but life is not all about money. So Vesta Freya, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Candy Craven Cloud is here. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. Jin Zhu is in the house. To paraphrase Marshawn Lynch, I'm only here so I don't get grabbed by my ding ding. Good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for being here. Buchanan, you can hear me. Okay. So Buchanan, I can't bring you on stage until your devices are connected. If you look down at the bottom, it says devices not connected. It has that little triangle with the exclamation point in it. StreamYard won't let me bring you up until your devices are connected because you won't be able to talk and we won't be able to see you. So you have to connect those devices before we can bring you up. Yeah, life's not. Well, I would say life is not all about money. And I would say that I know that having a job is important, but I would say doing something that fulfills you. Now, I know that can be difficult. Because what fills you may not also pay the bills. Okay, so it's hard to bridge those two. But I fortunately am one of those individuals that has, and so is my wife. The things that we do are the things that we want to do and the things that we really enjoy doing. So they say, do what you love and you never work a day in your life. And I say, but it takes time. It takes effort. And that's a goal to try and attain, which is why it's so, you can't just unless you get lucky, just diving into what you love and doing that for a living. That's to just take off like that is very, very, takes, a lot of luck. Without that luck, it takes years to build it up. So you have the foundation to cushion yourself so you can dedicate your time and still get your bills paid to, take off. It's kind of like with young actors. When I was in film school and they tell you once you graduate out of here and you're ready to go out into the world and you have your representation, the impulse will be to go to New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles. That'll be the impulse. I'm going to be a movie star. You run out to LA, or I'm going to be, a theater star or a Broadway star. I'm going to go to New York, or, whatever, is to go to one of the big cities. And the three big ones in America are Chicago, New York, and LA. And so the impulse is typically like that. But they say before you go out, allow yourself the opportunity when you make the big move, have enough money to cushion yourself for at least a year, to where you can pay all your bills, as minimal as they might be, but your rent, your utilities, food, gas. And so that way, all you do is audition all the time. You audition as often as possible. That way you just start getting your name out there. And, you recognize, and the other one is to recognize that you may be the best at what you do. You may be like one of the best actors from where you are, from like small town, wherever, or maybe a large town like Dallas. You're like really solid. Whenever you go out to LA or New York, all those people were all the best from where they came from. So you're basically starting over when you get out there, which is, why the industry is a bitch. Scarlett Johansson won't return your calls.
The restraining order is really just a formality.
Well, Colin,
I won't be quite like one of those.
Colin's the man, so it's hard to compete with Colin.
Hey, you got to try to find out.
She seems pretty smitten. With Colin.
Oh, actually, I have no idea about that.
Do you know who her husband is? Colin Jost.
I think I've heard a reference to the name, but I'm like oblivious to shit going on.
He's one half of the the news team on the was it the Weekend Update on Saturday Night Live on SNL. So it's Colin Jost and Michael Shea. Oh. And Colin Jost, so I mean that's where I'm pretty sure that's where they met, was when she was hosting SNL, and that's where they first met. But yeah, Colin Jost wooed her. So it was funny because he's funny as hell. His Pete Hegseth in the Saturday Night Live cold opens, his Pete Hegseth is freaking hilarious. So Buchanan is still in the back. Buchanan, you got to connect your devices. Cameron or sorry. You got to your camera or your mic, because we need to be able to talk to you. So yes, Colin and Michael joke swap is one of the best parts. The weekend update is one of the best parts. Is one of the best. Waiting for Godot. Yes. Waiting for Godot is a good one. It's so weird. It's wild because I tried to point this out one time, and I don't think I was around anybody that could really appreciate it. But if you dig this, for anybody who's a Kevin Smith fan, okay, anyone who's a Kevin Smith fan is familiar with Chasing Amy. And Chasing Amy was his third film, and it introduced the third in the Jersey trilogy, the Jersey saga. And the third film in Chasing Amy introduced the fictional characters Bluntman and Chronic. Bluntman and Chronic were the comic book characters that were based upon Jay and Silent Bob within the View Askew universe. So you had Jason Mewes and Kevin Smith playing Jay and Silent Bob, and Jay and Silent Bob in universe inspired Holden McNeil and Banky Edwards to create the characters Bluntman and Chronic, and it took off and became a huge comic book. It was really super popular, and they were paying them likeness rights. So that's the story there. When in the opening of Chasing Amy, Ethan Suplee, the characters Banky and Holden and Banky are at a comic convention. They're doing a panel, and they're signing their comic book. And Ethan Suplee comes up as the comic nerd or super comic fan. And he has Holden signing his book, and he's like, "I love these guys. These characters are great. They're like Bill and Ted meet Cheech and Chong." Is what Ethan Suplee is describing them as. And then Holden McNeil, being the pretentious, intelligentsia he is, Holden McNeil says, "I get that. I like to see them more as Vladimir and Estragon meet, or I like to see them as Rosencrantz and Guildenstern meet Vladimir and Estragon." Is what he calls them. So he's making a reference to Vladimir. Vladimir and Estragon from Waiting for Godot, and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, which was I believe it was the unofficial kind of sequel to Hamlet, and so, or was it before Hamlet? I think it was a prequel to Hamlet, but nonetheless. So he's doing a whole intelligence thing. But Kevin Smith wrote Bill and Ted, and referenced Bill and Ted, which was Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter, and Waiting for Godot in that scene as seeing a relationship, drawing a literary, kind of like a literary relationship between those characters. And just recently, Alex Winter and Keanu Reeves reunited to play Vladimir and Estragon on Broadway. in Waiting for Godot. So it all comes full circle. Bill and Ted played Vladimir and Estragon in Godot, effectively bringing about the kind of the illusion that Kevin Smith was drawing with Bluntman and Chronic. So I found it to be quite intriguing. You know, I like art. I'm such a nerd. You're a fucking tracer. Just admit it. You're a tracer. A tracer of chalk line around your dead fucking body. Hey, Jared Reed, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Sorry about that diatribe, my diatribe about that is like, I just found that to be intriguing. That 30 years that was in 1998, 4 years after he made Clerks, 1998, Kevin Smith makes this reference to Waiting for Godot in the same breath as a comparison of his characters to Bill and Ted. 30 years later, or over 30 years later, 3 decades later, Bill and Ted are playing Vladimir and Estragon, which I think is hilarious. So you're saying Kevin Smith is a prophet? Maybe. He might be. I don't know. But I think what I dig is that there's I think the kicker about Kevin Smith is that a lot of this, the like mainstream criticisms don't really give him the benefit of the doubt. A lot of the stuff that goes on in Kevin Smith's filmmaking and in his writing is very self-referential. It's referential to his own life and the things that he's aware of. There's actually a lot of inside jokes that may not, they have greater meaning to those who are kind of in on it. So if you're in on the background of the View Askew-niverse, there is stuff that may come up in later films that is a reference to something else, and it doesn't like pass with mainstream audiences who don't follow his stuff, but with the fans they do, because Kevin Smith often makes movies for the people who love them, for the people who like enjoy his shit, which is why his fans are always like, this is amazing, and then mainstream is kind of like, meh, it was okay. It's kind of like if you understand what went into him making Clerks in 1994, then a lot of the stuff in Zack and Miri Make a Porno, you begin to realize that Zack and Miri Make a Porno is actually a prequel to Clerks. So is a thematic prequel to that. And it's also stuff like along the lines of Chasing Amy. Chasing Amy had a line in it where Holden was lamenting working on Bluntman and Chronic because it was just like, it was bubblegum pop, just nonsense, but it paid the bills and it made them lots of money, but there was no value to it. And he makes a comment about how, unlike like his first comic that put him on the map, that made him famous, the very first comic he made, which was highbrow, very intelligent, very well received critically, he wanted to do something like that, but he was waiting for something to say. He's like, I guess I'll do it when I have something to say. Chasing Amy was Kevin Smith having something to say, because Clerks and Mallrats were kind of like, him just having fun, but Chasing Amy was a kind of a fictional retelling of an event that took place in his life. The whole Chasing Amy speech of Kevin Smith telling him about how he was, you're chasing Amy, meet this girl, Amy, we're all in love, and it's great, and meet her parents, it's fantastic. All of that happened to Kevin. Like, that's all in his life. It's all personal shit for him. And so Chasing Amy is one of my favorites because it's him kind of like dealing with that, and Joey Lauren Adams, who knew him back then, like being a part of that. So that was his big hitter, was because it was his most personal film, I think. He might say different otherwise today, but I think it's my favorite film. Chasing Amy is my favorite of all of his movies because that one just hits the hardest. The Winters Reeves production is the one my friend was in and got nominated for Tony for. Nice, that's awesome, Weirdo. That's very cool. Zack and Miri is more an inspiration to the making of Clerks. Yeah, from the connective tissue is definitely there. I think it would be kind of like a spiritual prequel to that is kind of where it lays it out, knowing the connective tissue of Kevin's own life. So, but I love how his world is interconnected. And see, Clive Wells, I have no idea who Kevin Smith is, like none whatsoever. One of the prize items in my personal collection is a Spider-Man Evil That Men Do #1, which was written by Kevin Smith, and I can't remember who the artist was, but I got it autographed by Stan Lee. So, and I have it in the CGC case, put up in storage. But it's one of my favorites because Kevin Smith wrote Spider-Man beautifully in that little short piece. Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. So he plays Silent Bob in Clerks, Mallrats, Dogma, Connected Universe. Yes, he says thanks, but that doesn't help me. Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes, Kevin and Jay, have been playing Jay and Silent Bob since 1994. Is when those characters were first introduced in his 1994 movie Clerks. And then they reappeared in Mallrats, they reappeared in Chasing Amy, they reappeared in Dogma, they reappeared in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, they reappeared in Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, and there have been in a couple of CW episodes, they never named them as Jay and Silent Bob, but there are cameos where they pop up, where they show up, and, as like people doing like, in the background or like doing odd jobs, stuff like this. So, but yeah, but they've been playing those characters nonstop since 1994. Jay will talk about films. Nandu is mine. Good to see you, Nandu. Thanks so much. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Well, we did have Buchanan in the back, but I couldn't bring Buchanan up on stage because Buchanan's devices weren't connected, and StreamYard won't let me bring them up to have a chat. So they were in Degrassi High. They were in Degrassi. They were also in the Flash. They were in Flash and in Supergirl because Kevin Smith was brought on to direct some of those episodes of Flash and Supergirl, and they showed up in that. I think in one of them, they played security guards. And then another one they played, they were playing movers, and they were moved. So it's always like they're in the middle of a job, and then the actions of the superhero ends up doing something that ruins their job and winds up them getting fired. And it's a running gag that they have going on. So, and it's always Jay that talks and never Kevin. All right. So we got a fair amount of people here. Hopefully I don't just have to rely on review content. But we did have some people in the back. I did see that Billy was in the back. Still not interested in having a chat. I don't know why Billy still comes over here. I really don't. But nonetheless, dang, I was hoping Buchanan would pop on the stage. Got to have the mic. Got to at least have the mic connected. Got to at least have that so we can see that you're here. So you can actually talk. Got to have a mic to talk on stage. But as far as stuff that's going on in the world, and that's right, Rodin, he did protest his own movie Dogma, which is hilarious. Him and when he met eyes, when he locked eyes with Sherry Roper, with Sherry Phelps, Sherry Phelps Roper, like when they were looking at each other, and his friend had that. He was holding up the sign that said "Dick tastes yummy," and I was holding that up. And it was like in the protest, it was like "Dick tastes yummy," and it's like the sparkly sign. It was all glitter like this, and then Sherry is like looking. Sherry like sees that sign, like looks at it, and he sees her looking at the sign, and she just looks in, and she's like, and just shakes it. Sherry knows. Sherry knows. Krakatoon, whoop whoop, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, Krakatoon. Good stuff. Evening with Kevin Smith is a lot of fun hearing this stuff. His story about Prince was great. The whole like Prince debacle is pretty insane. It's pretty intense, but really good stuff. So what was I looking at this for? Yes, as far as like stuff that's going on in the world, the UFO files dropped, which have been completely and utterly underwhelming. Nobody cares because it's wild how the disinformation machine doesn't really have anything to operate on with the whole like the UFO file drops. And there's nothing in there that we haven't heard before. There's nothing in there that the disinformation machine or the conspiracy machine can jump on because it's all old hat. They're not revealing anything new. It's completely underwhelming. So I don't know what anybody expected. Like if all of a sudden the American government was going to just be like, hey, aliens exist. This is what they look like, So yes, Cord. I live near the Jersey Shore. Kevin Smith is a local treasure. Hell yes. One day, it is one of my goals, personal goals, to go visit Secret Stash. It really is. I've never been. I want to go so badly. I have a friend who lives in Pennsylvania who goes up there like all the time. He's a huge Kevin Smith fan, and he visits all the time. He's gotten to meet Walt and a number of the other characters that were around his podcast. And I would love to go someday just to see the place. But New Jersey, it's a ways away. Maybe one day. Flathead Axe, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I'll be excited when the aliens can help release the Epstein files. Apparently, that's what it's going to take. Nothing new so far. Everybody was distracted by the whole, they're distracted away from Iran, and they're distracted away from Epstein. They're distracted away from, gutting the Voting Rights Act with the alien dump. And now the alien dump has been distracted away with what's going on in Virginia. So what are we going to do? Oh, he said I live in Jersey. I've never been there. Yeah, I do want to check out. Yeah, Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash. I eventually want to go there. What I would really like to do is I'd like to see if I could one day replace my Zippo. I had a nail Zippo that was available on their website that I bought like over 20 years ago. And it was a red Zippo, had the nail cigarettes logo on it. And if you, I think if you see Kevin Smith actually uses it in Dogma, like uses one in Dogma when he does the close-up of him lighting a cigarette. And I wish I don't know what happened to my old one. I know at one point I think I accidentally broke it because I accidentally dropped it and something, but like this, but I don't have it anymore. I wish I could find a replacement. That red nails, it was a Zippo, it was a legit Zippo. So I miss having a Zippo. It's just the pain in the ass of dealing with them. It's just like having to replace the flints, all the carrying fluid around all the time. But nonetheless, it was one of my favorite lighters. Let's not talk about what's happening in Virginia. I don't want to have a different opinion of any of you all. I think it's just wacky. It's just an issue with that. I think the whole situation with redistricting is just absolutely crazy. The problem is that the GOP fired the first shot in that, and it's just unleashed the clowns is what has happened. The GOP fired that first shot with the whole redistricting of Texas. And then, of course, in order to try and ensure that the election is handled fairly, and because it's not illegal for the Dems to do, Democratic states, Democratic strongholds start doing it with them to push the red states are trying to push the Dems out, and the Dems trying to push the Reds out. But it wasn't the Democrats that did it first. It was the Reds that did it first because they know that they're in a bad position come the midterms. I mean, that's just the numbers. Just the flat numbers are GOP is in a terrible position come the midterms. One way that they can that they can literally ensure that they get in is by screwing with the election. And one thing you do is by redistricting in the middle of a decade, which is relatively unheard of. So they want to redistrict and push, and create more red districts, which pushes out blue districts. That's one way they can do it to affect the outcome in the House. And in response, the Blues do it. And they try to do it in Virginia, that would try to push the like that. But then the Virginia Supreme Court struck it down. And the question is, will they take the fight to the federal Supreme Court? Who knows? All I know is it's a clown car, and it's the GOP who drove the clown car in and opened the door. And now all the clowns are running around. Spam goes here. As a former clown, I dislike the GOP ruining our image. Yes, a real clown, baggy pants and makeup, also in a circus. Nice. I have heard that there's legitimate clown training overseas, like in France. They're like legitimate clown training, like clown, like straight up, like prestigious clown school. I have heard. I may be wrong on that. I'm not hip on clown, on the clown business. Super Atheist Friends Assemble. I hope we can do another one of those. If you want to see another one of the Super Atheist Friends groups, if you want to see another one, definitely start hitting up the Skeptic. Definitely start putting pressure on the Skeptic. So, .fafo, good to see you. Thanks so much for me. I was thinking Juggalo. I know that there are clown colleges and there's clown school is a real thing. And I know that being a clown is no joke. They take it very, very seriously. It's theater. Is what it essentially is. As a classically trained theater actor, I take it extremely seriously as far as being on stage and giving a performance, all the things that go into that. I have no doubt, just like mimes it's extraordinarily rigorous, the training that they go through. And I imagine the same is for clowns, the individuals who take it seriously and understand the historicity of clowns, how it relates to the interactions between the people and the aristocracy, or the people in the monarchy, and like going all the way back to the time to court jesters. So I mean, I get it. It's a real serious thing. So better than being a magician. Okay, the speed running Scientology stuff is actually quite hilarious. People running into Scientology buildings to see how far they can get. I find that very entertaining as well. I do. They're not breaking anything, but they are trespassing, so technically they are breaking the law. So, but they're doing it. So long as they're not hurting anyone, and they're going to get charged, they're going to get hit with trespassing, that's fine. Trespassing, they accepted they're going to get trespassed, so screw it. But hey, they're not hurting anybody, they're not causing any damage, they're just running through the building, seeing how far they can get. Maybe they can get to the room where Tom Cruise is. So that's awesome. Timbo the Clown, very cool. So FTFE wants to slow run a Scientology building with a few hundred people. That's funny. Okay, I will give this. Okay, Andrew, because I'm going to talk about another Andrew. Apparently, Fight the Flat Earth, Craig McNeil, Fight the Flat Earth, debated against Andrew Wilson. And Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, FTFE, has not done many live debates. Now, his channel is pretty much just him debating against flat earthers. That's his bread and butter. But the debate tactics are the same he identified the debate tactics are the same. They don't support their position. They only attack what they don't like about the known position, or the consensus accepted, the consensus position. And so he was in a debate with Andrew Wilson, who has done, as well as I do, has done thousands of debates. And FTFE freaking schooled his ass and pissed him off. Which I found to be really, really entertaining. I caught a bit of it, but I'm not going to say that, it's like I'm not, I've called Andrew out on it myself. I'm glad that somebody else called him out publicly, on a public debate like that. It was a part of modern day debates stuff. But when he called him out for, in your intro, it's the same thing that Andrew did to Matt Dillahunty. Instead of defending Christianity and why it's better for society, all he did was attack secular humanism and all the things he didn't like. And he did it by misrepresenting secular humanism by referring to the Humanist Manifesto, or Humanist 3 is what Andrew likes to do. He pulled the same stunt on Craig McNeil that he pulled on Matt Dillahunty. Only with Matt, he attacked his relationship with Arden. With Craig, he attacked the wacky ideas secular humanism leads to Third Reich mentality or something of that nature, or something absolutely what was it, Dr. Moreau shit. It was just absolutely wild. And Craig called him out for not defending his own position, but simply attacking Craig's position with some made up hypothetical that doesn't even logically connect to secular humanism. Because he only took one tenet of secular humanism and then drew from it from there, and then said this is a thing that I don't like, so therefore secular humanism is wrong, therefore Christianity is better. But he never defended Christianity, and Craig called him out to it and put his feet to the fire. And watching Andrew Wilson get all bent out of shape and just be like putting his head in his hand, like looking away and stuff, like he didn't want to engage, fucking just chef's kiss seeing him put in his place. So congratulations to Craig for handling Andrew Wilson like a freaking champ.
I think a jar of pickles is in order for any in-person debate with him.
And hello, I Killed Earl. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. If I ever were to find myself in a debate with Andrew Wilson, which I don't plan to ever be, but if I ever did, when I walked out on stage, I would come out with a jar of pickles and I would put it on the table, and I would put it on the table near him. So it says, just for whenever you're ready, and then we'd go into it, just to see what he did, just to make him. And he started accusing Craig of spurging out when Craig was trying to, because every time Craig would try to talk, he'd like ask him a question, Craig would try to talk, and he'd start interrupting him, trying to cut him off without letting him finish his thoughts. And then Craig was just like, do you need a moment? Do you need like a couple of minutes to take a breath? Are you okay, dude? He was like, stop spurging out, Craig. Stop spurging out. And he's like, that's how you know Andrew Wilson is trash. And that my assessment of him that I gave him to his face over on Taco's channel, I think was completely justified.
That's right. We're not mad. We're just disappointed.
Yeah, I think that the shine on him is well worn off, and people are hip to his bullshit. That he knows he can't defend. He knows he can't defend his position with any kind of rational, with any kind of rationality. Which is why, like him, individuals like him and Made by Jim Bob and Jay Dyer and others, they have to attack the things that either it's things that they've made up that they're like complete like hypotheticals that are completely fabricated. They have to attack those strawmen. They have to strawmen and attack those, or just like lob insults to try and incense the other interlocutor to get away with it, which is just bullshit. It just goes to show that they're bullshit. They're all bullshit. That's what they do. He does scientific origins. He really does. And BV, good to see you. Says at work, so can't stay. Have a nice stream. See you when I'm off. Thank you, BV. Appreciate you popping in. And for anybody hanging out, if you're new here, or if you're a believer, we'd love to have a chat with you. The link is pinned in the chat. So feel free to come up on stage, and we'd love to have a chat with you. Oh, Buchanan is back. Here we go. And I can see you. And Buchanan, just to double check, you can hear me okay, right? Awesome. And do you want to be on camera? Because you don't have to be. You can let me know in the private chat. You say yes, no if you want, because you don't have to be on camera, but you can if you want to be, and I'll bring you up on stage. Some people don't want to be on camera, so okay.
Fine on that. I don't have any earphones or anything like that. You can let me know in the private chat. You say yes, no if you want, because you don't have to be on camera, but I'm not quite sure if we're going to get audio feedback or anything. I don't have any earphones.
You still working on your audio?
Funnily enough, it went a bit rubbish on Edge, and I had to put it on Firefox, and it worked.
Yeah, let me do that. Okay,
you may have duplicate audio if you're if you have the YouTube open at the same time as StreamYard. Mute YouTube, just so you don't get double audio.
Yeah, let me do that. Okay, you may have.
Yeah, we're hearing ourselves in the background. So if you have us open another window, we may need to close that.
Boom.
Okay, sounds like we're good there. Can you give me a test? I want to make sure that your audio is coming through to us.
Right. Hello. Buchanan PI. Used to be known as UK PI. Followed this channel for a while.
I do apologize, Buchanan. Your audio is coming in really, really muffled.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really, really muddled. It's kind of hard to hear you. And if you're talking, I don't want the audience to miss what you're saying. So.
Yeah, if it's a laptop, you may have something blocking the microphone on the.
It's not. It's a desktop. I've got other microphones going on. It's probably bloody banana again going ape on me. How do I change the? Oh, right. Let me check, because I've got a. I'll change from the webcam to.
I see. While he's sorting that, I see Joe Rocker's in the house. Good to see you, Joe. Thanks so much for being here. Says this guy is trolling. We don't know that yet, but we do need to have clear enough audio to make out what you're saying. So if the audio is coming in too muffled, we want to make sure that we can actually hear you, so that we're not fighting. No, you're fighting to like under, so you don't have to repeat yourself over and over and over again. Is the whole issue.
Oh, and I think you've switched your microphone source over, so we're not hearing you on your side right now. You may want to keep an eye on the StreamYard devices. That's if you hit the up arrow just directly to the right of the microphone icon, just to double check which devices you're using.
Yeah, we can't hear you now. Like Andrew was saying, you might be off the. You might be on a different mic. Yeah, Spam says no sound now. We can't hear you at all.
Perhaps disconnect and reconnect.
It's always the atheist and theist. Hey, man, my stuff works fine. Then again, I spent a lot of time working on my studio, so. Yeah, Buchanan, we can't hear. We're not able to hear you. Okay. He may pop out and pop back in. What do you mean we need to get our shit together? My shit's just fine. My shit's fine, Joe. Yeah, he's probably going to disconnect and pop back in. We'll see what happens there. Y'all brains are jacked up. Joe. Oh, Joe. Joe. Jojo Siwa.
Oh, boy. Oh, that one.
Dot FAFO has gifted 5 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Dot. Appreciate that. All of the new members, please enjoy those custom emojis I've made for you. And, of course, the channel badge. So hope you dig those. Thank you for that support. You rock. I know we're closing in, and I just want to say this because I know I'm closing in. I have to go over to the YouTube. I have to go over to the studio. It looks like Better Than Ember is live over on Skeptic Haven. I am only 53 away from 15,000 subs. 53 away. That makes me very, very happy. 53 subs away. Give me my free membership to Baby Brianna. Where are we at as far as... I want to see... I got to check and see where we're at. To get to the... So I can finally release the Krakatoni emoji. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I have 20 emojis. 20 emojis that are available, and let me see. Members only custom emojis, exclusive emojis, amount you can upload, 17, 175, 20, 250. So we still need quite a few channel members to get to get that, because currently I think it's a little over 150, but we need a bunch. So still need a lot of channel members. We'll get there. Hopefully, I'll get there eventually, slowly but surely. But eventually, we'll be able to unlock the. Oh, absolutely not, Dot. It won't happen. We'll hopefully eventually we'll be able to unlock the Krakatoni emoji. I really want to drop that one. But I can guarantee you that this platform here will never turn into an asylum like certain other people's streams. It won't happen. I'm interested in the conversation. This channel is, what we're doing here is not to farm clips of people to try and make people look silly or to try and generate clickbait. This is not the point. Never was the point. So this is about having the conversations that I think that we need to have within the society today. So yes, true, spam. We get some nutters from time to time. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, I as far as that place, as far as that channel, not interested in doing that shit. So I don't want anybody to ever feel like they're being set up, that this is an open place, that we can have these chats, we can have them in a cool, collected manner. I really want to get Ryan from needgod.net. I want him up here. That's what I want. That's a dude. I mean, I really want to have him on stage. I really, really do. And he's not live right now, but man, I would love to get him up here because I hit him with a question one time, and the way he responded, I popped over to his chat at the very, very beginning and asked a question when he was doing this Q&A from the chat. And I asked him if he if he had any rational justification for his if he was able to provide any rational justification for his belief, and if he wasn't able to provide rational justification, does he still feel he's justified in claiming that whatever he believes is true about reality? So it's kind of a two-parter in that respect. And he said, and his answer was basically the teleological argument. I really wanted to address that further, but the way he's got his thing set up, the way he does it was not really conducive to having that long conversation. And then later in his stream, he has an opportunity where people can like go up on stage and talk to him, but I don't think he has a setup like I do here. So I wasn't interested in like trying to figure it out. For us to have that conversation, my stage would be a little bit more conducive to that, because there's no time crunch here, and we can have a chat and we can go the distance as far as like diving into these topics. And we won't have like, we don't have to deal with like the completely nonsense chat just going like, we wouldn't have to do that. But I'd really love to hear, like, have that conversation with him. Yeah, Don. I think the problem. Yeah, I think the problem is just the general purpose of it. I think that his platform over there started in a positive way. I think that the initial idea was positive, but then he got a taste of that. That kind of slop, the kind of like slop support that comes along with people like Andrew Wilson and Made by Jim Bob and other individuals like that. And the chaos, like running chaos like that does pay, but it's so surface level and doesn't provide anything to anyone. It doesn't get a conversation to a logical terminus. It's all about he said, she said nonsense, getting people to crash out. It's all about it's all there's no substance whatsoever. And it didn't start that way, but it devolved into that because it was the easiest thing to try and build a channel around and start getting in viewership. It's very easy to fall into that trap. I'll give you this. I've been going longer on my channel. I've been going longer on mine than Taco has. And I'm about to hit, I think I first started doing this regularly in 2019. And I'm about to, and I'm closing in on 15,000 subs. He's over 5, and he's been doing it less time than I have. And he was like churning out live streams like every single day. And he like flew past 5,000 faster than I did. But it's not sustainable is the problem. Is like the shine on that will quickly wear off just because people will get hip to it. Buchanan is back. Let's check the audio.
I'm hoping this is okay now, guys.
That is a lot better.
So
Do you have us open on a window?
I can. Yes, I can see you.
Okay, yeah. If you can mute that, so because we can hear ourselves.
I've muted you as well.
Is YouTube still open though?
Is YouTube still open?
It is.
Nope, we're good.
Make
But no, we can hear ourselves. We can hear hear the echo.
Right. Do you want me to just shut down YouTube then?
Yeah.
You can hit mute over there, and that'll keep the chat stream flowing for you,
Right.
so you can still see it.
YouTube's gone, so
Test,
there shouldn't
test,
there shouldn't be anything.
test.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
I can.
a little
We-
bit. Maybe if you can lower your speakers a little notch.
I'm trying to make sure that we don't hear ourselves. Oh, I think we're good.
Depending.
And Buchanan, can we hear you? Now we can.
I can hear you fine.
I think it's because you don't have headphones, do you?
Oh no.
Are you able to turn your speakers down a notch? That'll help regulate the feedback as long as you keep us just audible enough. Testing. I'm not feeding. Jail.
Test. A little bit. Okay. Can you hear us? Okay, Buchanan?
Yeah.
Okay.
You seem like miles away, but you are miles away, so that.
Yep. And you can bring your microphone a little closer to you at the same time. It'll help.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Quite manageable.
And good to see you, Resist OP. Thanks so much for hanging out in the chat. I'm hanging out at the Buena Vista Social Club. You should join up. Hell yes. So Buchanan, I saw you in the live chat. What brings you on stage today?
What brings me on? Apart from the fact that I have been watching you for some time, fellow actor, which I appreciate all that you have to go through. But let's bring it back on topic to.
I think we just lost audio.
Yeah, we just lost your audio. No, we can't hear you.
Yeah, it's like the microphone source has got maybe switched out. Maybe I'm not sure if it's a wire issue or it changed devices, perhaps. It had a little glitch actually, because while he was talking, it was gave it a bit of popping. If you heard on your side, right before it cut out. Tech issues.
Hey, Jay Patrick, good to see you. There's one rule: gaming headset. I swear to Glob, it's true, Earl. And yes, gaming headset. Yeah, the headphones can be important. I don't have any speakers set up on my system at all, so it's all headphones for me. When all else fails, interpretive dance.
Well, I know I'm back.
Yeah.
I should be back.
Yeah, we hear you. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I think we may be good.
Hello.
Yes.
That's so much better. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I think I've got a problem. I'm going through Banana. So I might have a problem with the voice meter Banana that's maybe just glitching out every so often. Did you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right. Well, here's a question for you. As an atheist, I've always had a little problem with the fact that yes, parts of the Bible may have been correct, and there may have been a certain person walking the planet called Well, there was. There was lots of people walking the planet called Jesus. Quite a common name at the time. My problem is it possible that we could have created ourselves?
Is it just to make sure I understood the question? Is it possible that the story is entirely fabricated?
By ourselves, but because someone came back, because we did, in fact, create ourselves. I'm talking about the simulation theory.
I'm not sure where that glues together.
Is it possible, just possible, that someone came back? If it's possible for us to come back from the future, for someone to have come back to have mentioned things that maybe they wanted us to believe. I don't, because it was us all along.
Okay, so I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. What it seems ultimately, whether it's a time travel scenario or whether it's a simulation theory, where it's all like, you know, like the whole, like, no, the narrative of Jesus, stuff like this is all just a part of the simulation, but it's not actually representative of what's possible in reality.
Yeah.
Then I would say that both concepts would fall into the unfalsifiable category, because okay, so is it within the realm of logical possibility that we exist within that our collective perception of reality is in fact a simulation, that we are all simulated to that level of degree, to that level of processing power? Yes, it is within the realm of logical possibility that we're all brains in jars, or maybe there's just one brain in a jar or whatever like this, but nonetheless, that's within the realm of logical possibility. You know, hard solipsism is something that cannot currently be defeated. There's no like solution to it. But what that would entail is that we would live in a simulation where miracles and things that seemingly violate the laws of nature are possible, but only because the simulation is written that way. So the issue with that is that while it's within the realm of logical possibility, the probability of it is very, very low, almost non-existent, given the evidence that we have. So everything within the simulation would indicate most likely that we are not in a simulation, but that could be by design. But ultimately, that means that the hypothesis is entirely unfalsifiable. There's no way to test it. There's no way to break it to show that we are in one. And there's no way to develop something that was similar to it so that we could run tests that way, to do like a comparative test. It's like if we are within a similarity, it would be, or in a simulation. There's no way for us within the simulation to create something that is equal to or greater to in processing power than the simulation that we're in, because that would break because it wouldn't be possible. Like the simulation itself cannot produce more processing power than is required to run the simulation, because that processing power, we can't exceed that. The very processing power of within the simulation is limited by the processing power that the simulation itself requires. So there's no way for us to test it. And I would say that despite being logically possible, even the time travel thing, like how could we prove that? How could we test that? For all intents and purposes, time travel is not possible, especially going into the past is not possible. And then again, going into the past and, you know, changing things in the past doesn't change the future, at least because that's not how time travel works. So I would say both of these are unfalsifiable concepts. And while they're interesting in a thought experiment kind of like sense, there's no real merit to them. They're interesting conversations. Like we could have a go, what if this, what if that, what if that, but ultimately it doesn't tell us anything new. We can bandy it about, but we're not going to get anything from it.
The point is, isn't it just the same as every other concept that we just don't know? So we don't know if there's life beyond. We don't know if there was life before. We don't know if we're going to become a dog or a tree or what have you afterwards. We don't know anything. And we don't know what actual blackness feels like. So we have no knowledge. So it's not scary, is it, really, at the fact that maybe humankind, in their own way, the way that we play computer games just now, could have created such a scenario that we're just a big, massive computer game.
While possible, and I would say that I'd just say that because there's no way to test it, there's no way to confirm it. It's like I said, it's unfalsifiable. It's an interesting thing you could think about. It's an interesting thought experiment, but ultimately there's no way for us to derive any kind of like truth value to it, and we can't eliminate its logical possibility because there's no contradiction there. So, I mean, these are interesting concepts, and I know that there's some people out there that may hold to these things. They may hold that we're in a simulation. They may hold time travel is a thing, whatever. But ultimately, there's no rational justification to believe those things. Like you couldn't rationally justify holding to an unfalsifiable position as being true because there's no justification. There's just no way to support that beyond you personally want it to be true. Beyond that.
So what are we? Well, it wouldn't be whether you wanted it to be a thing, because if they pulled the plug, then game over. So it's not like a godlike theory where you go up into a different sort of galaxy era and live on, basically still nothingness. Isn't it?
Something that Jay brings up says, I wonder if he's ever been put under anesthesia. That kind of feels like blackness. My experience was that as far as like speaking like Spam is talking like oblivion or nothingness or like non-existence, my experience with that was that it's essentially kind of a cessation of consciousness, like a complete cessation of experience. Like when you die, that's literally the cessation of your conscious experience of like you just end, and there's nothing going on after that. When that's I've never died before clinically, or obviously I've never biologically died. People don't come back from biological death, but I've never clinically died. Had my heart stop, my respiration stop. So, but when I was under, and I was put when I was under, it was akin to just it was like there was no like awareness of time. It wasn't like I was aware, like subconsciously aware that I was kind of like when you've been asleep, because your consciousness is still operating. When you're asleep, there's still processes going on. There is the awareness of that you were asleep. When I came out of the anesthesia, there was no awareness that I was under. It was literally like my conscious experience was traveling along a line. It was like do, and then all of a sudden it went from here to I was waking up. So it wasn't like I fell asleep and then I was aware that I had an experience of being under, and then I was like, oh, then I woke up all groggy and shit. It wasn't like that. It was and there was no like transition. It was just kind of like boom. I went from awake to waking up, which was incredibly surreal, a very surreal experience. So I went from fully awake to suddenly waking up with no transition in between, which is your body just doesn't expect that whatsoever. You expect like, oh, I'm going out. Oh, you watch the movies and medical shows. You're like people go like, and then they go, oh, then I'm awake and I'm out of it. No, I went. I was a 10, 9, and then I was waking up 4 hours later in recovery, which was just so weird. And it was especially weird because when I was waking up, it wasn't like on TV shows when people they wake up, oh, I'm coming out of anesthesia. Oh, I'm awake and I'm awake now. No, I woke up and was like, I felt like it wasn't like a hangover, but I felt like just depressed, like my faculties were depressed. And then I would kind of like perk up and I'd be like, okay, now I'm awake. Now and I would just like I would kind of like bleh, and just like go into like a drooling state, like okay, I'm awake, you know, like this, and where I just kind of like it did that for about 10 minutes until I finally was able to fully wake up. It was just beyond weird.
I mean, if you were to ask everyone or anyone on the planet if they could possibly remember being 1 year old, they wouldn't have that capacity, would they? It would just be no. I don't remember anything. So when you do leave, you won't remember literally anything. But are you alive?
Biologically, yeah. I say you are still alive. You're just not conscious. But biologically, you're still going. It's like people who are in like profound comas. They're still biologically alive. They're just not conscious, is what it is. They're having no conscious experience. Although there is the story about that girl who was in a medically induced coma for 3 weeks, and when she was brought out of the medically induced coma, she reported that she'd experienced another life where she had like met. So she like gotten married. She'd had kids. She'd lost a kid. She like experienced like 7 years of an existence while she was in that coma. It's in that medically induced coma. But that's because a medically induced coma is different from undergoing like anesthesia. It's completely different. The brain is still operating. Just like there are people who have been in comas for a long period of time who have awoken and reported that they remember hearing people have conversations around them.
But you are talking about brains that are developed and not not devoid of the oxygen that needs to fuel them.
Right. Yeah. These are people that are just there's no cessation in their respiration or their heart rates. So they're just like their brain is just not operating correctly at a conscious level. But like I said, to kind of go back to it, the concepts themselves are unfalsifiable. And if someone wanted to claim that was, if someone wanted to claim that these things were true, then they would have a huge burden of proof to back all that up.
How would you prove that?
As it stands right now, we don't have a mechanism to eliminate the possibility nor prove it. That's why it's unfalsifiable. There's evidence that indicates it's most likely not the case that this is a simulation, but there is some evidence to indicate that it might be. So, but otherwise, there's no way for us to test it or confirm that we are or we aren't. So it remains an intriguing hypothesis that some people play around with. Some people actually do subscribe to simulation theory, that we are actually in the simulation, but there's no rational justification to do so until we get more evidence. We need more evidence. It's kind of like dark energy and dark matter. We need more to really understand, to have the better understanding of the functions they play within the grand scope of the universe.
So last question for you before I go, because it's very late here in Scotland. It's very dark. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. My last question for you would be the people. I don't want to name any, so I won't. But priests and people that talk online about Christianity and about religion and about this and that. Now, do you fully believe that they actually believe within themselves that that's the case, or are they grifting? Are they wanting other people to believe just so that they can bang a buck?
I think both are true. I think there are many out there that are true blue believers, and I think there are many out there that are grifters. The difficulty is in trying to figure out which one is which. And I'm inclined to agree with Spam here. I think there are more grifters than there are true believers out there. But there are some legitimate true blue believers out there that just can't be. I don't think those can be like. I would say here in the States, in the state of Texas, we have James Tallarico, who is a progressive Christian. I firmly believe that James Tallarico is a true blue believer. But we also have individuals like Kevin Copeland and Joel Osteen, who I firmly believe are grifters. They know what they're peddling has no rational validity to it. They know it's bullshit, and they make money from it. And that's the only reason they do what they do. That these are not true believers. They don't think that Christianity holds any water, but they do see it as a useful tool to make them rich. So there are scammers and there are true believers. I think there's more scammers than true believers. The difficulty is in finding out which is which, because just because a believer is engaged in like antisocial or bad behavior doesn't mean they're not a true believer. I think there are some really, really, really awful, hateful, antisocial Christians out there that are true believers. And the reason they're antisocial and hateful is because they're a true believer. So it's just hard to parse them out.
Surely they would have to be some sort of believer first anyway to even go with it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it's possible. They may have been. Yeah, they may have been true believers at one point, and then they realized that they were wrong, or that they saw the utility in making money, and they saw no utility from they may have been a believer, but then being a believer did not elicit any of the outcomes they thought. Maybe they were a true believer once and they began to see that prayer has no power, that prayer does nothing. Maybe it's like there were things like the logical problem of evil that they could not reconcile, and they recognized that this God concept doesn't exist. And so, but instead of like tossing it aside, instead of like dropping it, they stayed with it because it does afford them some social utility, like making money, or not having to pay taxes, or shit like that. And so I would hazard there's probably a lot of them out there that are like that. They don't actually believe, but they know that others do, and they don't see any harm in continuing to preach it as though it is true because they gain something from it. So
I would posit one more category, which is the person who is spouting those kinds of attempts to support the belief that they themselves aren't necessarily fully convinced of, and they're still trying to convince themselves. So they haven't fully left yet. They're not straight up dishonest. They just can't commit to the certitude they should have in their own arguments, but are still putting them out there, also to try to reinforce their own beliefs. It's like trying to fake it to keep yourself in there. So these are people who could be on the potential way out.
How much there is to gain from sticking by someone that is earning money on social media and things like that, and they want to do the same, but their belief system wasn't grounded in the same way as who they've been listening to. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are. So I think there are grifters, which are bad. I think there are people that believe, and that's, well, fair enough. That's okay. You can go away. You believe in fairies and unicorns and whatever. It doesn't really matter. And there's a third load of people that are doing this kind of social media thing that are just attaching themselves to other people to make it to give them the students and kudos. And I think they're the scary ones, aren't they?
I'd agree. But yeah.
Well, thank you so much for putting up with trying to get my volume right.
Oh, not a problem at all. Thank you for coming on, for having the patience and letting us sort it out. I love having new faces up, and I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, well, you guys take care.
You as well. No, I think we lost you. Yeah, we lost his audio there at the end. But good. That was a decent conversation. Answer some questions. That works. And I want to say, hey, Ilosopher, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I think I saw Sir Equinox is here as well. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Let's see. Ryu, good to see you. It says, if God was actually real, modern Christians should be terrified. They would be. They would be. Absolutely freaking out if it was a real thing. Let me see. Who else is here? I want to make sure I didn't miss somebody. No, I think I caught everybody. Awesome. Cool. So I'll make sure I got all the new faces in. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Buchanan, for coming up. If you can still hear me, there's a good conversation. You're always welcome on the stage. And of course, anybody else, any other believers, you're more than welcome to come up and have a conversation about what you believe and why. We're just kind of getting started. I know that we may have some more people coming in a little bit later once some other streams end, which is possible. We may pick some up. I put some feelers out over on Discord. Hopefully, we may get someone over here to talk about what they believe and why, or maybe answer questions if people have questions for us. Fingers crossed. I actually went over to the needgod.net Discord and did their little, I don't think I'm going to get a plot. I don't think I'm going to get, it's basically kind of like, they only want believers over there is the problem. They only want believers to be on their Discord server. I don't think that they'll accept someone like me over there. I think I'll challenge them too much. So it's possible. It's possible I may challenge them too much, but we'll see. I'm really hoping. I'll get that they'll let me in. I answered all their questions honestly, so
that by default, dishonesty is the second best policy.
That's true. That's true. Spam, the thing the way I understand about time travel is essentially it's because of the way time works. That the moment, okay, so you have the timeline, you have timeline A as a line, as a line, right? Sorry, as a line. And then if you're here and then you go back, so if I'm going here, so if you're here in the future and you go back, you're going back to a point where you weren't before. And your existence in that point has now created an alternate timeline from the one that you were originally on, because you're going back to a period in time that you didn't exist in. So your mere existence in that point, like if you went back to say to see if the resurrection happened or to see or what like this, you just going back in time, your existence there now creates a new timeline because it's now an event that has you in it when you weren't there originally. And so automatically you branch off because your presence will elicit changes from that point forward now that you exist there. Plus you going back to the past, and you going back to the past doesn't create a disruption in your time stream, in the way you perceive time, because the past you're going back to is now your present, and the past that you previously experienced is now your future. So changing the past doesn't change the future, because the events that you are part of, you're on an alternate timeline now. So you change events in another timeline, but it wouldn't be the original one. So like if I myself, if JL went back to try and stop the H-Man, if I had a plan to do, or stop the assassination of JFK, say I went back in time to do it, I wouldn't be able to affect it. I wouldn't be able to come back to where I am right now, because that timeline would no longer exist for me. I have now gone outside and jumped onto an alternate timeline where I've then changed events. I interceded on an event and then went forward that way. So I've now created a new timeline, and I likely would never be able to return to the timeline that I left, would be the problem. Yeah, you wind up just changing lanes. Or jump to a different timeline that already exists, which is also possible. Yeah, which is a possibility. Yeah, but when will then be now? Soon. We're looking at now. What's happening now is happening now. What happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now. When will then be now? Soon.
The gift that keeps on giving.
And hey, Jverse, I saw Jverse pop in. Good to see you, Jverse. And 100th Monkey, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. And you see, this creates a lot, and this creates lots of problems, especially with the God concept, because the God concept, when they say that the entity exists outside of time, or the entity created time, that's really problematic. The way I heard it articulated was, where's it at? I have it written down. Landauer limit, argument against divine knowledge, universe development order, argument against God's existence. A timeless state does not change. A timeless state lacks a before and after, which is what God is. So God exists in a timeless state. A timeless state does not change because a timeless state lacks a before and after. Premise 2, if God created time, then a timeless state would change into a time state. Change requires a before and after. Therefore, God did not create time. It's a modus tollens. So it's just logically inconsistent by how we understand these things. So it just doesn't follow. That's what I got when I was on Generally Specific, that he got really tripped up on that. He said he wanted one contradiction, and how his God doesn't exist. He said, do you think your God created time? That's impossible. It's a logical contradiction. Your God doesn't exist. You define it as the thing that created time, but that implies a before, the timeless state prior to a time state. So that says that there's a before time. How can you have a before time? If time begins at this point, how can you have a before that? Because that requires time, a temporal link to get from there to there. And so you can't have a before when there's no time. You can't invoke a temporal state when there's no temporal state to invoke. So well, Jay, yeah, that's one thing that I've heard brought up. Timeless and spaceless equals existenceless, right? Just saying that it exists invokes these things. That it does occupy, that it's not an abstract. It's the thing that exists in reality, that just by virtue of existence, it exists in relationship to other things, or at some point it will. So it entails that it does occupy a place. But they have to go with this ephemeral. It's in all places, all times, all, whatever. It's a bunch of post hoc nonsense to try and get around the logical contradictions, or to get, which just wind up creating more logical contradictions in virtue of the scientific evidence. So. Yeah, not outside all of it. Pizza the Hut. You're going to come up with the money, or pizza's going to send out for you. Geo Sam, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Pizza the Hut. Who was voiced by Dom DeLuise, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure he was Pizza the Hut was voiced by Dom DeLuise. Was he?
Yep.
Yeah, Dom DeLuise. Oh, he was a legend. Who provided the voice for Pizza the Hut. But the costume was worn by Rick Lazzarini, who was a creature effects designer. After actor Richard Caron played the role in the initial scenes. Okay, the reshoots, the costume was worn by Rick Lazzarini, and then actor Richard Caron played the role in the initial shots. But it was voiced by Dom DeLuise. Pizza the Hut. Pizza the Hut, or pizza's gonna send out for you. All right. I like that wave. Wave, Geo. Yeah, I like that wave. So, yeah, for anybody who might be new here or anybody who's hanging in the back and has anything, you're more than welcome to come up on stage and we chat about what you believe and why. And I did get a super chat in. Thank you from Ilosopher for $5. Says, I hope this doesn't bounce. JK, thanks, Ovama, for being able to overdraft anymore. That's awesome. Thank you, Ilosopher. I appreciate the super chat. You rock. That support goes a long, long way. Don't forget about those milestone chats. I know any of you, I know there's a lot of new members out there, but any of those members out there, if you have a milestone chat, I'd love to see how long people have been subscribed, how long people have been members. Because you get one free one per month, and we're in the month of May now. So let me see. It's got to be, let me check the chat here. No, nobody in the Protestant Lounge. Jessica has been a member for 9 months. Thank you so much, Jessica, for that support. You rock. I appreciate that. And if you do want to support the channel, it's only 99 cents per month. It's about as much as I value my content. So, but that support goes a long way in helping me to keep doing this. So I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, Jessica. Let me see. Protestant Lounge, and then learn about God. Sure. I'm going to message in there. Come and convince me. I'm just like, I have like this like kind of like bait link. I just link the show so they can come and convince me. Got to be someone until then. But I do have content that we can review if we don't have somebody who wants to come in the chat. See. Oh, thank you, Spam. I appreciate that. Oh, it's $1.50 Australian. Yeah, I'll be signing up when I can get a gift card from the supermarket. You rock, dude. I do appreciate that. Is there a Catholic lounge? There actually is. There is a group just for the Catholics over there in the politics Discord server. There's a bunch of people talking in politics right now, probably talking about the alien release stuff. Christian chat. America First, no, not interested in that. Protestant Lounge, which I messaged in. Let's see. And what video could we possibly review? Let me ask you, Andrew. I've got 5 scientific proofs debunking atheism. I've got evolution school's biggest lie. I've got there is proof of God's existence. Here's why atheists won't accept it. I've got this video destroyed atheist logic.
What was that last word there? Destroyed atheist.
Atheist logic.
I think that the one right before there.
There is proof of God's existence. Here is why atheists won't accept it.
Yeah, I want to see what they think should be given credence. It's just because that it's like they think it counts. This should be telling on where epistemics are at. Because like the first one was kind of tempting, but this one's claiming they've actually got something that should be good enough.
Agree with you, Spam. Every one of those shows, they don't know what atheism is. Agreed. We can pretty much understand it from there. Now, I believe this guy has an accent. I think he is Scottish. He's either Scottish or Irish. He might be Irish. Let me see.
Growing up,
Let's go there. Make sure the audio is okay.
atheism was never really a thought. Growing up, atheism was never really a thought that entered my head. I never really grew up thinking, is God real or isn't he? I never asked those questions. And it's not because I grew up in a religious family or anything. Well, my mom and my dad were religious. Excuse me. And my dad had a choir in that. And certainly there was
Spam says Oddish, Skyrish. Yeah. Somewhere there. The islands.
religion in the home. We were taken to mass up until a certain age. And then when I became something like 13, 14, just stopped going to mass.
Fell out when he was a kid. Okay, I get that.
Well, lowered attendance.
Yeah. Dylan specifically said what denomination he is. I don't know if he could be Protestant, he could be Catholic, if he's in Scotland or Ireland. So, either one.
I don't know. It wasn't like I woke up one day and said, I can't be bothered going to mass anymore. I just stopped. My father continued his thing, and he had his sort of friends call around, and they would have their prayer groups and everything else, and I would creep in afterwards for the biscuits.
Okay, I feel you. I did enjoy church. I did when I was younger, and I was starting to fall out of it, but I did enjoy still going to the potlucks. I will say that.
That's how that went. And even in our teenage years, even my teenage friends, we didn't sit on the street and wonder, is God real or is he not? We didn't have those discussions. We were too busy smoking weed and drinking. And that preoccupied us, getting into all sorts of trouble,
So did I. And I'm willing to bet I probably got into more trouble than this kid did. But I still ask those questions. But then again, I had some events in my young life that inspired me to begin asking these questions. So yeah, our lives are not obviously, are going to be completely different. But yeah, I'm hearing what he's saying. I mean,
so those kind of atheist discussions, like is God real or isn't he, were
not really just an atheist discussion. There are many theists that have these questions as well. So, try not to pigeonhole it. Just I don't know if he'll know that I ever did this, but it's better not to pigeonhole these things into that. It's like, these are atheist discussions. No, it's discussions about a proposition. And many theists have them. Given the fact that there are more theists than there are atheists worldwide, I'd say that more theists are having these conversations than atheists are, just by virtue of the statistics.
Mostly associated with rich kids, people at school who would be grungers and stuff like that. Now in Ireland, I don't know about America, but I live in Ireland, right? So Ireland just has a different social setup, maybe. I don't know if rich or poor kids listen to grunge music and a mix and whatever over in America, but here in Ireland, usually middle to upper class rich kids with a lot of angst would listen to heavy metal and grunge music and rock music, and they would wear the clothes, in Nirvana, and we used to make fun of them at school. and we used to see them as these sort of middle upper class rich kids, whose mothers and fathers were often doctors or something, you know. And even then, a lot of those kids went to a more private school, and they would be having these intellectual discussions about whether or not God was real.
Okay, so it's so far haven't gotten to anything regarding. I know he's doing a lot of preamble here, but we see the same thing here in America. You know, oftentimes those individuals who have access to better education, or can afford access to better education, are able to have these conversations and question these things because they know what questions to ask and they know why it's important to ask them. So that kind of tracks. Hence why, you know, you see the common trend of religious groups targeting individuals who lack education, who lack means, typically individuals who are psychologically, emotionally vulnerable or who are financially destitute, the vulnerable. Individuals who are like vulnerable or the cast-offs in society or people who fall through the cracks, those are the religion's targets because, you know, someone who knows the questions to ask and knows why it's important to ask them, religion has a really hard time penetrating, or I say getting into the field of like, you know, rational justification or like to be accepted as belief because they simply can't defend it, you know.
Whether he wasn't. To prove that, like I went to Scotland and played a lot in Scotland, and where I was situated was in a village full of, where my uncle lived was full of rich kids and a lot of upper class, and they would have that discussion as well. But almost always, I mean, rich kids who went to school and who were puffed up a little bit more knowledge than the rest of us seemed to never believe in God. You know, that just went with the territory, you know. They were God. Their parents were God. Their money was God.
Oh, well, now we're getting kind of weird. I mean, obviously, you can say that these things are not as important to them, or maybe they weren't because they had other things going on. But saying that they had other gods is a false equivalent. Saying like that something is important to somebody, or that somebody is focused on, doesn't make it their god. So this would be a false equivalence, and it kind of poisons the well to a degree.
And that's how that went. And they were quite puffed up kids, you know, and thought they knew it all. And, you know, they'd sit there and talk like they were philosophers or something. And to be quite honest with you, they were annoying. They annoyed me. And but that said, they were often very quiet. They weren't rough. They didn't come from a rough neighborhood like I did. And so they definitely couldn't fight. You know, they weren't that type. And that was a good thing. That was a good thing. I think the fact that they wouldn't get into fisticuffs with you was something that I liked, and I did like being around with them in that regard, because where I came from, it was just brutal. Brutal is the word. Cowboys and Indians, you know, a very, very rough place, and if you didn't know how to work it, or you didn't know any different, like walking through one of my streets, if you weren't known, it was like prison, you know. If you weren't known, you're getting a beating. Let's put it that, especially if you come in looking like a grunger. Okay.
Yeah, fisticuffs, good old timey word. Yep. So at this point, I mean, I get this. I'm hoping he gets to like the meat of it because there's a lot of preamble for what he's trying to say. But I mean, hey, he's a musician. Andrew, did you ever see the movie The Crow?
The original?
Yeah, the original with Brandon Lee.
Yeah.
There's this wonderful moment when Michael Wincott, who plays Top Dollar, is talking to Tony Todd when after Fun Boy is killed, when he stabs him with the needles and like this, and but Tony Todd's character breaks in and sees him and is like, I saw him at Fun Boy's place too. He winked at me before he jumped out of a third-story window like he had wings. And then Michael Wincott's like, he winked at you? Musicians. Because he was wearing his guitar. And I was just like, musicians. So I get this, but trying to, I mean, hopefully he'll get to the. I understand, like, knowing his past experience, but trying to get to what he's actually talking about.
So that discussion never really come up with me. I always believed in something or other. I just always believed. I never thought for a moment that God doesn't exist. And when I did get into that discussion with someone, I mean, I just thought it was silly. I don't understand people who are atheists at all, and I don't know how they think that just because they're educated that they know something the rest of the world doesn't,
So really simple. So, and I wanted to link this video, but apparently I can't find it. I searched the title, in YouTube, and I cannot locate this video on YouTube. So I could potentially tag this creator, so they know we're reviewing it. Which is a bummer. Maybe it's possibly took it down. There's probably a reason why if this guy took it down. But obviously, if you are uneducated on a topic and someone else is educated on it, then they know something that you don't. That's not them lording it or trying to be arrogant. They simply know more than you. I don't posit. Okay. Francis S. Collins is the theist, and he knows way more than I do. If we had a conversation, it would be an opportunity for me to learn. I would not think for a moment that he was lording over me his intelligence. And if I was wrong about something, I would hope that he would correct me and give me the correct information moving forward. Okay. But that's typically about science, stuff like this. If we're talking philosophy, there may be philosophical concepts that this guy is not aware of. Doesn't mean that, but someone knowing something more than you does not mean that they are being arrogant or, trying to lord over you in some way. If that you're taking it that way is deeply problematic. It's probably because, back in the back of his mind, he interprets being wrong about something as a position of weakness. So, which is a shame.
Because today I was reading the scriptures where Jesus says, I thank you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, and that you've kept these things from the wise and revealed them to babes. Well, who are the wise? Well, the wise, it's not that the wise are the educated, but it's not that they're educated that he conceals this wisdom from them. It's because they're full of pride.
No, that's a post hoc rationalization. The idea is that individuals who understand these things, okay, when you bring these concepts, when a believer brings these concepts to someone who is educated, which is the exact same criticism which is the criticism that Kelsis brought to the table, that Christians had a propensity to not want to engage with educated people because educated people knew what questions to ask. They knew why it was important to ask them. And they also began to realize that Christians didn't have the ability to answer them. Christianity and other religions as well typically target the destitute and the emotionally vulnerable. They target the vulnerable. And the reason is because the vulnerable are looking for anything to hang their hat on. They're looking for the last rung in the ladder, something to keep them afloat because they probably feel like they're drowning. And Christianity can provide that in the event, and the trade-off is that you sacrifice some things about your identity. They require you to accept a bunch of propositions as being true and then offer that hand, but offer that hand to keep you afloat, but it comes with conditions, salvation with conditions, instead of simply helping you out by giving the tools you need to save yourself and not be in the situation again. So that's the problem. And the way he's framing this is just automatically by going to the Bible. It makes a number of assumptions because in order for the things he's saying in the Bible to be true, or for that statement to be true, that assumes that this entity, that the character exists in reality to make that statement, and that someone was there to write that down as though they were recording his actual words. Then you have to ask questions: why don't we have Jesus actually writing down his own words? Why didn't that happen? So then you have to ask who wrote it down. You have to ask when they wrote it down. You have to ask where were they when they wrote it down? What was their relationship to other things when they wrote it down? And then you get into questions like, did the individual even exist at all? Or was it just a legend that was made up as a part of religious narrative building? Or if the guy existed, was he supernatural in nature? Does the God even exist? All of these things are packed into him simply going to the Bible and saying, Jesus said a thing, and that thing is true about reality. That's what's problematic. So already he is committing the mistakes that people who are educated would point out that he's making. And he has already set the table by expressing that he finds it silly that they do this, that educated people do this, and that he's completely bought into the cult mentality that the kind of twisting of it. When I say that Christianity targets the vulnerable, those who are ignorant are also part of the vulnerable. That whole group is like those people who lack education, they lack means, and they can fill that void in their education, that void in their intelligence, that void there, and they can use that to their advantage because they can fill their heads full of nonsense, that may make them feel good, but is not representative of a reality, but it does support the ambitions of the cult itself by bringing in more adherents. So, but that's the whole thing. The whole idea of like, these things are revealed to, the innocent or to the ignorant, or the weak and the wise is how the Bible refers to them. That these things are revealed as true to the weak, and those are that which makes the strong weak and the weak strong, something like nature. That's talking about the nature of these individuals. They lack they lack intelligence, they lack education, they lack awareness, they lack confidence or whatever. And these are all vulnerabilities that are exploited. Okay? That's all it's doing. It's basically what the Bible is trying to do is justify why it does what it does, why it targets the vulnerable, instead of legitimately engaging with individuals who know what the fuck they're talking about and know what questions to ask. That is the problem. And a lot of Christians they have that interpretation of it, but it's completely wrong. When I see it as an open, I've always seen it as an open admission as to why they fail. And it's just trying to cover that up by repackaging it. Go ahead, Andrew. I'm sorry.
There's two things here, because technically we've covered one of your favorite points, which is the argument from divine hiddenness. Because of course, you just said now that you're not gonna get this revealed to you, and it's your fault. By blaming it on pride, it's like it's your fault that you don't see it. So. Right. So he's not actually presenting evidence. He's just saying, well, I guess if the reason that we're not going to accept it is because it's our fault. Now, he's not
because we're too proud. Yeah, because we're too proud to do it right.
Yeah. So that's the mechanism of why we're not going to accept it, apparently. But he's not going to mention what it is that should convince us, because the only thing that's on the other side of this equation right now is the result of believing, not the reason for believing.
Right.
So he's showing us what's supposedly in the way of us accepting this evidence, but I don't think we're going to get evidence. We're just going to get the conclusion that we're supposed to have ended up with, but without the reason that we can't even justify that we are the problem for why we wouldn't accept that reason. So we're not going to get the reason, I'm betting.
Yeah, repackaging. It's kind of like if this guy came up to me and said square circles exist, and I say like, okay, demonstrate how you know that they exist when they are by definition logically contradictory. And he said, and I'm asking like, by definition, it can't exist because it's a logical contradiction. Then he would say that my not believing in the existence of square circles is because of my pride. No, it's because I understand these concepts. Okay, and to a greater degree than he does. So trying to repackage it, like saying being educated on a topic, knowing these concepts, like me knowing the difference between epistemology and ontology, me knowing what my philosophy of truth is, me understanding how, like, what logic is, that it is an axiomatic language that is descriptive in nature, that is subjectively derived but describes something objective, which is the reality that we observe. We observe an objective reality, an independent existing reality, and we develop subjectively an axiomatically grounded language to describe what we're seeing, which appears to be the case. It appears to be consistently the case, which appears to be by design. It's universal and inviolable by definition, because that's what logic is. And so I'm aware of this. He's not. He presents a proposition. I defeat that proposition by virtue of having that. That's not pride. It's simply recognizing that what he's saying doesn't make any sense. What he's saying is basically incoherent. He's making a claim that is essentially impossible. That's not pride. That's simply recognizing that his ignorance. It's kind of like Christianity's way of sanctifying, or I would say, vilifying education and sanctifying ignorance is what it is. It's flipping the script right there, you know? So, and what's wild is that if a God did actually exist, some God entity did exist, and that's the world that it created, that's its full expectation, that those who are educated have less of an opportunity than those who are ignorant, that in order to maintain your belief, you have to remain ignorant. An entity that wants the agents it created to remain ignorant of the reality that they exist in, just so they can justify believing in it. What kind of God is that? That is one twisted, fucked up God that has no justification. There's like no merit whatsoever in worshiping that or even respecting it. It creates agents, gives them these tools, and it says, oh, but ignore them all and continue to be stupid. That's just beyond silly. Come on. If there's anything that's silly there, it would be that. Christianity turns all of its weaknesses. The cult manual itself does everything it can to turn its weaknesses into strengths and turn our strengths, the people who question these things, our strengths into weaknesses.
Which goes with the education part. And, the more education we get, the more it puffs us up. And so we have to remember to take ourselves down a peg or two. And so when he talks about babes, he's not talking about children. He's not talking about infants, even though he has revealed his mysteries such as Fatima, Garabandal, and Medjugorje and stuff to little kids.
He's a Catholic.
He's really referring, when he says babes, to the humble.
No, it's to the ignorant, because it's humble. It's more, I'm going to say this straight up, and any believers doing the chat, I hope you hear this. It is more humble to acknowledge when you do not know a thing to be true, and to acknowledge that you may believe a thing for irrational reasons, than to believe a thing for irrational reasons and assert to others that it is true about reality because of whatever positive utility it may have for you in your personal life. It is more humble to acknowledge when you don't know a thing. I will recognize that there are God concepts that are unfalsifiable and they could possibly exist. And I am, if evidence needs to be presented, if evidence were to be presented that a God does exist, I wouldn't be able to deny its existence because evidence would have been shown that it does in fact exist, which would make me not an atheist anymore, especially if it was shown that this entity had, interceded in the world. That I wouldn't be an atheist anymore. Logically, I wouldn't be able to be. I would have to be a theist. Doesn't mean I'd be a Christian, but obviously that would have proven that. So the fact that you believe a proposition, you can't demonstrate it to be true, you only feel that it's the case, yet you claim it is true, and then you impart to other people that it's true, and then you call other people who question that silly when they have rational grounds to do so. Who's the more humble one? I would say if you want to get on the same, if this guy would want to get on the same page, is it logically possible that your God doesn't exist? What is the logical contradiction in your God not existing? There isn't one. It is logically possible that there is no God, that there is no God agent, because the only thing that would entail is that there is no overarching metaphysical intention behind the existence of anything, which is not problematic in any way. It's just maybe something that they don't like. So he's completely twisted the narrative here. But, he's a Catholic, so that's what we would expect.
Those who are in a state of humility, they're uneducated, I
just said they're ignorant.
But, and it's not because they're uneducated that he reveals it. It's just because they're humble. And they're more open to what he has to say.
Okay, but that's a separate claim. Being open to the philosophy is one thing. Even I can recognize the positive philosophical concepts the socially positive philosophical concepts within the words that are ascribed to the Jesus character. Those have been around, since Hellenistic philosophy, which informed this shit. I'm open to those. I recognize the validity of some, but I also recognize the validity in some of the philosophy of Buddhism and Hinduism and Jainism, and the Tao. So, but that doesn't say anything about Jesus being supernatural in nature. That just means that Jesus took some really, really good ideas and repackaged them for his Jewish audience. It's all that says. But it doesn't say anything about Jesus being supernatural in nature or that a God exists. Two completely different claims.
Educated people are always less open to the mystery anyway.
No, they're actually not. It's just that they're educated, so they know what questions to ask, and they know how to evaluate the propositions that you are giving. Is the problem. You present a proposition, educated person knows how to critically evaluate that. Doesn't mean they're more open. They just know how to handle the proposition. They know how to challenge the proposition. Okay? It's because they know that it doesn't make them more open. It just makes them more discerning. Okay? The spiritual discernment that is often referred to is because people are ignorant, because they don't have this education. So, yeah, and then they go around and say that it's true about reality, that they can't show it. That is a lack of humility. More educated people tend to be more humble because they recognize the limits of their knowledge, and they're ready, and they say that I can learn more, and there could be more evidence that we don't have, and they're willing to say, I don't know. And they're willing to admit when things are logically possible. So even if that logical possibility runs contrary to their accepted position. So again, this is just villainizing those who are educated and those who challenge them, while sanctifying those who remain ignorant and susceptible.
And begging the question.
Huh?
Begging the question.
Oh, and begging the question. He's still doing that, yeah.
He just assumed the source of the words in the statement itself. It's
so
God's word. So, well, how did we get there?
Philosopher, just to throw this out there, you don't need to say I'm also a doctor and a psychiatrist, because a psychiatrist is a doctor. So psychiatrists go to med school. So technically, when you say you're a psychiatrist, that's included. Just throwing it out there. If you went to med school, obviously, then you can go into psychiatry. But, that's one of the big differences between that and psychologist. I went into psychology. I didn't go into psychiatry. I didn't go to med school. But you don't have to say them both. So if you're a psychiatrist, then you are a doctor because you went to med school. So just saying.
Well, here's my take. Like, a lot of people say to me, I've had a few comments now recently in one of my videos on why God doesn't answer our prayers. I thought it went off topic, as to why, two atheists come in talking about, like, why do you pray to someone who isn't there, et cetera, et cetera. And then it gets into, I asked them, prove to me that he doesn't exist. And the burden's on you because you're making the claim. And
well, if this person said that they don't exist, then that is a positive claim they made, and this would be a point where the atheist is making a positive claim regarding the God, and that burden of proof would be on them. And I acknowledge that I could handle that burden of proof, but he is, whatever. So that this would be an example of an atheist putting themselves in a position where they have the burden of proof and accepting that, which is, depending upon that person. But to them to make the positive claim and then flip it back on them that the burden's on you to prove that it does exist, that's kind of so he's presenting a hypothetical or a situation here where the atheist was being intellectually dishonest. So I will say that.
No, you made the claim. I'm just talking about why God doesn't answer our prayers. You came in and you made the claim that, hey, look, he doesn't exist. So, look, I mean,
which I could defend. I think either Andrew or I could easily defend that. But it really depends upon what God we're talking about. We have to determine that. Is it the Abrahamic biblical God? Is it some version of that, some twisty version of that, some mutation that's come along the line that has been developed later on? So which God are we talking about is really important.
I'm okay with giving you evidence because I do have evidence, but at least swallow your pride and admit that, you don't have any. And this is why you're playing Ring a Rosie with me. But the evidence...
That would be an intellectually dishonest atheist. I say that, but this isn't, go for all atheists, obviously. And Andrew's channel, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Evidence is there, I find, that God exists. And we'll talk about it in a moment. But I think the reason I think the reason why atheists don't want this evidence is because they don't
Poisoning the well. Straight up poisoning the well.
want to believe.
We don't believe because we don't want to believe. That's just beyond silly.
It's pride.
Hello.
I thought we established that.
Huh?
It's pride. I thought we established that.
Oh yeah, it's pride. Yeah, he's got to go with the foundation that he's established.
My dog has just come in. Go on, down the stairs you go. Go on, down you go.
I believe in dog.
I believe in dog.
So my
I'm a polydoggist.
dog has just decided to make a big entrance. I have a little boxer. She's gorgeous. Can you take the dog and put her in a crate for me, please? Thank you. So,
Hope that Penny and his Amtrak rail didn't derail everything.
where was I?
My point is, and I do have one.
Penny on the track. Wah!
Yeah. So the evidence is there. It's just that
Feel free to provide it at any time. Still waiting for a theist to do it.
He was
atheists
about
don't
to.
Yeah.
want to believe.
I like what Jessica said. I love hearing theists retell stories of them having had prior conversations with atheists. My favorite genre. It's always good. It's always a bad atheist. It always is. Or it's just so nonsensical it just has to be made up.
The evidence that exists. They don't accept it. It's not evidence that they want.
Okay, so here's the problem. It's not about evidence that we want. It's whether or not what you're pointing at is in fact evidence. And I say this multiple times, and I will always say this, especially if there happens to be any believers that are in the chat. If what you're pointing at, if the thing that you think is evidence, like you have X is evidence for you that a God exists. If you first have to beg the question for the thing you're pointing at to be evidence, then the thing you're pointing at was never evidence to begin with. That's my biggest problem. If you have to commit a logical fallacy in order to justify calling the thing you're pointing at evidence for that to be evidence, it was never evidence to begin with. Because if we remove the fallacy, there's no justification to call that evidence anymore. So that's my biggest hang up. My biggest thing is that they point to something as evidence, but in order to get to that point, to call it that, they have to commit a host of logical fallacies prior to that. And that's not how it works. That's not what we would say would be logically consistent reasoning, or that's not rational reasoning. So that's the issue. It's not that it's evidence we don't want. It's that what you're presenting is not in fact evidence, because it requires us to commit to take a bunch of positions on things that are not justified in order to call it evidence. So misrepresentation of atheism right here, and misrepresentation of rationality.
I mean, what do you do with a person like that? I've often been in conversations with people, and I've shown them the evidence. They've seen the evidence, right? And I've watched it on YouTube. I've watched people.
Do
what?
We're not going to get to be those people.
We're not.
That he shows evidence to.
Evidence. And the person just shuts down when they're shown the evidence. And
I have never shut down in the wake of somebody showing me something. Because I'm sorry to say, I'm at the point where everything it's just the same shit over and over and over again. I have yet to run into a theist who has presented anything new. It boils down to morality, cosmological, ontological, teleological, all the basic stuff, or even precept. It's all the same shit. There has been nothing new presented by apologists anytime soon. And it always comes down to some logical fallacy they're committing, whether they're begging the question, or it's an appeal to popularity, or an appeal to ignorance, an appeal to incredulity, appeal to consequences, something of that nature. There's always something underlying it. So not one has presented anything whatsoever. I have yet to run into one. Not saying that it doesn't exist out there, which is why I still have these conversations. So, yeah, in hundreds of years. Precept And given that presuppositional apologetics, which Cornelius Van Til is the one who established that, using philosophy to try and justify these things. That came about, if I remember the history that I dove on that came out, when Cornelius Van Til was around. So it's going to be like in the early 1900s, maybe I'd have to go and double check, but that's fairly brief. Presup is very, very recent timeline wise. It's decades old, but it is the most recent one. But even that is recognized as philosophical trash. So
refuse to believe, they still will not change their mind. And this is because of the hardness of our hearts.
The argument from arterial plaque. Gotcha.
Yeah. My heart is so hard. It's like a stone. How do I have any circulation whatsoever?
That's the reason why.
It's not.
Because
I would be open.
Hardens hearts.
I need a hard heart emoji. I do. I need something like that. I need a hard heart emoji. Hard hearts.
Stone heart. You know what exists.
Stone hearts. Yes, I need a stone heart emoji. So yeah. So it's not. This is more of his biblical nonsense. His cult terminology. This is not what it is. It is the things you're presenting do not hold water. That's the problem. You cannot logically back them up. You cannot rationally back them up. So there's no reason to accept them. So this is what the cult tells them to think about non-believers. So, and then you get into things when we're having conversations where there are rules for at a certain point, you cease to have a conversation. You no pearls before swine, shit like that. Where you're like, well, you're just impossible. You just don't want to believe. So I'm going to walk away from the conversation. That rule is in place to ensure that believers don't wind up getting themselves into a conversation where they could be shown otherwise. It's to protect the people who are in the faith so that they don't wind up getting information that the cult doesn't want them to have. There's only one reason why the authority, the book, the cult manual would tell people when to walk away from a conversation with a non-believer. If what they were saying was true and could be shown to be true, like demonstrably, indisputably true, if it was, there would never be a reason to walk away from a conversation with a non-believer because they would be able to show that it is true. But they have to make excuses for the fact that that their worldview is indefensible. So they come up with rules for when they should walk away. So by throwing the non-believer under the bus. And by saying that, they do know it. They just deny. They just deny it in their own in their own unrighteousness. They deny the truth in their unrighteousness. That's the whole point. It's a labyrinth that is designed to keep the people in it heading towards the center and never making their way out.
We don't change. And this is why I believe that atheists, no matter what evidence you show them, they're never going to believe. For me, it's evident enough that God made the world through the things I'll see around me.
Which is a number of fallacies. Number one, begging the question, because you call it creation, that implies the existence of a creator. How do you know the creator exists to do that thing? So could be ignorance. This could be personal incredulity, but he's definitely begging the question. It's not self-evident. So, and it's a fallacy of composition, is that there are created things in the system, that there are intelligent agents that create things within the system does not logically entail that the system itself is created by an intelligent agent. So problems all over the place.
Myself being one of them. The trees, the sky, the earth.
The trees.
The trees. Oh, the trees.
We already know his proclivities for the little trees.
He
sounds like he's under the influence of the little trees.
The little that burning bush.
Yep.
The stars, the moon, the planets. To me, that's just self-evident that these things cannot come into being on their own. It requires an intelligent person to make them.
So that would be an argument for personal incredulity, and it's also begging the question because these things are a result of naturalism can provide, not assuming that naturalism is the case, but working within the framework that does operate within the framework of naturalism, does explain the mechanistic process by how these things come about. This is understood. The God concept does not provide any additional information to that system because there is no way to identify any kind of a mechanism between the God agent and everything else that is not the God agent. So there's no way to bridge that. All they can say is that God did it. Not how God did it, but that God did it. So it's not an explanation of anything. It's just an assertion. It's a baseless assertion at that.
Just like the chair I'm swiveling on at the minute. Someone made that chair.
Your chair is not equivalent to a fucking star. Sorry. Not equivalent to a galaxy. Not equivalent to the universe itself.
Put it together. He's out there somewhere. I don't know who he is, but he's out there somewhere. However, he who made the world, I know who he is.
You know. Please demonstrate how you know it exists without begging the question. That would be great.
You know.
What's up, Chris? Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Daniel Taylor. Trees, look at them. Witness me.
And so I'm okay with that evidence. To me, that's fine. I don't have to have Jesus come to me either in a dream or a vision in front of me to...
Hey, Gretchen, good to see you. We're just hoping to get a believer up on stage to have that conversation. But until then, we're doing kind of a review, just a review of some of my backlog of content that I haven't gotten to, so I can get it off my computer and be done with it. So that's pretty much what we're doing. But good to see you, Gretchen. I appreciate you hanging out. But yeah, stage is open for any believers that may want to pop on to talk about what they believe and why, or if they have questions for non-believers about how we justify things, be happy to engage in that. So come on up. The water is warm. And this is not a stage where we dogpile and try to embarrass people or farm clips and shit. We want to have legitimate conversations and move forward and try to get to a logical terminus with these things. So feel free. Bring the evidence. Bring your argumentation. We want to hear it.
To believe. To me, it's just self-evident that, yeah, you know, he exists. And that is a great argument. And I know it's St. Thomas Aquinas' argument. You can call it an old argument all you want, but
it is an old argument. And it's also evidentiarily vacuous because the evidence we have now is not evidence that Thomas Aquinas had to operate with. If you can imagine what that monk would have, like how his argumentation would have formed if he was aware of what we are aware of today. Apologists need to stop going to 12th, 13th, and 14th century reasoning to try and justify their claims they're making about in the face of what we know today. That's why Aquinas doesn't work. The whole first mover thing. Obviously, Aquinas had no comprehension of quantum mechanics. He had no comprehension of cosmology to the degree that we do now. That is information he did not possess. And it would have changed his position if he was in possession of it. The same thing like Darwin would have come to a slightly different and more accurate conclusion if he was aware of what Mendel was doing at the same time with genetics. So Mendelian heredity. So if those two lines of thought, Mendel and Einstein, or Mendel and Darwin, have been working together, we would have made some advancements far faster than we did when it comes to evolutionary biology. So these guys need to stop appealing to age, like centuries old thought, because
some things never die. You know, some things are always some arguments are always more modern than the modern. You know, and so atheists are always asking me for something new, but that's it. And then they go, no, we want to see, you want to see Jesus. But here's the thing.
Not even that would prove that a God exists. That would just prove that some agent does. If someone appeared before me who appeared to match, now this is me being extreme skepticism, but I have to go by the logical entailment. If an entity appeared before me that matched my expectation of what Jesus may look like in my mind and said, I am Jesus, blah, 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 great. I have evidence that an entity is appearing before me, that entity is now making claims. How do I know those claims are true? That's the problem. By what mechanism could I determine that that entity is not lying to me? Okay. Or not just feeding me what I would expect to be true if it were true, that kind of thing. But because I have no expectation of truth of like what these things are, I can only deal with the evidence they have in front of me. Then, because I'm not going to go out on that limb to make irrational conclusions, how would I be able to determine that? That's what's problematic. Even if the God entity appeared before me, or an entity appeared before me and said, "I am God, I am the Alpha and Omega," wah wah wah, like Inception style. If that happened, how would I know that? It's telling me all the things that it would, like whatever. But are we crossing that threshold to justification? So that's the problem. These are the questions that he has been indoctrinated to not ask, that most theists have been indoctrinated to not ask. And Hayden Walton, good to see you. I hadn't said hi to you before, but good to see you, Hayden. Yeah, okay, thank you. That's not extreme skepticism. The supernatural is yet to be demonstrated. Thank you, appreciate that. But that's me, is just like, okay, I'm now presented with new information. I need to critically evaluate that information. What can I derive as being true from the information that I have? What can I eliminate by virtue of that methodology? But how can I evaluate it? Like, what do I have to go off of? And am I able to take my experience and clue somebody else in it? Or is this just evidence for me, which is just awful, because how do I know? Then I have to eliminate possibility like I'm hallucinating or somebody dosed me or I'm having a stroke. So
St. Thomas said that unless he saw, the holes, the wounds of Jesus and be able to put his finger in and through his side and the whole lot, he wouldn't believe. I'm not going to believe unless I can see all that.
That was him being intellectually honest. Agreed. I would agree with that story. I mean, I agree with what it's trying to convey, that Thomas would be like that, doubting Thomas in that respect. It just goes to show a degree of like, my problem with that story is it shows that the authors were aware that some of the authors of the Bible were aware of the arguments being made against them. And so there is a representative of skepticism within the Bible, but even that skepticism is given no validity whatsoever, because then the excuse is made, those who believe without seeing are favored or are more blessed. Blessed are those who believed without seeing. Okay, so it acknowledges skepticism and immediately invalidates it without recognizing why it's important to be skeptical. It just hand waves it away, which is exactly what you would expect a cult to do, not someone who is saying that these things are true about reality. That's a big issue.
I want to see Jesus and I want to see him now. All right, okay, so look, he does see Jesus. And then we see that he believes, and Jesus rebukes him, blessed is he who doesn't see and yet believes, right?
Yeah, I know my Bible as well.
But here's the thing. St. Thomas could have turned around and he could have said, well, it's all in my head. I'm having an episode right now. I'm hallucinating. This couldn't be him. But he didn't. And that's because St. Thomas's heart wasn't as hard.
You mean that he had access, assuming this is true, because the story obviously is not true, but even if it were, we're now saying that but Thomas had access to empirical evidence. Okay. And the empirical evidence was right there in front of him, and he wasn't able to deny it because there was the empirical evidence, and he accepted it by virtue of it, of the claim being empirically validated. That's not, and now he's equating. So now he said that those who ask questions about empirical validation to these claims he's making about reality, he's making claims about reality, saying that this proposition is true. We want. So now he's contradicted himself. Is basically what he's done by going to Thomas. He started out by saying that those who are basically skeptical, who are asking questions, who are looking for that empirical evidence, they're not going to get it because their hearts are hard, because they're too proud. But then he cites Thomas as saying that Thomas, who then got empirical validation or empirical confirmation of the claim, was able to accept it because his heart wasn't hardened. Okay, so, but that assumes that he has given empirical evidence to other people, which he has not done. So it's just beyond silly. Obviously, this is not a structured like script that he has written out, that he has thought about beforehand, which is probably why he just contradicted himself. So
He didn't have a hard heart. The hardness of heart is what prevents us from accepting the evidence that there is. Accepting the evidence that there is. People want to look for God in the world. And where's the evidence of God? Where is he? I want to see him, just like St. Thomas saw him. You know, not all of us have that privilege.
why not?
You mean none of us?
Yeah, none of us
I
apparently.
mean, not all of us. Like, I didn't.
Is he going to address that? No. Is he going to address that question? Like, why not? When it's possible for the God to do that. So it's like, what the shit?
Like, I don't know this hardness of the heart deal. Thomas is there sticking fingers through holes. Okay. I don't think that's a hardness of heart. I think that's a softness of like tissue where hands should be.
Like the empirical evidence standing is like staring you right in the face, talking to you. And okay.
And you're poking it.
And you're poking it, like physically putting your hands on it. I get that. But
Totally the same.
But just because you see him doesn't mean you're going to believe.
Oh, it's us again.
Yeah, it's
always
now
us.
it's on us again, right?
Always.
Doesn't mean you're going to believe. And there's proof of that in smaller in small real world scenarios where evidence has been shown someone in a debate about, I don't know, maybe immigration. You know, I saw one recently.
This took a turn.
Why not God? Where's the God evidence? You keep telling. We got trees, man. Is that all we got?
Now we have immigration. What the? I like this Geo Sam. No Damascus Road experience for you. What? Immigration?
Where the guy said, show me proof that they're coming in and tearing up their passports. So the guy showed him proof. There's the proof there. And he's like, yeah, but show me proof. No, but here's the proof. I'm showing you. And he's like, no, I don't accept that. No, that's not proof. It is there. It is. You know, the Minister for Justice said it, that they're tearing up their passports. What more proof do you want?
I don't know how this. I mean, sure, there could be somebody stupid out there who's denying evidence right in their face, but how does this get to God? I mean, this is just a stupid anecdote.
And the people who deal with them at the airport. So why wasn't the guy believing? Why wasn't he accepting this answer? Well, because of the hardness of his heart. And this is why I feel that when we debate with atheists who seem to claim that something can come from nothing,
Which
Yeah.
I should have had people get their bingo cards ready. Look at the trees. A hardened heart. Something comes from nothing. I should have had a bingo card ready.
I believe that when we debate with them, we're going to be always going around in circles, you know.
The best kind of arguments. Apparently.
Because your argument is a circle. We go into arguments because your argument is a circle. Good to see you, Small Duck. Thanks so much for being here.
It's never going to resolve itself, and you're never going to change them.
Because you have nothing to present.
That's not to say we shouldn't engage in a little bit of healthy debate with atheists. Of course, you know, conversion is a mixed bag of tricks. You just never know. However,
1 Peter 3:15. Defend your shit.
we shouldn't waste too much time. And we should really acknowledge probably when's a good time not to speak at all. I mean, I remember...
Andrew, he's just confirming what I said earlier. Rules for when to not engage or when to walk away, you know? at a certain point, they're going to get asked a question that they can't deal with. So they're going to find an excuse to step out of the conversation because they can't defend it.
Years ago, there was a visionary from Medjugorje, Vichka, on our Irish Late Late Show. And she said, when she was asked by the presenter, hey, there's lots of atheists out there. What do you say to people who don't believe? And her simple answer was incredible. And I'll never forget it. And that was, she says, well, God will wait for when they're ready to believe. God will wait for when they're ready to believe. That's an incredible answer. Why? Because Vichka herself knows that it's not evidence the atheist is after, really. Because the evidence is already there. Human beings aren't stupid. Everything is self-evident.
These are some wild fucking claims this dude is making.
I think it's pretty self-evident that there's a lot of stupid humans.
Yes, very much so.
Yep.
The arguments are all there.
And they're all logically fallacious.
She knows that it is because of the hardness of their hearts.
No, that is an assumption she's making to justify why they don't believe, because she lacks the capacity to convince them otherwise. That is an excuse. That is an excuse the cult makes up because they know fundamentally, foundationally, that their worldview is indefensible, and that there are people out there that are educated enough to not be convinced by fairy tales, especially ones that cannot be logically defended or rationally defended. That's why. This is just cult nonsense. So
that they don't believe, that it is because they've already made their mind up, right? And it's very difficult to convince a mind that's already made itself up.
Yeah. Please tell us more about our own internal subjective experience. You obviously have special access to our brains. Oh, that's right. Your cult manual actually tells you that you have special access to our brains to tell us what we feel and what we think.
Well, he's already described his own obstinance, so let's not slow him down any further. Have some more rope, sir.
And whether you're atheist or Christian, we've all tried with somebody before. We've all met that one person who's just stubborn.
Hey, Canadian Ollieman, good to see you. Elbows up, Canada.
Because the atheist, it's not about evidence, really. It's about the fact that they don't want to believe.
This is such bullshit. It's not. It's that your worldview is indefensible. It is incoherent. It is illogical. It is irrational. And you have no evidence to present whatsoever. If you did, then you'd have something valid. If you did have evidence, then you'd be like literally publishing papers about it that were peer reviewed and confirmable. But you don't. All you have is just rhetoric that you spout and nonsense claims that you can't back up. That's why. So this is just someone just misrepresenting non-believers. And straw manning is just a complete straw man. So
it's multi-slander at this point, technically.
Yeah.
Because we've gone from first we're prideful. So that's almost like thinking you know it already. And the second one is now we just don't want to believe. So now we've got two different mental states against us.
Yeah.
Two of them minimum.
And he says we lack humility.
They're quite content living the life that they live. They're not seeking. They're not, a person who's already made their mind up, they're not looking for anything.
Some may not be. Some may not be. They may be done exploring. I know there's some people that were doing this kind of stuff, that they're doing this kind of journey, whatever like that. And it comes to a point where they're like, there's nothing there. And so they've moved on to other things that are more important to them. Hey, says La Bamba. You spelled La Bamba wrong. But there are people who are engaged in this conversation. There are people who are engaged in this community that are having these conversations. But some people just get done with it and they just move on because it's the same shit every single time. Nothing new has been presented by any theist or any apologist ever. It's always a repackaging of ancient shit that still doesn't hold water. So all they can really do nowadays is try and repackage it in such a philosophical way that makes it seem erudite. But it's not. It's the same shit that like ortho bros do. They use philosophy to repackage nonsense shit to make it sound more elevated than it actually is. But that just puts the impetus on us non-believers to be as educated about these things as they are, to recognize that they're not actually saying anything. And it's the reason why all they do is attack and they never defend. Andrew Wilson does it, made by Jim Bob does it, Jay Dyer does it. They always attack the other position. They never defend their own because they know their position has no defense.
So the evidence is there.
It's not. Sorry.
Who created God? Was another question I got. God is uncreated. Even the most smartest of physicists know that anything outside space and time is uncreated.
What did?
Yes, this is what I teach at physicist school. I'm sure that was verbatim, and for everybody out there, this is a verbatim quote. He has this to a T, or some letter. My guess the letters would probably be probably more like F and U, but yes, he has this to some letters.
I hope you know that, PhD Tony, if you're out there, that all physicists know this. Okay. I hope I'm sure you knew that.
God cannot be in the world, running around the world all the time.
Why not? It's God. By definition, it could be. What? By definition, it literally could be. So,
didn't Thomas poke his fingers through the holes? He just finished telling us that we got to poke fingers through the holes. Now he's not running around the world. What are you talking about?
Effectively, Daniel Taylor, outside space-time would be it doesn't exist. It's not there. So it's just, Well,
you ask yourself what the word exists means in that context.
Right.
Yeah. What are you saying?
God was running around all through the world, and he certainly was, Sir Equinox, running around all through the world in the Bible.
His presence is here, of course, but he has to be above it.
How? Really? That's a rule? That's a law that the God must follow? Interesting, because that implies that God is not ultimate, that there's a substrate that actually determines what the God can and cannot do. Interesting.
Boy, his presence is here, so he's present. So he is running around the world.
It's so easy to make sense. He's not present, yet he's present.
Truly a dizzying intellect.
Truly, you have a dizzying intellect. Where was I? Australia. Wait till I get going. I love this. Truly, you have a dizzying intellect. Wait till I get going. Where was I? Australia. Yes, Australia.
The creator, you have to be above it. You have to be outside it. You have to be running through it. You have to be everywhere.
If you're running through it, you're both outside it and you're in it. So this is an omnipresent kind of thing, but that means it's still present. So again, he's contradicting himself. He has not really thought about what he's saying. He's just regurgitating shit
at all times. And because what is within space and time has a beginning and it has an end.
Well, obviously, the evidence doesn't show this. The evidence shows that, legitimately, time is always. Yeah, I think the argument is this. The way I've heard it articulated, and supports my position that the universe has always existed and will always exist, is that a timeless state does not change. A timeless state lacks a before and after. If God created time, then a timeless state would change into a time state. Change requires a before and after. Conclusion, therefore, God did not create time. Modus tollens. So this is directed. It's just by virtue of the logic. So,
and if God is within space and time, then he has a beginning and he has an end. He's just not worth worshiping. But all these arguments,
so he did
all these
get
explanations, they're already there.
So he did get to the not ultimate thing. So. But nonetheless, these are assertions, and he can define his God any way he wants, and he can formulate a logical argument, a logically valid argument based upon that definition. But it doesn't mean that the premises of that syllogism are true. There's a difference between logic, validity, and soundness. So,
unless you're PMARS,
argumentum ad motherfuckerum.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm making this YouTube video. What's the point, really?
He is 16 minutes in and doesn't know why he's making this YouTube video. Oh, That is brilliant.
I guess it's just to say that, you know, to tell these atheists that come on my channel that the evidence is there, but you don't like that evidence. You make these demands.
No, it's because we can take that evidence you're presenting and we can break it down as to why it's not actually evidence. It's really simple.
But I can tell you that if religious people like the Pharisees made demands and asked Jesus to come down off the cross,
which he didn't do,
and to prove himself, and the thief beside him said, "Come on, prove that you're Jesus and get off the cross, you know. I thought you were the Messiah, for crying out loud. Come on."
He could have. I mean, God could have done it that way, but it didn't.
I mean, if you're God, surely you have the power to do this. And those were religious people.
This says nothing as to like not believe. This actually gives credence to not believing it.
Religious. So if that's the way religious people behave, I mean, I'm not surprised that irreligious people and people who don't believe in God make the same demands. The funny thing is that, you know, the devil made the same demands of Jesus in his 40 days of being tempted in the desert by the devil, right? And the devil says, you know,
okay, this is more begging the question. We're like 17 minutes in. There is still another 10 minutes to this.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh.
There's a reason why this was in my backlog.
Oh.
But there's another 10 minutes of this.
I hate feeling like a quitter, but
me?
No, me.
Oh,
I hate feeling. It's like
I hate feeling like a quitter.
This. No. All we got is trees. That is literally all he's put. Everything is our fault for not accepting the trees.
Right. It's all on us. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10. For the $10 Australian says, let me get this straight. If God lived and acted from inside the universe and performed feats that we could witness and understand, then he wouldn't be worth worshiping. I think to a degree, I think possibly that it, you know, in order to, it's definitely weird logic. This guy is kind of all over the place, but obviously that doesn't track. That does not logically follow. That is a straight up non sequitur. Because worthiness of worship is not, you know, that's an entirely different metric than these other things. So yeah, it's just beyond silly. Hopefully we could get a believer up on stage, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed. There just don't seem to be any around. God has to be unbelievable to be believable. Seems like.
Do this, do that, and prove that you're a son of God. Because, like, didn't they?
Why would Satan do that? Satan would know. This was never made much sense. Satan would know what was going on unless Satan was made dumb and there was information being withheld from Satan. So, like, this is kind of like weird. I've never really understood this. If Satan knows who Jesus is, then why would Satan be doing this? Because unless Satan was lacking information and believed that, you know, like that it would be successful. So either Satan was made dumb, which implies a level of dishonesty in how things are structured. Because if Satan is, I actually brought this up with Grace one time because we never got to it. It's because if Satan is made stupid, then that implies a level of deception that's going on because Satan is not operating with all of the information available that is available to that could be available. There's information being withheld from the Satan character or the Lucifer character, or whatever. If there's information being withheld from Lucifer so that Lucifer can play the role that it's intended to play, then that means that God is deliberately deceiving that entity that it created it, and then deceived it so that it could play a role that the God wanted it to play. That entails that implies a degree of manipulation or a degree of deception that's going on. God is lying to the Satan character. Why would the God need to do that? That doesn't make any sense. So I never actually got to address that with Grace because, you know, she kind of like went off on another thing, but she herself said, well, yeah, Satan is dumb. Satan is stupid. No, Satan is the entity that God created in her worldview. If the Satan is stupid, it's because the Satan is lacking information that is possible for it to have, but the God doesn't want it to have. which implies that God was deceptive to Satan itself, creating a system in which that agent does not have all of the necessary information to derive a conclusion. It's the same thing with Adam and Eve in the garden. If it didn't want the event to happen, the fall to happen, why create the circumstances that allowed for its logical possibility? Essentially, putting the trees in the garden and allowing an agent within that had the ability to manipulate Adam and Eve. Why allow these things to take place if it didn't want them to happen? If it didn't want them to happen, they wouldn't have happened. Nothing exists beyond the God to say that they must happen. There's no rule or law that says that these things must take place like this. So obviously the God wanted it to happen by virtue. It's just, by logic, but it's just, it logically susses out that way. So what the heck is going on? This is just turning God into a manipulative, deceptive agent.
Say that the angels will hold you and protect you and, turn these loaves into bread. Come on, satisfy your hunger, prove yourself, jump off this big cliff there and see if God sends his angels to protect you. All of that was repeated again at the cross, come down to that cross, show us that you're God, and the Pharisees would repeat what the devil would say, which is,
then why did if this was all true and Jesus knew it, then why did Jesus proclaim, "Why have you forsaken me"? Why the moment of doubt if Jesus was so certain? Literally in the face of the devil, of Satan himself, his faith holds true. But hanging on a cross, a temporary thing like this, and not like faced with the adversary of all humanity, the adversary of all creation. Ow, I'm stuck on a cross. Pain, ouch. Why have you forsaken me? Yet he can stand in front of the fucking devil himself and be like, fuck off, bitch. That makes no sense whatsoever. So, like, literally, the courage of his convictions goes as far as how much pain he is receiving or how much pain he's experiencing. That's a pretty weak-ass fucking God.
Prove yourself. Turn these loaves. Prove yourself. Ask Jesus to do some miracles. Perform a miracle for us so that we'll believe,
Oh, thank goodness. We have somebody in the back. Because this guy's the same thing over and over and over again. Danny Z is in the back. Danny, can you hear me? Let me know in the private chat if my audio is coming through. We don't want to run into any tech issues. Just type in the private chat that you're able to hear me okay. Ryan Murphy, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Ryan, Jesus was distracted by the sweet golden fiddle that the dude was packing. Danny can hear me. Fantastic. Now, do me a giant favor. You don't need to be on camera to be on stage, but I do need to know that there's a person there in order to protect the stream. So if you want to turn on your camera, and then you can turn it back off if you don't want to be on camera. But you're not on screen right now. Right now, you're in the backstage. Only I can see you. So there you go. And fantastic. If you don't want to be on stage, you don't have to. I'll put you on now. Let me pull this down and bring you up. Danny.
Yo, what it do, bro? Can you hear me good?
We can hear you just fine. Fantastic.
Man.
You're new here, so I appreciate you coming on.
Of course.
What brings you on today?
Just scrolling through the lives. There was that kind of retarded like dude who wears the devil horns. He's like, I'm an agnostic atheist, and he kind of just like steamrolls you until he kicks you off of the live stream. And so I hopped on there for like 2 seconds, and it really wasn't worthwhile. So but I seen this one. I seen some of the stuff you were talking about, so I wanted to try my hand, see what was going on.
Sure, yeah. And I apologize. I know that there's a lot of channels out there that are just looking for that clickbait nonsense, trying to do it. It's not my platform. It's not what my platform is about. So hopefully with the conversations we have, we can get to a logical terminus. So what specifically did you have in mind?
Well, I guess I was trying to see kind of what your position is, trying to see like the coherence of it and stuff, and then kind of offer my take on why I believe in the existence of God, the existence of the triune God. I'm currently a catechumen in the Orthodox Christian faith. So from my understanding, a lot of what the mainstream Christianity, Protestantism, and evangelical nonsense doesn't really give a coherent and a really good argument for Christianity. Most of the time, it's usually just like, hey, just believe in the Bible, bro. And so I think orthodoxy does kind of handle those tough questions. You know, it gets into the metaphysical reality, how it's kind of necessary for the triune God, so that, the metaphysical reality of stuff like knowledge and self and time could kind of come into space and, have like a coherent argument behind it. And so, yeah, I just wanted to see what your position was, see what kind of things maybe that you have questions about Christianity, things that you see maybe contradict each other. One thing that I seen you were talking about just earlier, I don't want to ramble, so interrupt me anytime. Was talking about when Christ is on the cross and he screams out, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually him fulfilling a messianic prophecy from Psalms, I think 102 or 103. Don't quote me on it. But the point of that, because a lot of
yeah, it's Psalm
excuse me?
22:1, which is a lament. It's not a prophecy.
Okay, well, in him saying that, it's a lot of what the evangelical world believes is that it's more so that Christ had doubt, or that in that time, whenever he was on the cross, it's that God is setting his wrath against him, which is not exactly what's going on at the cross at that point in time. So, but yeah, from what I understand, that was him fulfilling a messianic prophecy. Because if we went back into that, I'm not sure that it is just a lamenting, but more so, I would have to look at the verse myself.
It is. It's well known when you take a look at who's actually the person saying it.
I can pull it up. Yeah.
Now,
I know it's David's Psalms.
How can Jesus have doubts? So we are already contradicting the all-knowing portion. Not knowing what
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that Christ had doubts.
He wasn't being forsaken, was he? Because if he knows the plan, it can't be
No,
forsaken.
absolutely. No, yeah, we completely reject the PSA model of that God is this God that has to be paid off, and that blood has to be shed to please this angry God, and that his wrath has to be basically set against the Son, because that would be a destruction of the Trinity, right?
Oh, no,
And so
I'm just going
Christ,
for the omniscience. I'm going all for omniscience right now. It's like you can't. Jesus can't ask why he's being forsaken when he knows he's not being forsaken.
well, the thing is there is like rhetoric that Christ uses. For example, right? One of the examples is that Christ, whenever he says, nobody knows the time and the hour except the Father, right? And so Christ, in his human nature, condescending to the human nature and taking on flesh, still as a divine person, is limiting his knowledge and limiting his power here on earth, because it even says that whenever he was on the cross, he had the power to send 12 legions of angels to the earth to destroy it if he so wanted to. He could have done it at the snap of his fingers, right? But he didn't, because the whole point of Christ coming into existence, God coming into existence as the God man, is that God condescends himself to the human reality and takes on the humanity so that he can then lift up humanity to the heavens. Because from the fall, go ahead.
So if I may ask, this
Yeah.
was a necessary rule. This was a necessary thing that God had to do.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. That's another thing that the evangelicals kind of. So if I can kind of extrapolate what I think is the common idea that people have compared to what the true Christian teaching might be. And so I am just a catechumen. So if there's other people who are Orthodox that are reading this, you know what I mean? I'm just a retard talking. I have to humble myself. I don't know everything. But basically what the mainline Christian theme is that because we sin, we now have this penalty that has to be paid off, such as that we're paying off God like he's a judge, because we have this kind of fine that we have to pay off, which is sin. And so Christ comes into the world, and it is absolutely necessary that Christ dies on the cross so that he can pay off God the Father and his wrath, so that then he can credit righteousness directly into our bank account, and boom, we're made holy. And so we could just confess Christ and then live our life how it is that we want to live. But because Christ died on the cross, we are now holy. That is completely not what the true Christian faith actually taught in the first.
So here's my issue on this.
Okay.
And if you'd heard, and hey, D to the Dubs, good to see you. So here's the kicker. The kicker on this. The area that we're talking in is theology. We're like in the theological context here. Here's my problem as a non-believer and how I address this.
Okay.
Would you agree that in order for the philosophy to be true, the God must first exist?
In order for the philosophy,
Sorry. In order for the theology to be true, the God must first exist.
I would say yes, but I would go a step further and say, in order for the metaphysical reality to exist, there would have to be a mind outside of reality to impose those things onto reality.
Okay. So before we get into metaphysics, because that's a different ball of wax.
Okay, but yes, to your question, yes. In order for the theology to exist, it would presuppose that there is God. Okay, and then from there we would determine who is God, because there's so many different, theories about who God is. And I would say that the triune God is the most coherent way to go about defining.
Right. So we've got so typically when I have these conversations, and thank you, Jessica, for the $2 Australian, said, what are the interest rates on SIN repayments? Enormous. They are enormous.
Incredibly high, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently if your check bounces when you pay for, an exorcist, you get repossessed.
So the thing is that typically now there are other atheists out there that are really, really strong in theology. There are conversations that I can have, but then typically what I don't dive into them because it doesn't get to the heart of the issue.
Absolutely.
I'm a non-believer. By definition, I don't believe in the existence of a God or gods. Okay. I acknowledge that there are some God concepts that human beings have come up with that are logically possible because the gods.
Would you say you're agnostic then, or atheist? I just want to kind of.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Okay.
Because it's not just a one size fits all for all God concepts. There are some God concepts that human beings have come up with over time throughout history. Some God concepts that predate Christianity. Those God concepts are logically possible, meaning that by definition they don't entail any contradiction. It is possible that they could exist, that these entities could exist. But there are also God concepts that are logically contradictory. And by analytically, we know those entities can't exist because they're logically contradictory. So I am a non-believer. I don't believe that any God or gods exist. I'm not convinced of the truth of the proposition. When you're talking about specific gods, the logically possible gods that are unfalsifiable, I'm agnostic on those. I don't know if they do or they don't, but I don't believe in them because there's no rational warrant to believe that they do. With the logically contradictory gods, you could technically call me a strong atheist. I'm a Gnostic atheist because I know they don't exist because analytically they can't exist. They're logically contradictory. I could no more believe in that God than I could believe a square circle exists. So that's an important distinction. Now, when it comes to the God entity, how do we know that entity exists without committing a logical fallacy like begging the question?
By the way, I just want to point out, I was definitely trying to mute my mic before I went and took a piss, but we just did that on live, so that's.
We didn't hear it, so.
Okay, well now we know. But so without begging the question, do you mind repeating your question again, just so that I can actually?
So how are we able to establish that a God entity does in fact exist without begging the question, without committing some logical fallacy? So, like for example, a lot of believers will say that the universe is evidence of God's existence, and then I say, well, hang on a sec. In order for the universe to be evidence of the God's existence, there has to be something about the universe that entails that it exists. And they'll say that they'll call it creation. Well, in order to do that, in order to call the universe creation, they imply the existence of a creator. But the universe, it is logically possible for the universe to exist purely by unintentional, like non-random natural processes. There's no telos behind it, but it does exist. But there's no intention behind its existence. It's just a result of natural processes. So how do we know that God exists to be to do the things that they think it do? Like, how do we determine that without begging the question, without assuming it exists first?
I would say that there are certain presuppositions. I would say that almost every worldview does have some presuppositions. Now, I would say that the idea of, because it is possible that creation came amidst of a natural way, that would kind of negate that the possibility that there is a creator. I wouldn't really grant that. But what for me, what it was is more so what is more probable. So this is kind of like me going back to like when I first was an evangelical. So how I first thought about it, kind of just going into how I came into the faith, because for a large portion of my life I was kind of atheist agnostic, was kind of like the fine tuning argument, which the fine tuning argument, I don't really like it that much because it kind of goes into the realm of like, okay, well, all of these things could have been randomly came about and just created perfectly into the world as we know it and into the reality as we know it. But I think that would kind of go into that the universe, well, the universe has order. The universe isn't chaotic in its nature, right? If it were chaotic in its nature, there would be really no grounds into how do I word this? If it was chaotic in nature in which things could just come about, that would kind of not be able to give us laws of reality that we would be able to firmly ground in. Because
no, it could, but we wouldn't be assuming a metaphysical ontology about those laws. We would say that the reality exists and that the laws that we articulate to describe reality, the reality we exist in, that those laws are descriptive in nature. They're not prescriptive. They are descriptive in nature. They are subjective, but they are describing something that is objective. So so essentially, the universe exists. Reality, the universe exists. We are agents that are products of the universe. We observe the universe, and then we go to describe the universe. And in order to describe it accurately, we subjectively develop a language that is axiomatically true or analytically true. It's just like, these are the axioms of logic. We observe that a thing is itself and cannot be something that it is not. So
I would say that you would have to. Well, I would say that you would have to make.
We simply describe these things. So these things are descriptive in nature, not prescriptive. Because if they're prescriptive in nature, that assumes that they're intended to be that way. And so if they're intended to be that way, that implies the existence of something with intention, which would be begging the question, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I would say with that, there's even some presuppositions to that, because you would have to presuppose stuff like knowledge, like self, like the fact that words have meaning, to where we're able to describe these things. And in our descriptions,
how do you mean presuppose though? Like, what do you mean by presuppose in this context?
Well,
because if the God doesn't exist and these things are descriptive in nature, then these things are not like objective true values of the universe. They're subjective values that are imposed upon reality by the agents. The issue, is the problem.
So it'd be like,
there's an additional
let me kind of like, oh, go ahead.
Yeah. At the same time, language is a construct, which is definitional. So we're in the realm of analytic at this point. Now, this is something that we communicate. So when we communicate definitions, we pass that on, and that's between us. So yeah, just making sure that's clear. That so language is just the thing that we define. It is what it is because we said so.
Yeah, these things are like analytically true, is what they are. We literally like mathematics. Mathematics is analytically true. It's a descriptive language of quantification. The language itself is a construct. It's entirely mind dependent. So that's what we would call subjective. Like, the language is subjective, but what the language is describing, what it's designed to describe, is objective. The reality that it's quantifying is objective. So it's essentially acknowledging that there's a reality that exists. It exists independent of our minds, and that we develop languages. We subjectively develop languages to articulate information about that thing, or basically articulate our observations and quantifications about that reality. This would tell us that if there's no telos, this was essentially say that the universe is the way it is because it is the way it is. Essentially, it's kind of tautological, but it literally just is a brute contingency. The universe is the way it is. It could have been another way, but it just is the way it is right now. Human beings exist in the way that they do as a result of natural process. We could have existed differently, but we exist this way. We could have gone extinct and Homo naledi could have survived, or another member of our genus could have survived, and it wouldn't have been us. Homo sapiens is the one that happened to make it through. But we're a result. We are a result of the natural forces that produced us, that facilitated our existence. And so what this is coming at is essentially called regulatory theory, where we start from the observation and we acknowledge that these things are descriptive in nature, but they are not prescriptive, because we're not going to assume the existence of intentionality without first demonstrating the existence of an agent with intention, so that we're not begging the question in the conclusion.
Right.
So leading question for you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So
this is getting into a realm where, like, I might have thought about, but articulating it maybe isn't my strong suit, and I don't want to just go in and say a bunch of retarded stuff and like word salad.
Yeah.
But what's your leading question?
One second, Rosa. Take it easy on the R word, because I don't want YouTube to
okay,
stream.
My bad. My bad.
YouTube sensitive, and I just don't want to risk the stream getting knocked. So
right, yeah.
So I'm going to simplify things down. Okay, you agree we got stuff, right?
We do have stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Okay. I'm going real small, real simple. What gives you the impression there was ever not stuff?
I'm sorry, come again?
What gives you the impression that there was ever not stuff?
I would say the Big Bang Theory is kind of one thing,
It doesn't do that. They don't say not stuff.
Well, it gives the impression that there was a starting point to the universe.
Real quick, to clarify what Andrew's going on about this, just to give the language. The Big Bang, what we describe Big Bang cosmology, does not state that there was nothing beforehand. What Big Bang cosmology is describing is an origin point to observability. It's literally the start point where the universe becomes observable. Prior to that, it's unobservable. So, but it doesn't mean that it didn't exist.
If it's unobservable, though,
it just
means
it
kind of like presuppose that there's nothing.
No. In a scientific sense, it means that that's the point when it can begin to be measured. That the Big Bang describes the origin point of its observability, when we can begin to measure the universe itself. Prior to that, it is in an immeasurable state. It's an unobservable state, but that does not entail that it doesn't exist. It simply existed in an unobservable state. And really quick, I have 2 super chats come through. Thank you so much, Jessica, for the support. For 5 Australians, says, by what mechanism or tool does a mind that exists outside the universe have the power to control and determine the physical reality inside the universe?
We may get there. We're
going to get there. And thank you for 10 Australian. The universe behaves in a particular way. Over time, this leads to pattern formation. Humanity arose out of those patterns. The fact that we can notice and recognize those patterns is to be expected. An excellent point there, Jessica. It is, being products of the universe, we recognize things within the universe. So I appreciate that, Jessica. Thank you very much. Feel free, continue, Andrew.
So an analogy for you, Danny.
Go ahead.
How far can you see?
How far can I see? Not very far.
Okay. Does that mean that everything beyond that point doesn't exist?
No, absolutely not. But I mean, like, kind of hitting on to like, doesn't Albert Einstein's second theory of thermodynamics claim that time, space, and matter had to come in at the same time?
No.
You know what I mean? They had to come into reality at the same point. Like, there couldn't be time without matter, without space, and there couldn't be space without matter and without time.
The second law of thermodynamics simply describes how energy is functioning within the system that we're in, with what we describe to be like a closed or isolated system, and that it's just the energy dispersing. Like the energy is the amount of available work. When the amount of available work the amount of work that's available in the system is decreasing as the energy disperses out throughout the system, as it disperses uniformly throughout the system. That dispersal of energy as it disperses through the system decreases the amount of available work. And so as the work goes down, entropy goes up, entropy being the measure of the decrease in available work, or the increase in what physics refers to as disorder. Order is the capacity, like an ordered system, a maximum ordered system is total work potential. Whereas a maximally or a maximum disordered system, no appreciable work can be done. So that's just simply talking about what is possible within that by virtue of the state of the energy. And that's all that entropy is describing. at the Big Bang, space-time, there's a bunch of stuff that goes into this, but space-time is intertwined.
Right.
Space and time are intertwined together, so it's technically one thing. And there is a hypothesis that it could have existed in a quantized state, but prior to the Big Bang. But nonetheless, matter didn't begin to form until the universe when the energy of the universe was in a state that facilitated the emergence of matter, which required gravity and things like that. So, but these things didn't come about at the exact same time. So, yeah, just to clarify.
So two quick notes to tie that together. Since you invoked the second law, you know what the first law is?
I don't.
Yeah, that's energy cannot be created or destroyed. Now, you want to pay attention to that first part. Cannot be created. So if you wanted to appeal to thermodynamics, that first rule is telling you it cannot be made.
Okay.
You should not probably be appealing to the laws of thermodynamics if you want to imply that it was created.
Well, the thing that orthodoxy has is we appeal to the energy and essence distinction. And so we believe that God has this uncreated energy amongst him that we're able to absorb him through.
Hold on, but we're skipping context right now. So you were just talking about in context to the stuff we observe. You tried talking about the stuff we see by appealing to thermodynamics. So I want you to take that first law and remember that that applies to what we're looking at here. So don't jump topics about the thing that you're adding to the table right now. You're trying to find a reason to justify why you're adding something to the table. And the thing that you appealed to is saying that it can't be created. So it hurts your case. You don't get to jump outside of this right yet. You haven't shown that there's a thing to appeal to do that yet.
It's like determining how we know the God entity exists is the whole point. Like, we understand that. I understand that you believe the entity exists. You believe it because it's a proposition that you've been convinced of. Now the question is, do you have justification to claim that that thing that proposition is true about reality? Like, do you claiming a God exists? You believe a God exists, great. But if you claim to know that the God exists, then that's a different burden of proof. That's a pretty extreme one. So I was trying
to kind of reiterate on what you said before. I think you were saying that we are agents and that we have a subjective way of describing objective truth. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, because truth is a property of propositions, and so a proposition is made. Propositions.
Well, I would say that there are certain objective truths.
Well, okay, so it's not that it's an objective truth. It's just the truth. A thing is true if it corresponds to reality, is coherent, and we can confirm it. So, like facts, okay, a thing is true, but so you look at what it is. What is truth describing?
I think I'm trying to touch on more on like moral objective truths. You know what I mean, on the sense of morality.
So before we jump to morality, I do want to kind of keep us, I hate to say it, a little on the cosmology side here, because we're trying to find out why we're thinking there's more than what we're seeing. Before wondering about, because you can go down all sorts of theological rabbit holes.
You do this, I'll be right back. I need to go to the little atheist room. So, but just try not to talk over each other too much, and I'll be right back in a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say my phone is like on the verge of dying, so if I cut out at any time, this was a great discussion. So.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not a problem. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yep. So we got stuff. The Big Bang doesn't say not stuff. At no point does it actually say that.
Okay.
They just say that this as far back as we can look. Like if you say you could see 500 miles, that's as far as we can see, and stuff was really crammed close together at that point.
Right. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't have stuff beyond 500.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So we got no justification to say there's nothing. What do you think we could honestly say beyond that? What do we justify?
Well, there's obviously an unobservable reality beyond what we can see.
Well, we don't do. Well, you're saying that there's a thing beyond what we can see. Now we have. I don't know about a reality or something different. It's just like saying I can only see.
Well, it's like. If we could see 500 miles, right? We could see 500 miles, right?
Yeah.
But beyond that, we can't see anything.
But is it more the same as the question?
What do you mean?
Well, all the stuff is moving, right?
Stuff is moving.
Yeah. So is it just the same stuff continuing to move? because you're trying to say that there's something more than this stuff. Where do I get to more than stuff? Because see, if I just say I can only look back to to this particular point and not before, where do I get the idea that there was not stuff or different stuff? See, you're adding something new to the table.
I'm trying to follow.
Yeah. Picture like you can only see the last Monday, right? Well, Monday was just a regular day. Tuesday's a regular day. What makes you think the day before that wasn't just a regular day? It's the same stuff. It's just in a different, different state.
Right.
Yeah. Why
so when we're looking at like a starting point, how do we know that was like the original starting point to all the things?
Why do you think there's even a starting point? See, this is where we're going to come into a big problem. You're going to pretend that there's going to be a special day that there isn't a day before it. That's what we're kind of inventing right now. Why would
let me ask you, what is your idea then on creation? Do you believe in like string theory, how the universe is kind of in a constantly collapse and create type of thing, or
creation?
Yeah.
I have no justification for creation. I have no reason to think there was ever not stuff. You see, that's the leap you're making. I'm not making that. So
I think I might be able to land kind of a machete to the intellectual thicket here, Danny. Philosophically speaking, I'm trying to put this as simple as I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there is something. We can agree, you and I can agree that there currently is something, right? The universe, right? Okay. I hold that it is a logical contradiction to say that something can come from nothing. That nothing, like the philosophical void, the thing that is reified by even trying to describe it. So because something cannot come from nothing in a philosophical sense, then there must always have been something that essentially, like, there's something must have always existed. My question then becomes, what is it that has always existed? And the answer that I have, the most parsimonious answer I have, is that it is the universe that has always existed, and that it doesn't need to be created. It exists and has always existed, and in the state that it's in is currently observable, but sometimes it exists in unobservable states, the universe being the sum total of everything that exists. So I hold that it's the universe, and that's parsimonious because I'm not multiplying my entities unnecessarily. I'm not asking, why does the universe exist for like some intentional reason? I'm not assuming that there's an entity that exists that created things with purpose.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So I would say,
I'm picking up a little bit more now.
Yeah, I'm saying
so because the universe,
it follows that the universe has always existed and will always exist. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. So what do you think about like universals then? So the universe has always existed, right? We have no reason to think that the universe has not existed, right? But how are you able to extrapolate from the universe always existing the kind of metaphysical things that we have?
Okay. So this is an important thing. I actually talked about this.
Like justice, like love, knowledge, time, and all those things.
I talked about this on a previous stream.
I want to clarify a category for a split second. What is a metaphysical thing? We need to fix that word.
I think what he really meant is transcendentals.
The transcendental argument. I think that's
so. Here's the
transcendental argument for God is something that I probably couldn't articulate it as good, but that's the kind of argument that I would go for God. That we have these kind of presuppositions,
here's the key. Here's the thing. And I had this conversation on a prior stream yesterday that I was on, or the day before yesterday that I was on. Oh no, it was yesterday. Essentially, the things that you invoked: knowledge, truth, justice, beauty, other transcendental concepts. These things are what are referred to as abstracta in philosophical terms. Are you familiar with what the term abstracta means?
I'm not.
Okay. In philosophy, there is a differentiation between things that are concrete and things that are abstract. Things that are concrete are things that stand in causal relation to other things. Things that are abstract are simply things that are mental constructs. They're like mental fabrications. They're things that are thought up. They don't actually exist in any kind of a material sense, and they don't stand in causal relation to anything. The things that you invoked, beauty, justice, truth, knowledge, these are abstracta. They are
Right. So they're
terms.
concepts, terms.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
concepts. They are terms that we humans have come up with just by virtue, just like what is knowledge. And so we take that term and we apply it to something. We impose it upon something. Knowledge is the term that is imposed to reference the set of propositions that are known to be true, which is, as some philosophers would say, is justified true belief. So that's what knowledge is. The thing about the teleology, though, the thing about the transcendental argument is
How do you justify knowledge, though, if you can? Like, what is your justification for knowledge? Is it something that we learn over time? Is it something that we learn from the past and that we can kind of like improve on, going into the future? Because justice, back in the day isn't the same justice we have now, right?
Yeah, the issue being that we can improve upon knowledge with more evidence, but knowledge is basically the set of propositions. Like knowledge is considered to be the set of propositions that are shown to be true, that are the case, and we can show that a thing is the case, show the thing is true by virtue of it corresponding with reality. That this is a proposition. Do we know it to be 100%? Like absolutely? No, we don't. Because
so you don't believe in absolute truths.
Well, okay, so in that kind of sense, in that metaphysical sense, no, because there's no solution to the problem of hard solipsism. I cannot show you with 100 absolute, like 100% absolute, that what we are experiencing is in fact what there is to be experienced. I can only test what I am observing, like what I am experiencing. I can doubt my experience.
Sense data.
I've got
exactly. But the thing is, we can determine these things to be true to such a probabilistic degree that it would be irrational to doubt them unless evidence was presented that would warrant that doubt.
So I think this is because the thing is like, if you don't believe that there are absolute truths, how does that work in with like morality? Do you think that there are absolute truths to morality?
Andrew, hang on a sec. Andrew, hang on a sec. I want because his phone's down. I want to make sure he gets out what he's wanting to say. Go ahead, Danny.
No, yeah, I was just saying, like, if you don't believe that there are absolute truths that we could 100, 1,000,000,000% say with certainty, because it's a construct that we have come up with, throughout the obtaining of knowledge over time, right? That we could say, okay, well, this corresponds to reality just enough, or it corresponds to reality the most, therefore it must be true, but we can't 100% know. How would that work with morality then? Would you say that you have a subjective morality and therefore morality itself is subjective to the person, to basically the agent? Or would you say that there are absolutes in morality?
Andrew, if you want to start with that one.
Well, I did want to fix the previous one before we switch topics here, because the truth factor and morality, like a value versus an actual in that sense. Danny, do you remember what JL said truth was?
No, I don't remember.
It is taken as a property of a proposition. You know what a proposition is, right?
A proposition that's like not like a suggestion, but you're proposing something.
Like
right?
A statement, for instance, there's a rock on the table. So, okay. So when you think that the truth exists, that's only in lieu of the fact that we've got a proposition in the first place, right?
Right.
Imagine a rock. Now imagine nobody makes a proposition about the rock. Does rock need a proposition made about it? Like, picture a rock you don't see in your backyard.
Right. So is rock still rock?
Does it need you to have it be what it is?
No, rock wouldn't need a proposition.
Nothing
for it to be rock.
How a blade of grass you don't see? Does it depend on any other proposition for it to be what it is?
No, but like
that's it. Hold that thought. So when you say truth, reality doesn't need a mind to describe it. That which is. Propositions don't need to exist. That rock doesn't need me to have a thought about it for it to be whatever it is. The mere fact that I'm doing that is me making a construct for me and myself. That's for me making a map of what I see around.
So truth doesn't need a proposition for it to be true.
Truth is a property of a proposition.
A
But
property of a proposition. Propositions are either true or false,
Yeah.
and we determine if they are true or false by how they correspond, by whether or not they correspond with reality.
Yeah, picture
Okay.
this. So with that in mind, picture we're the last two people in existence, right? You and me at the end of existence.
Right.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to make a quick observation and then make a proposition, okay? You ready?
Right.
So,
Yeah.
ready? 3, 2, 1, boom. All of a sudden, you didn't see it. I just whipped out a metaphorical Glock, and I've just created abstract art. Where's the proposition? Where did it go? Whatever statement you might have made is gone. But whatever you were going to make it about, is that still there? Whatever is. Propositions are not necessary. Picture everybody dying. Where's the proposition coming from? Reality
does this
falls
kinda-
on. Yeah, reality
This
is
kind of,
we describe it. We make propositions.
I think this is kind of getting into where like you can't really get an ought from it is, right? So just because things are or
yeah.
is,
Oh, well,
you're not
hold on.
able to basically get an ought from.
Okay,
so
hold
just
on.
because,
We're
right?
not switching topics. I'm just gonna make sure we put a pin in this one. The
Okay,
idea
yeah.
for truth. Remember, morality is a value thing. That's why it's a totally different topic at this point. That they are not that related. So the idea of truth, no, truth is propositional. Propositions are not necessary. Now, if you want to switch to morality, that's about value statements, also requiring a mind. Once again, if we're at the end of the existence, you and me, and Mr. Glock comes out,
Right.
well, what does that matter? So all of those absolutes can be erased with Mr. Glock. So just
If we've arrived at the morality thing,
yeah.
there is. I need to make sure of a couple of things. Danny, you're familiar with the terms objective and subjective, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what objective means?
I would say objective means like that it's 100% true without there being a subject, right?
Okay,
Am I
so
making
yeah,
sense?
so the way it's articulated in philosophy is that it is mind stance independently true.
Yeah.
It is true irrespective of minds. Like it's a true state of reality. Like if all humans died tomorrow, it wouldn't be like the earth and the moon would suddenly disappear, you know?
Right.
So the things that information is like there, but nonetheless, mind stance independently true and subjective is mind stance dependently true. The truth of the statement is dependent upon the stance that is being used to make the evaluation. Okay?
Okay.
So morality itself, just to make sure that we're on the same page, morality in philosophy refers to the ability to distinguish between what is determined to be right and wrong, good and bad, moral and immoral, preferred and not preferred, is what morality is referring to. The term morality doesn't indicate what is and is not moral and immoral. All right. So moral distinctions are evaluations. That's an agent making an evaluation of an action or something that they're observing or experiencing, and then referencing their stance, and then determining if what they are experiencing or observing is moral or immoral. The reference point is their stance. And that stance is informed by a number of factors: their capacity for empathy, the things they've learned when they were in their formative years, their parents and their peers, and of course, the society they live in. All of these factors inform an individual's stance. And then you reference that stance when you evaluate something that you are observing.
Right. I mean, I would kind of like question, like, how do you get to something being immoral and moral already? Because, if you're referring back to, the morality being something that you would have to go back and reference, the immoral and the moral aspect of it, how do you even get to something being immoral and moral?
Okay, so it wouldn't be one person claiming that something is both moral and immoral, because that would be logically contradictory.
It would be a collective, right?
You could have two people, like say you and I were standing on the street and we observed an event from two different angles. Okay. I observe it from my angle. You observe it from yours. I come away from the conclusion. I come away with the conclusion that the event. Okay, let's say you and I witness one person attacking another person on the street, and then we both see it happening from two different angles. But I come away from the conclusion that the attack was justified and therefore was a moral action. Right. You come away with the conclusion that the attack was unjustified and there was immoral. So we can have that. This is us referencing our stances to make an evaluation of what we are observing.
Right.
Okay. So it depends upon the information you have available to you. Because maybe from my frame of reference, I see that the guy getting his ass kicked actually pulled a knife on the dude and threatened him, and that's why he's being attacked. From your angle, you don't see the knife. You just see a guy attacking another guy. Now, all of a sudden, I'm in possession of information that you're not in possession of, and whose evaluation is correct, which one matches reality, right? So
I would argue though that in like that scenario, I do have to leave fairly soon. My apologies, but I would argue that in that scenario, isn't the objective truth is that the violence that took place is objectively wrong, that violence took place. And how would we get to that?
You think it's mind stance independently true that defending one's own life is immoral?
No, I would say so that the violence, the evil that took place in itself, one man attacking another, is objectively is wrong. Like it naturally shouldn't be that there is that violence between
the individuals defending their own life.
You're also
an individual defending their own life is different. You know what I mean? Right. An individual defending its own life, objectively, one would defend.
Okay, well, let me throw this at you. Okay, so in this scenario, we witness a guy beating up another guy. I recognize that the guy getting beaten up, the reason he's getting beaten up is because he pulled a knife on the other guy. He tried to rob him. He tried to mug him. And then the victim turned around and whooped the ass of the person with the knife. Okay. Right. We see why it happened. Say it's like, oh, he's getting his ass whooped because the guy is defending himself. That's a moral action. But then we have to ask, why did the guy pull a knife on him in the first place? Then we find out the guy was desperate and he needed something from that dude in order to facilitate a greater good.
Right.
Then is him pulling the knife on him still immoral?
I mean, I wouldn't say so.
Right. So all of this highlights one simple thing. These evaluations of moral and immoral are dependent upon our stances. Our stances are informed by a number of things. One of the things that informs our stances is how much information we have, which is precisely why our legal system tries to get all of the information regarding when a crime takes place, or criminal action. We want all the details. We want all the witnesses, all the evidence, all of the men. We want to determine all the mens rea, all the interviews. We want all the data to come to the most likely, the most probabilistically true conclusion there can be, so that we can dispense justice in the most just way possible. We don't want to over punish for a crime, but we don't want to under punish for a crime. We don't want to do slaps on the wrist. We don't want to do slaps on the wrist, but we don't want to do slaps on the wrist, but we don't want to hang people for, other stuff, for certain stuff. So, but here's where it comes from. This is just humans. We're describing people. People operating. Morality is subjective. That's fine. But you believe in a God. Here's the kicker. And I'm going to ask you a question. Maybe you've heard of this. Are you familiar with the Euthyphro dilemma?
I'm not.
Okay. This is an old philosophical, question. I don't need to go in the history of it, but it's very old.
Okay.
The question is this: is a thing good because God does it, or does God do it because it is good?
Is a thing good because God does it, or because God does it, it is good?
No. Is a thing good because is a thing good simply because God does it, or does God do it because it is good?
Okay, could you give me an example of where that would pertain to?
Okay.
Put it in an example if you could. If not, I think I have kind of a rough answer to that. because like our stance is that because God is outside of time, space, and matter, right? It even says that God could even use evil events to come about good, right? And so
Okay,
that things that humans
I
would
don't think you
see.
followed along. I don't think you followed along with it. Let me see if I can
Okay,
put it
go
in an
ahead.
example like you wanted.
Go ahead.
Does God do a thing because was it good? Was the creation of the universe good simply because God did it? Or did God create the universe because creating the universe was good to do?
I would say that the kind of good that we're thinking of now is a good that we're able to conceptualize and that we're able to kind of understand with our mind, but that God works on a kind of on morality of a good that is outside of our conception, right? So
How is that?
God
Okay, hold
created
up,
the
hold up.
universe.
Hang on a sec. How
Yeah.
is that not an appeal to mystery?
Well, we would say that there is kind of a mystic sense to God. We wouldn't say that God is a being that we could 100% understand,
Does it have
right?
to be?
Because
But does it have to be that way?
well, if one quote that I say is if your God is a God that you could fully 100% understand, then that is not the true God,
Why
right?
not? Wait. Why not?
Well, because God has well, these are presuppositions, right?
I
Obviously,
know.
right?
I'm
But
asking why you. I'm
but
asking why you hold them. I'm challenging why you hold it. The whole point is
right.
that if you hold the presupposition, then it assumes that you've acknowledged why you must hold the presupposition. But the problem is that we're talking about an entity that you've defined as being like capable of anything that is logically consistent, that it knows all true propositions infallibly, that the thing is perfect in nature. Why does it have to be that way? Why introduce mystery when nothing requires the agent to introduce mystery? Like, why do that? Why make it harder? Because remember, us knowing that, like, say every human being on the planet knew
Well,
for
I
a
was
fact. Imagine that every human being knew for a fact that the God existed. Every single human being on the planet got a Damascus Road experience, Book of Acts.
right.
Imagine that happened. That would
Okay.
entail that there would be no atheists because we all know the God exists. But would that logically entail that all humans would be Christians?
Well, not necessarily because
You're right.
there are people who for example, right? Judas had the firsthand experience of the God man, right? And yet he chose to turn away from it for his own selfish reasons. And so us as
Well,
humans, we have this
there's
desire.
wait, hold on. There's some problems in that theology because there is an argument made that God was influential on why Judas did what he did, that it was all set in stone, that Judas was always meant to do that. But then if you go to the Apocrypha, there's the story that Judas was never actually convinced, and Judas was afraid of the damage that Jesus was going to do. And so in order to limit the damage, that's why he betrayed him, because he was trying to go for a greater
What
good.
apocrypha is that?
That's the Gospel of Judas.
Yeah, we wouldn't hold that in our canon.
Right. It's entirely subjective. Entirely subjective.
No, it's
But
not. It's not subjective in our worldview because well, Christ, he is the. This is right. This is our worldview as Christians, right? Because as the Orthodox Christianity, right? Because we would say that Christ instituted a church in which he said that the gates of Hades would never prevail against. And so that church has to be a church that is a visible body of believers that moved without error and without heresy throughout the beginning, towards the end, and future, and so on and so forth, right? And so the canonization of scriptures isn't something that's subjective. You know, the evangelical might
how do you
say
know?
that the
But
canon of
how do you know
scripture.
that's true? But how do you know that's true? Because
Well, we
someone
would say
told.
we know it's
Because someone told
we
you.
we would say we know it's true because it's almost undeniable that Christ was a real man who walked the earth. Now the question comes about is that Christ, if he was a real man who really walked the earth, who really did get crucified on the cross and really claimed to be the Son of God, right? Then it comes into a matter of yes, faith, and also if Christ did the things and actually meant who he was. And so there's only really two things.
Oh,
If
no,
Christ
no,
was
well,
the Son of
hold up. All the things you said about Christ right there, that the individual who inspired the character in the book, that the individual actually existed, that the individual did make claims, that the individual was crucified.
Do you believe that Christ
I
didn't exist as a person in
no,
history, or
okay.
what?
I'm not a mythicist. I hold that most likely there was an individual that existed, first century Judea or first century Palestine, Iron Age Palestine, that was
With the
that.
manuscript evidence that we
Well,
have about him,
hang
do
on.
you hold to
I
that?
do hold that there was an individual that inspired the character in the book, but I hold that that's true for a lot of legendary characters. There likely was a king who inspired the character of King Arthur. There likely was a warrior who inspired the character of Beowulf. There likely was a king who inspired the character of Gilgamesh, the legend that we know about them. There are legendary characters all over the place. I hold that is
Right, but
most likely
do we
there
have the
was.
manuscript evidence? Because we have extra biblical people who also claim to have, known Christ, known his disciples, and known him
No,
to
they
do
don't. No, there
miracles.
aren't. There aren't. There are
I mean,
people
you have
who. Oh,
Josephus,
wait.
you have Nicodemus,
Josephus didn't
right?
know Christ. Josephus didn't know Christ. Josephus wrote
Right, he
about
wrote
Christ.
about him.
No, well, hang
Yeah,
on a sec.
absolutely.
But most of what he wrote was Christian interpolation created by Eusebius.
Yeah, two quick notes because I want to loop this back to what he said earlier because he skipped a point. So quick note, Josephus was not born before Jesus was gone. Okay, so you can knock that one right off your brain. He was not in existence while Jesus walked the earth. He was not a witness to anything.
Right. Remember, like Josephus didn't come into his own. Like, I mean, he was a general during the Jewish-Roman War, during the first Jewish-Roman War. He got his ass spanked by Vespasian, and he pretty much like betrayed his faith in order to survive, because when they were getting defeated, he was cornered, and all of the people around him committed mass suicide. Like, they all killed themselves. Only he didn't. And so he managed to shrewdly keep himself alive by using what his knowledge of Judaic, of the Messianic, like Judaic prophecies, to convince Vespasian or Vespasian, however you pronounce it, to convince him that he was the foretold emperor, the foretold king, that he would be the new emperor. And so he kind of like turned his back on his beliefs, and he used his knowledge to survive. And then, so you could kind of call him a Jewish turncoat. And then when Vespasian did become emperor, the emperor, when he did become emperor, he freed Josephus, but instead of just returning to his people, Josephus took the guy's family name, Flavius, and then became a Roman historian.
Okay, what about the Jewish Talmud?
Well, 2 seconds. I have to address this. 2 seconds. I have to address this. Thank you, Jessica, for the $10 Australian. Morality is a code of behavior and instructions that informs human actions. This code only exists inside of human minds, expressed via language. Outside of humanity, morality doesn't exist. Agreed. That actions are amoral, and in order to determine morality, it requires an evaluator. So, and Jessica for 5 Australian. Odysseus knew that Neptune was a real god who ruled the seas. That didn't stop Odysseus from disobeying Neptune's orders and defying his will. Thank you so much, Jessica. Excellent. The key point is, if every human being on the planet got a Damascus Road experience, a la Book of Acts, that would not logically entail that every human being would become a Christian, because
they have free will.
Because worthiness of worship is not logically entailed by existence alone. That needs to be evaluated by another metric entirely. So why would the God, if it wants us to believe it exists, why does the God have a problem with us knowing that it exists?
If the God wants us to know he exists, why does he have a problem with us knowing he exists?
Why do we exist in a system? Why do we exist in a system where we cannot demonstrate that the God actually does exist?
Well, how would you need to demonstrate that God exists in order for you to believe him?
Well,
would it have to be like an empirical sense data? Would you have to put God in a test tube so that you could believe that he exists?
No. I mean, the God could demonstrate itself. Like I said, it could give every single human being on the planet a Damascus Road experience. That's one way.
The idea is that. The idea is that, like, because you would have to come to the conclusion that God at one point did give everybody the Damascus Road experience, and that was in the person, the God-man of Christ.
I think if every human on the planet got a Damascus Road experience, I think we could come to a consensus that the God does exist. But that hasn't happened. It could happen. It's within the range of God's power to do it. Why hasn't it done that if the God wants us to know it exists? It did it for Saul.
Well, yeah, but
Why can't it do it for everybody?
right, it did it for someone. I mean, this is like kind of going into the idea of Lazarus, right? And the rich man and Lazarus, right? Are you familiar with the story of rich man and Lazarus?
I am, but it doesn't address this. What is there
Okay,
a rule? Is there a rule or a law that dictates that the God cannot give all human beings right now a Damascus Road experience?
I mean, he could, but then would you believe that that was free will if God imposes this Damascus Road experience on
Yes,
every
because it would
single
just be
person that we
evidence.
could believe?
It would still be free will because I would still then be able to choose. I would actually be more rational in my decision as to whether or not to follow the God. Because one, how can I choose to follow something if I don't know it exists? Then
I mean,
if
you
I
don't think
do
that
know it
there's
exists,
sufficient evidence for Christ and Christianity? I mean, in the 2000 years,
no,
through people doing
no,
persecution, you know,
no,
to
because the historical claims are not the same as the theological claims. The historical claims are one thing. Did a guy exist? Sure. Did he preach heretical Second Temple Judaism? Sure. Did he piss off the authorities? Sure. Did he develop a cult around him? Sure. Was he nailed to a piece of wood for his troubles like they often did in ancient Rome? Sure. None of this is problematic. But it doesn't mean that Jesus was supernatural in nature, nor that the God he proposed existed did in fact exist. It just means that he was a heretical or he was a heretical itinerant rabbi who was no different than he was basically the Iron Age David Koresh. That's all he was.
well,
Just a
the thing is
megalomaniacal
just
cult leader.
the claim that he was no different is actually, I would say, disingenuous, because there were plenty of people, of prophets, who rose up before claiming that they were the Christ. But then Jesus Christ comes around and he claims that he is the Christ, and he preaches these things. And then the Jewish people, even some of the Pharisees ended up converting to Christianity. And then the Christians, even in the time of the persecution throughout Rome and everything, persevered all the way up into 2,000 years later, where we have now, where Christianity is one of the biggest world religions.
Okay, but here's the
Right.
problem.
So
none of
even
that. Hold up, Danny, hold up. But the
Go ahead.
historicity of it does not entail that what he was espousing is true. That people were convinced of it, that convinced of the proposition, does not logically entail that the proposition is true. It just means that those individuals were convinced that it was true.
Yeah, I'm not
That's the
trying to
problem.
go to an appeal to the masses, but I mean, like,
appeal to
if you want to
popularity is
claim
what
that,
that would be.
yeah, the people around him were convinced of it, right? But then the people
That's what the
200
story
years,
says. That's what the story
right?
says. We can't
Some of
confirm.
But the
We can't
people
confirm that.
200 years, the people 200 years later, 500 years later, 600 years later, 1,000 years later, who never knew Christ, heard the story about Christ and read these scriptures about Christ, and were even moved, you know, through, you could say, even divine revelation, to continue building his church throughout the first millennia and face that persecution without even knowing Christ, right?
I want to take those numbers you just provided. Islam came out before, good old year 1000, and
Yep.
people believe that stuff too, and they don't believe Jesus was the Son of God.
And Judaism,
Right, I mean,
wait, hold up. Judaism is even older than Christianity, and there are people who still practice that. Hinduism is even older than that by millennia, and people still practice that. These are just different cults that have survived the ravages of time.
Well, I would say that Christianity, there's even people, atheists, who, would say that a Christian state is better than a Hindu state or an Islam state or a Jewish state.
We're back to, hold on. We're jackrabbiting through so many topics. We kind of missed where I was really hoping to go before I.
I wanted to.
Let's do one last topic, and then I'm gonna head out.
I was hoping we could. I wanted to put the final nail in the morality thing. The Euthyphro dilemma.
Let's do that.
Let me just say. I'll say this. The Euthyphro dilemma is meant to showcase one thing. If a thing is good simply because God does it, that entails that good is subjective. It's good simply because God did it. The God doing it is what makes it is that entails that it's subjective. That moral distinctions, that moral because it is good, it is a subjective thing. It is a stance dependent thing. Okay. If God was doing it because it was good to do, that entails that God is not ultimate, and that there is some substrate that exists that even God itself must adhere to. So it's literally, that's what the Euthyphro dilemma is showcasing, that morality is subjective, and that moral pronouncements, the moral pronouncements that come down from God, those are subjective to God. There is no rule or law that says that X is moral and Y is immoral. That's just God making subjective statements. That's God saying, by my stance, by my power, and by I'm the creator, blah blah blah. I'm the biggest, baddest on the block. This is what I say is good. This is what I say is bad. That's totally subjective. But if it was objectively true, it would be true even if a God didn't exist, because it would be a true state of the universe.
Okay? I mean, unless
there would be no subjectivity to that,
right? Because if he was the creator of the universe and he created all, right, and if the universe had certain truths that were in it already in reality, and God created that reality, you know what I mean? Then it would technically still be objective.
Morality is not like physics. Morality, moral evaluations require an evaluator. To determine something is moral or immoral requires someone to evaluate.
Let me knock this one off you. Let me knock this one off you.
It's entirely subjective.
Right. Would you say that I'm going to say the graping of a woman is a subjective moral thing? Would you say that it is subjectively wrong, or would you say that it is objective?
Hang on a sec, Danny. You buried the lead there. The term rape, okay, refers to a number one. That's a legal term. That's a legal a legal designation for a particular action. The non-consensual sexual activity is that's what we refer to it as, right? So you've already defined it by using the term rape. You've already defined it. You're invoking the term that literally by definition it is immoral because it's non-consensual. All right. If you alter the definition of that, it's no longer rape anymore. It's kind of like saying, well, if morality is subjective, then murder is always permissible. No. Literally, the term murder is by definition an unjustified homicide.
So if it wasn't without definition, and me and you without defining it experienced that in person, do you think within our human instinct we would know deep down in our heart and in our mind something wrong is going on? Or would you say that we would have to, oh, you know what, this is happening, but let's actually subjectively come out with this word for it, and now, oh, that word now has immoral implications behind it, therefore it's immoral?
Well, what
would you say about that?
We describe it and we evaluate it based upon our stances. That's how we do it. The thing that informs that is our empathy, is our capacity for empathy. But you recognize that not all evaluations are the same. Not all moral evaluations are equal amongst people. So it depends.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that there is an objective moral stance, though, that even without defining it, even without putting.
How can it be objective? How can it be mind stance independently true? How are you getting an is from how are you getting an ought from an is?
Well, I would say because, and this is just my belief, and I guess we're going to leave it at this just to cut it off. Unless you want to add something afterwards. And then I do got to say thank y'all for having the discussion with me. You know, you've given me a lot to think about. This has been one of the better discussions that I've been on. You know, definitely got stuff that I could look more into after this. Definitely a firm believer, right? Definitely encourage that. But I would say that there are objective truths that without even our mind being behind it or defining the thing, giving it, a subjective, word or thought behind it, that there are just certain things that are objectively wrong. And it's because, God created the universe, created the entirety of what we know, space, time, and it says that his law is written on our hearts. So even morality, he created in himself.
Yeah, but you just contradicted yourself, bud. How can it be mind stance independent if it was dependent upon God to decree it?
Well, what do you mean? Because God isn't a subject how we understand it.
Yes, it is. No. By virtue of logic, it is. It is its own entity. By virtue of the law, literally the law of identity. God is itself, and is by definition an agent because God has a mind. So it is its own agent. It is not equivalent to all other agents or entities in existence. So if God has to, if the rule is dependent upon God establishing it, how can that rule be mind independent?
Well, because I'm not following. Ask your question. My apologies.
If the existence of the rule is dependent upon the God declaring it that way,
Right.
if it's dependent upon that, then how can the rule be mind independent?
Right. Because it's dependent on the mind of God, it can't be
Right.
mind independent. Meaning that
Exactly.
it's not objective, is what you're saying.
You got it.
Yeah. So I want to bounce on this one because, okay, since we're going for morality, so apparently you think like rape is just universally bad, right?
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
Okay. So now what about the fact of your God engineering it and arranging it deliberately?
Give me the verse.
Yeah. 2 Samuel 12. So yeah.
2 Samuel 12. Let's go to
Yeah,
it.
this is where Yahweh's kind of ticked off at David, because David had this little.
I've heard of this one where it says that because that the women are going to go and have sex with the men in broad
it's not that they're gonna go. No. See, we gotta watch the wording here because see, God's.
What is it? 2 Samuel, which one?
2 Samuel 12. Yeah, so we're in chapter 12, and the verse we're going to be going for here starts around. Starts at verse 11. So we're going to get there. So I'm just setting up a little pretext here. So David ticked off the boss by having a little fling, and God's reaction here. Thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight. So this is God taking direct action, going, you know, that exact thing I don't like that you did, they're gonna get it. This isn't there's no let attached to this, there's no allow. This is I'm doing
because of what you have done, I will cause your own household to rebel against you. I will give your wives to another man because your very eyes, and you will go to bed with them in public view. You did it secretly, but I will make this happen to you openly in the sight of all of Israel.
Yeah. So apparently, God here directed the rape.
Well, I would say that even in the language here, it's ambiguous to say that it was rape because he says that I will give your wives to another man and they will lay with him.
No,
see, wait, hold on. Hey, hang on a sec, Danny. Did the women consent in this situation?
It's ambiguous. It doesn't say that.
No, we can confirm that.
No, hold up. It's not ambiguous. It never says anything about it. They're never given the opportunity to consent.
Take, give to the enemy. Now, the thing is that, see, the next chapter, we get to see the fulfillment of this, by the way, because the Absalom, one of David's sons, comes rocking through town and fulfills exactly this. Now, what ends up happening is that after all this plays out, the wives and David actually ends up reclaiming, his former living space after having been invaded. The wives are sent off. Now, you see, the thing is that if the wives slept with him voluntarily with Absalom, they will have committed adultery and they'd have been stoned to death. But they weren't, which is the indication that this was not consensual, because this was a power move to try to take, from Absalom's sense of things, to try to, show up as father. So we know that according to the law, if they were adulteresses, they would have been stoned to death, which did not come to pass. So aside from the language going, God's taking them and handing them over, this ain't willing. And the fact that they lived and they were left to live out their lives after. So this is the chapter after. You may want to read these two back to back. tells you
Yeah, go ahead. I
what's
got him.
not consent.
Before your very eyes, I will take your wives and give them to one who is close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight. You did it in secret, but I will do this thing in broad daylight before all Israel. And so it's literally rape by implication.
Now, there's a whole ton of other ones there. We could go through, Numbers 31, where, after the little thing with Peor that went on there, about 30,000 child sex slaves. Yeah.
Oh wait. Here's something. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Charles Oliver brings up something interesting. Thank you, Charles, for this, and thank you. Good to see you in the chat. And Mandolin B, good to see you as well. I will make this happen. There's a wild implication there that if God does this and makes this happen, is God overriding their ability to consent? Because God is literally making them, like, to avoid the rape thing, is God like literally overriding their capacity to consent, which in a sense would still be rape because he's literally removed their ability and is just making it happen. He's saying, oh, it's not rape because I'm making them consent to it, which would be a violation of their free will. So if it's not rape, God is violating their free will to make them consent. Or if God is not violating their free will, it's rape because they're being given over to someone who's going to have sex with them when they have not consented to do so. Either way, and the implication of I will make this happen is even worse, because that implies that God is violating these women's free will, in order to make them have sex with somebody else.
I mean, I would say, and look, I'm not a defender by rape. I think it's kind of crazy when people say, like, oh, if you accept this teaching, then you're accept the rape, because a lot of what the Bible is descriptive and not prescriptive. So because it's describing this great injustice that David did, and therefore he's getting punished through, the means of judgment that God imposes, which is, a means of judgment that we can't fully understand. You know what I mean? Because
we're down to arguing that rape is universally bad, but God doing it deliberately somehow isn't.
Or God, creating the circumstances in which it will happen because it's the outcome that it wants.
I mean,
that's pretty wild.
Reading the text, I just, even though it says, I will give your women over to other men and they will sleep with them. You know what I mean? It doesn't really entail how it is exactly that this whole process goes about. Is it that God then does have some secondary causes that go on with the family matters of?
It's not secondary. It tells you right before there, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. God's doing the whole deal.
Yeah, from within his own house, but it's not like he's forcing them. It's not like he's forcing them because they have.
Wait. No. But ostensibly, his wives would know that the penalty for adultery would be being stoned to death. So why would he make it so that these women who understand the penalty would then go and commit the crime that would result in their executions?
I mean, the penalty for David should have been that he had been stoned to death.
Okay, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened in the story.
Right. So let me ask you this, right? Would it have been better if David had gotten stoned to death?
It would have been better if the circumstances that allowed for any of these logical possibilities, if those circumstances never existed at all.
Well, we're down to, what did the women do?
Yeah, what did they do to deserve this?
Well, I mean, the thing is like, even with the Amalekites and the Canaanites,
hang on a sec. Christianity just views women as property, so they can be used like that, right?
That's not true. Because Christ says that in Christ there is no woman, there is no man, there is no slave, there is no Jew, there is no Gentile.
Really?
Right? And what are the commandments for the husbands to do for their wives? Go ahead, since we think that they're property, right? Men, you have to obey your wives, subject your body to them, and also treat your wives and love your wives as Christ loved his church. What did Christ do for his church? Did he die on a cross? So for me, for my wife, I have to subject my body to her, and I have to love her as Christ did the church, which means I have to sacrifice and lay my life down for her. So let's go over the whole property.
Hang on,
let's get over that, right?
Danny, hang on a second.
Because it's harmonious.
Danny,
it's
harmonious. Hang on a second. Danny, hang on a second. Jesus himself said, I came not to change the law, but to fulfill it. Jesus was making no changes to the law. The law is as follows, as expressed in Exodus 20:17, Deuteronomy 5:21, Deuteronomy 20:14, Judges 5:30, Job 31:9-10, 1 Corinthians 7:4.
I mean, but you understand that there are certain Levitical laws that we don't apply to.
No, but
anymore,
1 Corinthians 7:4, while addressing mutual obligation, states the wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband, and likewise also the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife. But it delegates the power.
They both have power over each other's body, right?
It's legal ownership of sexual access, okay, which literally devalues the autonomy of the woman. Okay, but that's an expression.
What of the man? Of the man too? Then didn't you just say it's also of the man?
You look at the old laws. That was an addendum, but the old laws. Deuteronomy 5:21, irradiation, grouping the wife with a neighbor's possessions. Deuteronomy 5:21, Deuteronomy 20:14 describes taking women and livestock as plunder or spoils of war. Judges 5:30 refers to women as spoils of war.
Well, those are talking about war. Those are literally like.
Hold on, I'm not done. These are just different contexts. Job 31:9-10 implies a wife can be passed to another man, treating her as a possession. Let my wife grind for another, and let other men kneel over her. Okay, it is implicitly time and time again informed that wives are property, which is why marital rape does not exist. A husband cannot rape his wife because she is his possession.
That's not this is the thing though. This is the thing that a lot of people get mixed up with. They're talking about a completely different time period compared to the time period that we have now.
Because Jesus said, "I come not to change the law. I came not to change the law, but to fulfill it."
Yeah. So if he's fulfilled the law, right? If he's fulfilled the law, he hasn't changed the law, but he has fulfilled the law.
These are the old laws. These are the old laws.
Yeah, in which he has fulfilled it, right? And so in fulfilling the law, that doesn't mean that he changed the law, but there are certain Levitical laws that we don't practice we don't practice like sin sacrifices, we don't practice animal sacrifices, we don't practice the Levitical laws of the clothing of the garments and stuff, right?
That is
no. We understand that there are certain ceremonial laws that we don't practice in today's day and age.
Did Jesus ever say to stop doing those things?
Did Christ ever say to stop? I'm pretty sure.
Did Christ ever say stop wearing mixed fabrics?
No, he did. That's an argument from science because he didn't say that.
No, it's not. He never. He just never said that. He never repealed those. He didn't say, look at the Levitical laws. These things don't matter anymore.
Actually,
he never said that.
He said very specifically the opposite. See, the Sermon on the Mount there says these laws, this is Mark 5, the summary of that turns into
before heaven and earth and the universe pass. Correct. Yeah,
called till hell free.
Okay. Well, the thing is that the second temple.
This is your God saying, you know, all those old laws, they apply forever. Now that actually gets repeated several times, I believe, through Deuteronomy.
Well, this is the thing that people don't understand is that the second temple was heaven, earth, and the universe. And in 70 AD, when the second temple was destroyed, heaven, earth, and the universe technically were.
Have heaven and earth passed away?
Heaven and earth have passed away. That's the thing. It's a typology to the second temple being destroyed in 70 AD.
Yeah, that's a nice little extra symbology you've invented there, but apparently
that's not what I've invented. That's Christian theology.
Hold up, Danny. Danny, hang on a sec. That is not all Christians. Not all Christians hold to that. And if you say that you hold to it, it is true.
Not all Christians hold to that.
But there is no solution to the problem of hermeneutics. Your denomination's interpretation cannot be shown to be like the true interpretation over anybody else's. That is the problem of hermeneutics. There's currently no solution to that because
I would disagree. If you look through church history, you can't see that.
No. How do you know that the people in the past that you're not committing the same mistake that the people in the past did? How do you know that that's not happening?
Well, because Christ said that the gates of Hades will not prevail against his church.
That's what the story says. But guess what? The Bible is open to interpretation. I think you agree with that, right?
It actually says that it's not open to interpretation.
Okay,
it says
well,
that
guess
it's
what?
not meant for private interpretation. That's the whole thing.
Well, here's the problem.
Is that you get the Black Hebrew Israelites, you get the Mormons, you get the Jehovah's Witnesses, you get all the people that take the freaking Bible and they just interpret it the way they do. Even you guys right now, you interpret it the way you do. But if you don't have the ethos to interpret the Bible,
how is this not a no true Scotsman fallacy?
What do you mean? I don't know what the no true Scotsman fallacy is.
A no true Scotsman fallacy. I want to get the actual terminology so I don't mess it up. No true Scotsman fallacy. The no true Scotsman fallacy is a logical fallacy where someone attempts to protect a universal generalization from counterexamples by changing the definition of the group rather than admitting the generalization is false. Okay? So like an example of this would be no true Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge. But my Uncle Angus is a Scotsman, and he puts sugar on his porridge. And then the first one says, but no true Scotsman would put sugar on his porridge. Your argument is no Christian would interpret the Bible in this way. And then I say, but my uncle is a Christian and interprets the Bible in this way. And then you say, but no true Christian would interpret the Bible in this way. It's an informal fallacy.
I would say that people that claim to be, and this might even be another fallacy, but I've tried to end it many times. We're just going to end it like this. There are a bunch of different denominations out there. You have the crazy evangelicals, you have the crazy Pentecostals, you have the Jehovah's Witnesses, you have the Mormons, and all of those are basically atheist factories. People look at them and they see and they think that this is Christianity, and they're like, okay, well, that's what that is. I'm going to step away from that.
I judge them all as versions of Christianity. They're all different versions of the same cult.
Yeah. So let me say this.
Which is evidence that their existence is evidence. Their existence is really strong evidence that these things are man-made. They're human-made. So
well, the thing is that Christ says that the church is the body of Christ, right? And so when people say, "Oh, okay, well, you have this church and you have that church and you have that church, and they're all the body of Christ."
Well, where does Jesus say this?
I think it's Paul. Paul says that the church is the body of Christ.
Yeah, that's Paul.
Paul says that the church is the body of Christ. This is the thing.
I mean, you may as well call it like Pollyanity, okay? Because a lot of this shit comes from Paul, not from Jesus.
Yeah, the previous quote you gave us about there is no man, there is no woman. That's Paul.
That's
Paul's
Paul.
a heretic.
Why is Paul a heretic?
Because take a look at every time he contradicts Jesus. Jesus comes off saying, from the Sermon on the Mount going, nothing's changing. And Paul's like going, no. You see, Jesus was technically parroting Deuteronomy 6, which is where after God gives all of the commandments and statutes, which is the law to Moses, and asks how long this is going to last. In Deuteronomy, God says directly, forever. Jesus doubles down, forever. Everything you take from Paul, that guy, as far as I'm concerned, is stealing Judaism from the Jews.
Yeah, he was also. There's also evidence that he was a universalist. That all human beings will eventually be saved. They all eventually wind up going to heaven. That no one will wind up in hell for eternity or destroyed. They'll all eventually get to go to heaven.
Yeah,
but I disagree with that.
But this
Paul even says to work out your salvation with faith and trembling. With faith and trembling, right?
Yeah, but that's Paul. But Paul, there's a great amount of interpretation that is said that Paul was responsible for that winds up getting attributed to Jesus himself.
Whose interpretation? Whose interpretation?
The things that Paul said that directly contradict many of the.
Who's interpreting what Paul said as a contradiction?
This is the things that
because I'm not going to grant that your interpretation is the correct interpretation of Scripture.
Deuteronomy, God says forever. Jesus, Sermon on the Mount, doubles down forever. You're now appealing to Paul. Paul goes, "Oh no, that God stuttered."
Well, to put it on that, I got to address these because I know that Danny's has got to bounce out. He's been trying to end it, but I do want to leave you with
that's not good.
Pointed to Lest for 5,001 says, why doesn't the guest use the same standards of evidence for Islam and Muhammad? Good point. Just to have a consistent epistemology. Jessica for 10 Australian says, Jesus in the Gospels was awesome, healing the sick, socializing with the unwanted, upsetting the ruling authorities, saying rich people can't get to heaven. If only Christianity today was like this. A bit of self-policing would be better. Agreed.
Amen.
And Jessica says, concepts like bodily autonomy, rights, consent are social constructs that can only exist within human society. Outside of human society, these words are meaningless. Good point. Excellent point there, Jessica.
That is a good point.
So we covered a whole range of topics here.
Yes, we did.
But the key point is epistemologically speaking, like how we know things. Going back to what you were originally talking about, was when it comes to transcendental concepts, we hold these concepts to be human creations that we impose upon reality to describe it and quantify it. These are not mind stance independent things. They are not prescriptive in nature, that they are human invention, and they are not universally true. Just like what is beautiful is different for different people because it's stance dependent. What is justice is entirely subjective because it's stance dependent. What one person considers just is not equivalent to what another person considers just. Okay? The veracity of truth, like how probabilistic is this truth statement we're making? How much does it correlate with reality? Okay? These are abstracta. The difference between what you're doing, what we're doing is you are assuming a God exists in order to establish that these terms have a metaphysical ontology that you can't show to be the case. Essentially, if you assume that justice has a particular metaphysical ontology, like it is like objective in some sense, that there's an objective standard there, then
Right.
you need to invent the God in order for your your assumption of metaphysical ontology to be true. But that assumes the God exists. If the God doesn't exist, then these things are not transcendental in the way you're thinking about them. They are merely abstracta that we impose upon the universe, that impose upon society is what we do. So that's the differentiation. There's no real logical problem there. It just means that we don't view them the same way you do, but ultimately we actually do, because in your worldview, the final arbiter of what these things are is God. You can't demonstrate a God exists, so we say, the non-believer says, the final arbiter of these things are the people that are invoking them. We just take it down one notch to humanity.
Right.
The
But that
ontology is
leads
still
to,
the
like,
same.
subjectivism and stuff like that. I would say in in both worldviews, no matter how you look at it, there are certain presuppositions on both sides, and there are certain flaws in both sides. You know what I mean? And depending on who's looking at it, what kind of questions you're asking. You know what I mean? And to end it here though, both of y'all definitely gave me a lot of good things. You know what I mean? I definitely didn't want to go into any tangents of anything that I didn't have, the greatest knowledge of. I tried to stay humble, whatever I couldn't answer, I said, hey, I don't know, whatever I could, I tried my best. You know what I mean? Definitely not a textual or philosophical, philosophy scholar or anything like that, or a scholar by any sense. So, you guys have a very lot of knowledge, you know what I mean? I really appreciate y'all for the things, the contingencies that y'all gave me, you know what I mean? Gave me a lot to think about. And, thanks for even bringing me up here and allowing me to speak for y'all as long as I
Definitely.
did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can
And this was all
can I
around
just make a
great
quick
experience.
point?
Oh, Danny, this is PhD Tony. He's a regular here on the channel. And I think
Oh, nice.
before you go real quick, Tony has a question for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to give it a brief answer. Go ahead.
it's not so much a question as an observation.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because you've stated several times that Jews converted to Christianity, and this is not completely true, because the early Jews that were followers of Christ considered Christ to be teaching Jewish theology. So there were a lot of arguments about whether or not you could be a Christian without being circumcised. And you can see this in some of Paul's letters. But a lot of the Jews that were followers of Christ disagreed fundamentally with the idea that this was a different religion. They thought that they were signing up to what was basically just another branch of Judaism. And there are books about early Christianities, because there were lots of them before.
There's a lot of heretics. There's a lot of heretics for sure.
Well, yes, you describe them as heretics now. At the time, they themselves certainly wouldn't have regarded themselves as heretics.
No, a heretic wouldn't claim that they're a heretic at all.
You get to describe them as heretics riding on the back of 2,000 years of suppression, of many times violent suppression of alternative interpretations. So yeah, but you've said a couple of things that the people at the time would not have accepted as true.
Like what exactly? What people at what time? Because if heretics didn't regard what I was saying as true, then why would you trust a heretic to tell you what's true?
Well, but they describe you as a heretic. So
Who?
why would I believe you over them?
Who described me as a heretic?
Well, if you have a different interpretation,
You're begging the question of who was a heretic at the time, and if a heretic would describe me as a heretic, then you wouldn't trust a heretic. And also, who is it that had the authority to declare a person as a heretic?
No, you need to stop and listen to the question.
Go ahead.
Why would I trust you over the heretic?
I wouldn't say trust me. I wouldn't say trust me. But
okay,
why would you trust?
You just asked the question. Would you trust a heretic? Would you trust a heretic? I don't trust you. So why is what you say any more persuasive than what a heretic says?
No, I wouldn't say what I say. I wouldn't say what I say. I would say what the church fathers of the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church of the first 1,000 years of Christianity.
More persuasive than the heretics?
Well, because what they said was in coherence with the tradition passed down through the apostles, through apostolic succession, and that was then aired.
But that's what they claim, and that's the claim in question, right? They are claiming orthodoxy with what was handed down through apostolic succession, but that's what they need to demonstrate, not claim.
Well, yeah, that's what they need to demonstrate, and they did. You could go and read all the church fathers, and you could see it is very coherent.
Well, no. Us just reading their claims doesn't demonstrate it. It just shows that it was to a degree consistent over time. But that could very well just be people making the same mistake that you're making now.
Well, listen, y'all. It's like 12 o'clock where I'm at, and now y'all got a PhD doctor up here and stuff now, and I'm freaking like 23, dog.
To be fair, my PhD is nothing to do with theology, so don't let that.
Okay. No.
But he is a former Catholic, so.
Yeah, I am a former Catholic.
My apologies. I'm sorry. No,
you're Orthodox, I take it.
I'm a catechumen, so I obviously shouldn't have even been on the stream as a catechumen because I'm literally just like, nobody. I mean, I have no really roots into the Orthodox faith, but what I know, I offer.
Danny, you are more than. Here's the key, and I want you to take this away. I take this to heart. If at any point in any kind of authority figure in your life tells you that you should not be asking questions, you should know right then and there that is exactly what you need to be doing. The truth has nothing to fear from inquiry. The only thing propositions have to fear from inquiry is being shown that they are false. Yeah. If they're true, then the inquiry will only reveal that they are true. Okay? Yeah. So you have every right to be on any stream you want, asking questions and trying to seek answers. That is the most intellectually honest thing I think you could possibly be doing, and puts you in a better position than the vast majority of the theists that I ever interact with. Don't diminish yourself for wanting to know.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I meant that more so because I meant that more so in a not trying to represent the Orthodox faith through me, which I would never say that I'm a representative accurately of the Orthodox faith.
I just wanted to point out that I'm a Catholic, and therefore I was a Catholic, sorry, but therefore from the perspective of the Orthodox Church, I'm a heretic. So
yes, technically so anathema. Yeah, I would, that's one thing that I would, if I wanted to honestly represent the faith, would have to agree with. Yes. I mean, my personal things, not saying that like, oh, well, you're a terrible, there's improper and proper heretics, what I mean?
I am curious before you go. What is your opinion on the efforts of Francis and Bartholomew bringing the Orthodox and Catholic churches together again?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on that?
I do have an opinion on it. Like, okay, so this is just the catechumen's opinion before anybody goes, doxes me or whatever, finds out where I live.
No one's gonna do
Okay.
it.
So, so my opinion on it, because I was arguing with some Catholics and they were like, oh, you know what I mean? Don't you have the same problem of ecumenism with, Bartholomew and Pope Leo? I think it's pretty obvious to the Orthodox faith that we've known that at the top of there's always been problems with ecumenism. You know what I mean? There's always going to be problem within the church. No church is perfect. The Orthodox faith, the Orthodox church isn't perfect, right? There's been bad bishops, there's been bad patriarchs. We could say the stuff that's going on with Bartholomew right now is obviously a clear case that ecumenism, can infect any, branch. You know what I mean? What I believe though is, you know what I mean? As far as the Catholics that I was discussing with, their contingency was like, okay, well, you deal with ecumenism, going on in the faith, right? And I'd say, okay, but if that ever became a teaching that Bartholomew had, morally or faithfully, I or, our parish or the bishops under him wouldn't have to take it as his, like an infallible authority over the church, right? We have some independency of it where even, the bishops could come together and say, okay, you know what, Bartholomew, and, I should be corrected on this if they even had this power to excommunicate Bartholomew because of his, heresy, right? The whole spiel is though, right? And like I said, if I need to be corrected on that, yes. But my idea is that ecumenism is a thing, an idea that was imposed onto the Christian faith by the Rothschilds to try to kind of develop a one world religion. And that's what the elitists want, right? And so the Catholic Church is obviously a geopolitical, a state. The Vatican itself is, just a state that is, independent of any other sovereign country. You have the Vatican Bank that people can use to launder money, stuff like that. And so the elitists are always trying to destroy the faith no matter what to try to create a one world religion, which is what ecumenism is, right? It makes me sad to see it at the top up with our patriarchs, but nonetheless, the faith once passed down, to the saints through the apostles, which is what I hold to, which is what I believe in, right? Talks about these things, talks about ecumenism, talks about how to, keep your ethos and your mindset and to be watchful, right? So it's ugly, it's nasty. I don't like it. I don't like what happened with Ukraine, right? You know what I mean? I think a lot of people didn't like that. I think it definitely caused a split between the Greek and the Russians, which I would side more with the Russians on that. I think anybody kind of looking at it would well, there's some crazy people, so maybe they wouldn't. But I think that it's obvious that the Russians kind of had it right, granting independence to Ukraine, the Ukrainian church, which was like not even a real church, after getting paid like $5 million from the government is definitely a shiesty move to say the least. But, reading through the saints that we have, like Saint Seraphim Rose, I would call him Saint Seraphim Rose. He's going to become a saint soon, become canonized as a saint. That's the talk. Saint Seraphim Asedov, who is my patron saint, the lives of the saints, the theology that they talk about, that they teach, it's something beautiful. You know what I mean? Even if you're an atheist, even if you don't believe in that kind of stuff, looking at what some of the church fathers wrote about theology and more so about the way that a Christian should conduct himself and live, to try to live a pleasing life to God is something that's beautiful and to be admired. And I don't think it's anywhere else. I don't think it's in any other I was a Protestant for a while. I don't think it's in any other evangelical sect. They're definitely not in Mormonism or, Jehovah's Witness. And it's something that can only be found truly in the Eastern Orthodox faith.
So you're against the two churches coming together?
I would say so, yes, just because I see it as a kind of let's go to the lowest common denominator and let's just reunite over that. When there are so many differences that we have to have discussions like even this, us discussing our differences in faith, right? These are discussions that have to be had and to be, people have to take accountability for the things that have happened throughout the past in church history for us to truly come together. I don't think just because, one of our patriarchs goes and participates in common prayer with Pope Leo and he says, hey, things under the bridge, there we go, we're all one church now. I don't think that. And I think a bunch of other Orthodox people, Orthodox Christians, unlike myself, would kind of see it the same way.
I agree.
Okay.
You've all got to become Jews again. You're right. We
I
got to bring
think
it down
so.
to base
We got to
level.
cut off the wee-wees. We got to cut off the wee-wee hoodies, bro. I agree fully. All
And
right,
hey, Robin Webster, good to see you. I appreciate it, Danny. I appreciate you coming up for the conversation. You're always welcome. There's a lot more that we could discuss in these things when you have more time.
Absolutely. God bless y'all, and y'all be safe. Christ is risen.
Let me know when
Have
you
a
can
good one.
justify tossing the Apocrypha.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Oh.
waiting for, is to justify why he gets to throw the Apocrypha out, because he gets to be the arbiter of what is and isn't scripture.
There's
Go for
a,
it.
there's a huge can of worms that was there. There certainly was that a lot of topics that we touched on, and I know that at certain points you're right, Andrew. You're correct. We kind of glossed out of cosmology into, like, he really quickly wanted to get it into morality, which is okay. I get it. I just wish we'd I think in the areas that we came to a logical terminus on are the points when he wanted to jump to another topic. I think he was following along with that, and I think the morality one, he really did grasp. I think he got that. When I finally asked him, if the rule is dependent, the existence of the rule is dependent upon the God to declare it, then how can the rule be mind independent? And I think he understood that. It's kind of like, oh, that's right. Because if it's independent, it's got to be God referencing something else external of itself. If it's subjective, it's God just declaring it because that's the way it wants it to be. And I think he followed along with that. And I think we gave him some questions that he could probably bring. Maybe he won't ask, the authorities that he has access to, but it'd be interesting if he did.
Yeah, where I would have wished to have gotten so much earlier. I didn't want to get too forceful on it, but see, he went for the triune as the requirement for all of his precept line. So at which point I'd probably just concede, hey, sure, it needs a God. It doesn't need Jesus. Good. Now justify your Jesus. Sure, God can do it. Why do I need a Trinity? A better God wouldn't need to be three. A better
Right.
God would be a parsimonious God. You don't need to divide anything. It'd be indivisible.
True.
It'd be indivisible. It'd be perfect. Wouldn't need a Jesus. So good. Your Jesus is out the door now. Good. We're down to Judaism. So what are you doing here, heretic?
And I see Darren Delaney's in the chat. Good to see you, Darren. And the Walking Dude is here as well. Good to see you, Randall Flagg. Appreciate you hanging out on this level of the tower. I do appreciate you being here. Mandolin B, good to see you. And I see the Big Nick is currently in the chat. Daniel Taylor, good to see you. I see, and Greg Sandich as well. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. I see the Big Nick is hanging out in the chat making some big claims. Big Nick is making big claims. I'd like to hear some defense of those claims, because there's some big stuff in there. So especially this whole nonsense about eternity and shit like that, because I'm really, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. Personally, Big Nick, if you believe a God exists, I'd love to hear how you determine that to be the case, like without begging the question. So Big Nick, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. I've seen you've been in the chat before. I'd love to hear your thoughts, so shouldn't be anything keeping you up here, especially if what you have to present is true. If it is, and then it should be, impervious to our critical evaluation. Our inquiry, should lead to truth and understanding that it is true. I'm kind of curious. Truth has nothing to fear from inquiry, because inquiry will only reveal its truth. Nick, put it to less. Nick is too coward to call in. Well, if Nick doesn't come up on stage, and we got PhD Tony here too. Okay, we've got the goods. We've got the crack of Tony. All you need to do is walk up to the foot of that mountain and tell it what it cannot do. Okay, that's all.
Don't try throwing in virgins, though. That's not.
Come on, Big Nick.
I was wondering if Tony's temple's recovering. That has like the look of I literally can't even about it.
It's always weird to me. Like I like how we have diplomatically glossed over some of the some of the elements of what Dan said towards the end of our discussion with him.
Well, I want him to come back.
Okay, you want him to come back. Okay, that's fair enough. But there was there's a rich vein of conspiracy theory there that we could have dug down on.
That's true. I was kind of terrified to go. I was like, do I want to go down this road? He said multiple times that he was trying to go, and I was like, oh, but you just literally opened this hobbit hole and said, please explore.
Like it was very, very tempting, let's just say. But whatever. And I mean, again, I'm not trying to convince anybody to abandon their religion. Religion obviously gives people, enormous comfort. But you need to accept that it's just not something you can logically make the argument.
Come on, Big Nick. My voice is annoying, and that's why you won't come up. I'm too smug. Okay, you've got to stop equating. Okay, let me look at something real quick. Let me look at something. If you refuse to engage because of the tone of my voice, that's one thing. I can change the tone of my voice. Smug, someone who is excessively self-satisfied, complacent, or conceited, often to the point of annoying others. You may find me annoying, but that's irrelevant to the arguments that I present. If I can present an argument that you can't defeat, that's a problem for your worldview. So
it's literally the ad hominem fallacy to some extent, and it bugs me a lot because I couldn't give two shits about comportment.
That's also that's also inaccurate. Okay, because Jail's not self-satisfied. Okay, he has a partner. It's outsourced.
This is very true. I outsource my pleasuring. Atheists are angry, and now Big Nick, come on. Now you just descend into making statements about that I'm angry. How can I be angry with a fictional character? I don't like what belief in that fictional character often inspires in the people who believe it. I don't like their behaviors, that is an issue. But I have no feelings about. I have no more feelings about the Christian God than I do about Zeus, than I do about Quetzalcoatl. Okay, they're all in the same category for me. Well, technically, it's two categories: it's unfalsifiable or non-existent, and your God is in the non-existent category. But I have no feelings about any of them. It's like about any fictional character. It's like you hate God is equivalent to saying, well, you hate Darth Vader. It's silly. Thank you, Jessica, for the $5. It says the English language has hundreds of abstract concepts. All of them are actually transcendental. Are all of them actually transcendental? But theists only ever named the 6. Good point. But there are many abstracts.
Now, remember, the Darth Vader did fulfill prophecy in restoring balance to the Force. Now, that just brought him down to a quantitative parity, and that just should teach you to watch what you wish for. But apparently he fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus did. So
and unbelievable that Yoda was the only one who had misgivings about that prophecy. Everyone else thought it was a good thing. Yoda was kind of like, maybe this isn't.
No, I don't think we need balance. Like we're doing pretty well at the moment.
I mean, balance is one thing, but I mean, is all Jedi no Sith? Is that really balance? Could the balance thing mean that there's, this could be bad? And so, but democratically, he was overridden by the council. So Yoda's kind of like, oh yeah, I'm just like the oldest, most prophetic motherfucker here who can see this farthest in the future, but y'all shut up. It's like, it's like, come on.
That'll learn you.
It's like you were supposed to bring balance to the Force, not destroy it. He did balance the Force.
By destroying it.
Of the Jedis and the Sith that existed, it was equal. He balanced the Force.
That's like praying, having a lame left arm and going to make a prayer, it's like, God, can you make my arm like the other one? So he cripples the other arm. It's like it should have been more specific.
Yeah, I was shocked and horrified to learn that Max from Yerba Mate Talks, I can never pronounce that correctly, doesn't like Rogue One.
Oh, really? Because Rogue One was
Yes.
awesome.
Because Rogue One, I would argue, Rogue One is arguably, from my perspective, the best Star Wars film ever made. And I think that it's one of the reasons I like it quite so much is because it doesn't have any fucking Jedi in it.
It just has one Sith at the very end.
One Sith at the very end, and it has Donnie Yen pretending that his magical powers come from the Force, as opposed to just he is magical because he's Donnie Yen.
I have to admit, Rogue One, that ending sequence in the the darkness, like the mist of the, or that was at the
I mean, the sound of the lightsaber.
And it's like, oh, and you don't even see him coming into like that. He's just like, then he comes into view. It's like, oh, and then we get to see him with like the actual full range of motion and shit that makes him gross. And I'm like, that's fucking Darth Vader.
Though whoever is in that suit is much heavier built than David Prowse. Like
that dude was a unit. And I was like, and then I was like, that's how you're supposed to use the damn Force. That's a fucking Force user right there. Oh, wonderful shit. And
if you think you're wrong, if you think we're wrong, Nick, come up and tell us.
Yeah, come on up and tell us.
But we're not. Because Rogue One is awesome. You're wrong.
Wait, Scripture defines God as love. How do you define God? Okay, think about it like this, Nick. You're saying God is love. Okay, so follow the logic. God is love. God equals love. Love equals God. God equals God. It doesn't say anything. It's like, I'm trying to invoke some Tony here. It's tautologically vacuous.
Well, it gets worse. Here, let's make it worse for you. So 1 Corinthians 13:4. Let's see. Love is not jealous. But then we're going to go over to Exodus 31:14. Whose name is jealous is a jealous God, as God's talking about himself. So God is jealous. Jealous is not love. Well, I guess your God is not love.
So is that like a weird, it's like a weird like tri version of the God? It's like God is jealous, God is love, but love is not jealous. So then it's very, very weird how you reconcile that.
This is an Ouroboros. It is
it's also meaningless. There was a point in the universe where God, according to Christian theology, there was a point in the universe where only God existed. What does it mean to say God is love in that circumstance? There's nothing else for him to love. That's entirely meaningless. If you say that God is love, well, there's a point in the universe where there's nothing to love, therefore love can't exist, therefore God doesn't exist. So you have accurately defined your God out of existence when you use this lazy apologetic slogan.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is interesting. So, okay, so out of Babylon is here. It says that the USA is at war with Iran, even though I don't think a formal declaration of war has been made. They've like Hegseth and others have like called it a war like this, but I don't think, because Congress has not formally declared war. So it's probably, but you can say that we're in conflict with Iran right now. Who's good and who's evil? That say, in order to determine these things, as a moral anti-realist, as agents, we have to evaluate the conflict. As a moral anti-realist, I hold that from an objective, like mind stance independent, neither one of them are either of those things. We have the actions that we are evaluating. In order to determine who is good and who is bad in this conflict, we have to reference our stances. There is no objective mind independent good or bad here. I am evaluating the action as being bad or being wrong in this respect. And the reference that I'm doing is my stance, and international law is part of what informs my stance. So that's my stance. Both belligerents are wrong on this, because Iran in certain instances violated international law, and the U.S. violated international law as well to do the things that they're doing.
I would argue that the Iran's violation of international law was a reactive, because Iran was attacked. by the US. And this is not to defend Iran. I think the Iranian regime is incredibly obnoxious, homicidal, and dangerous. And I will say, and it is important to make efforts to stop them from getting nuclear weapons. The issue is that the effective way of doing that would have been to not pull out of the nuclear treaty that Obama entered into with Iran and other nations.
Trump's the one that blew that up, right?
Trump blew that up in his first term. So the situation that we're in now, where Trump is saying, Trump is just repeating, we have to stop Iran from getting nukes. Well, we were stopping Iran from getting nukes before you just decided out of petty vindictiveness to blow up one of Obama's key accomplishments, and you did that because you're a small, tiny, insignificant person. So the situation that we're in now, and again, it doesn't really make sense to talk about nations as though they are good or evil, even if we accept that good and evil exist. I will accept that good and evil exist because I think that a sufficiently antisocial act, you can call it evil. Fine. But countries aren't individuals. You can't just say Iran is evil. You can say, the Iranian government does a lot of evil acts. Yeah, sure. But that doesn't make Iran evil. Iran is full of a lot of people who have, as far as I know, lived perfectly blameless lives. I've known plenty of expatriate Iranians, and they seem like wonderful people. So the whole question strikes me as not well formed.
I also I'm also like I would agree that there's a lot of factors that go into why the U.S. decided to do what it did. I do agree with this sentiment right here that Punta de Les puts up. Now Iran has even more incentive to acquire nuclear weapons. Good job, Trump. Thanks to the conflict with Israel at this point right now. With the things that the Zionist state is I would say my position is that the Zionist state is as bad as the Iranian regime as well. They're both genocidal. They're both disgusting. And that one thing that was accomplished with U.S. doing what it did with Iran and the whole shit with the Strait of Hormuz and all this other shit was a distraction away from what Israel is doing to Gaza. Okay? Because that's a genocide that is currently taking place. Yet all of a sudden, mainstream media is not talking about that because we're too busy talking about this over here with Iran. That was a problem that was created by the guy who is ordering this shit to happen because he's a petty, vindictive piece of shit. So
also he knows that he's likely to get criminal indictments piled on his doorstep about 2 feet thick should he ever leave the presidency. So what he wants is for emergency war powers to continue as long as possible so that so that he can't be tossed out like the corrupt piece of shit that he is. I can fully, I'm fully capable of criticizing the corruption of Democrat lawmakers. I'm fully capable of criticizing the Australian government's record on human rights, on our treatment of asylum seekers, on our bullying of our neighbours. I'm fully capable of saying that these people are behaving immorally from my perspective, without necessarily buying into the whole good versus an entire nation can be categorized as good.
Krakatoum, I do agree with you here. Israel state is so apartheid, it's crazy, and Netanyahu is a pure fascist. I would agree with this. In my personal opinion, the way I kind of view it is Israel has looked too long into the abyss and has become what it once struggled against. That they become the monster they once fought. To get kind of Nietzsche on this, just the example like that, they are doing what. They are now victimizing others as they were once victimized. It's just repeated. Like you could say hurt people in that respect, but they don't. Like Zionists fail to see this kind of assessment of what they're doing. What they're doing to Gaza is exactly what was done to them in the 1940s, in the 1930s. So it's just the same shit over and over again. And to address this, this totally subjective, oh, thank you, Felix. And Felix Offman Art. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We talk about these subjects and stuff. I'm glad you're here. So Big Nick, so you can't stand my voice. I could sit here and just be quiet. I could like go and take care of something. You could talk to Andrew and Tony, So, and I'm not a fun person to be around. You've never been around me. I'm awesome to hang around with. You ask the people who've met me in person. I'm a fun guy. But nonetheless, all I'm hearing are excuses for you to avoid 1 Peter 3:15. That's all I'm hearing. You can't defend it.
What I'm hearing is he's in the chat saying he can't stand your voice while he's subjecting himself to it.
To my voice.
So you're either like the dumbest masochist ever, or you're just full of shit. Or better yet, both.
I think he's just a coward. I think he just doesn't want to come up.
Oh shit.
He's got nothing, which is why he's sitting there taking it.
Punta de Les. JL is the reincarnation of Karl Marx.
Well, also the Big Nick, can I point out something blatantly dishonest that you said? Yes. For your spelling of blatantly.
It's like that video that we reviewed on the last stream, and the guy misspelled epistemology.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true. Nick may just be a troll. That may just be what it is. I mean, we get a few of them here and there. I am hoping we're almost 5 hours in. I am hoping to get another conversation. We had a really good conversation with Danny and a good conversation earlier. I hope we get another person on stage because I'm not really interested in going back to the stoned Irishman talking about how atheists are just have hardened hearts. Because that was just like eating away at my sanity.
Yeah. That was entirely too slow moving. We're in glacier territory.
Hey, don't you besmirch glaciers.
I'm sorry. I should be more kind than to compare him to the Irish.
Big Nick, I'm kind of curious. You do realize that a lot of the shit that Christ espoused was just repackaged Hellenistic philosophy, right? I'm just kind of curious. It's like these weren't like the stuff that Christ, talked about, especially Sermon on the Mount and shit like that. These weren't like world-changing ideas. These ideas had been around for centuries before him. And the reason that Christ, the Jesus character, the reason that whoever that person was or the authors had access to that shit was because Alexander came through centuries beforehand and brought Hellenistic philosophy with him, and that was integrated into Judaic culture. So people were aware of these concepts, and the character of Jesus in the book just repackaged that shit for a Jewish audience. It's also just Hellenistic philosophy.
Also, the concept of there being one true God is actually Scythian in origin, and it comes to us via Zoroastrianism,
which informed Judaism, which informed Christianity.
Exactly. Again, I've plugged this book before, but The Invention of God, which tracks the progress of Judaism from its polytheistic roots down to having a single God, which is very funny because they did a global search and replace without having search and replace technology, but they did it just as mindlessly. So instead of Elohim Baal, it became Elohim Elohim. They just replaced the Baal with Elohim, even though like there's already an Elohim there. You don't actually need to replace the Baal with an Elohim. So they were doing what a stupid word processor would do. despite the fact that they were not stupid word processors. Anyway.
Mandolin B says, nope. I was like, Mandolin B says, con men like the I'm just a secret Mormon scared to talk to JL. Come on, Nick. You got so many claims. 1 Peter 3:15. Come on, dude. Bring it on. Bring it on, Nick. You know, if you just keep trolling, eventually my mods are going to handle you. I mean, you realize that, right? Well, until that, we can because the Irishman that we were listening to is himself a Catholic.
Yeah, well, that goes without, that almost goes without saying.
Depends if we're talking north or south, but that's another story. But on that note, I got to be up extra early tomorrow. I got to dip out. Glad to have you join up on the stage, Tony, again. Wish we had more time to interact as we're cleaning up there, but hopefully you can keep jail company here. Give a foil to bounce ideas off of, and
I will do for a little while.
See if you can tolerate our Irishman over here. Good luck with that, sir. and may the God that doesn't exist have mercy on whatever's left at the end of this.
Appreciate it, Andrew.
Alrighty, cheers, folks.
Take care.
All you out there, be good to one another. Be excellent. Chopping out.
Bye.
Good dude. All right, let me see here because there's not that much left. Little more than 10 minutes, and he may have a sign out, so there's a little bit left. So I may have to crack a tomb. I may just have to. Come on, Nick. Come on up.
Any evidence is right for us, but
did he get round to showing any evidence?
Not yet. He just claims he's just been claiming that there is. So,
all right.
And that we don't want to accept it. And that's why we don't accept it, because we have hardened hearts.
Yes.
Argument from cardiac plaque. So
that's the way it is for me. I don't see, and of course, the testimony of others, the Eucharistic miracles that are beyond scientific explanation, the incorrupt bodies of the saints.
Okay. How long has it been since you've heard this stuff?
Yeah, well, so in Eucharistic miracles, is he talking about transubstantiation? Because chemically, the accidents of the Eucharist are unchanged. So there's no evidence that the Eucharist changes. So I don't know what he's talking about with Eucharistic miracles. Maybe I need to search the term. But the incorruptible bodies, they self-mummified. There's a tradition in China, actually, of people who started to mummify themselves while they were still alive. They'd cut water out of their diet. They'd start taking high in tannins. And sort of they desiccate and chemically treat their flesh before they were even dead. Like this was something that they were working towards.
That's so. What a shitty way to spend your last days.
It is. Okay. Eucharistic miracles are extraordinary events in Catholic tradition where consecrated bread and wine visibly transform into human tissue or blood. Okay. I would argue that some people have been conned, fooled by sleight of hand, or have imagined things.
I would agree.
And it's up to you to prove that isn't the case. He was talking about St. Thomas earlier. Being convinced by being able to put his fingers through holes.
Which he acknowledges the validity of empirical evidence, and then chastises atheists for asking for empirical evidence.
Yeah.
Which is just weird to me. And good to see you, Lindsay. Lindsay Bow, 4914 says, "Yay, more Tony."
Oh, well, that's very kind of him.
All of these testify that, there's something up there.
No, they don't. These are claims from people who are believers that we cannot verify, and that they claim that they believe them is not evidence that they are true. That's just evidence that they are convinced of their truth. So,
but the argument is that if we accept testimony of miracles, then we can believe a lot of other religions. We're not restricted to just accepting Catholicism or Christianity. We can accept Islam. We can accept Hinduism. We can accept religious elements of Buddhism. We can accept Zoroastrianism or Jainism. We can accept a bunch of other stuff.
But that's assuming that we're supposed to have a consistent epistemology.
Yes. Well, I guess that's true. That's my mistake there, obviously. Yeah.
But you're presuming that you have to operate with the same epistemology to evaluate all claims. What are you doing, Tony? No wonder you failed as a Catholic.
Yeah, I can see where I went wrong now. Jesus.
There's something far beyond us that we don't understand. And so there's a reason why atheists, for all their puffed up knowledge, and we were all there sort of like, in the way they behave, and yes, I knew it all, for all that, they are actually the smallest population on the earth.
It's steadily growing. You are correct.
Just demonstrably untrue. We outnumber the inhabitants of Sentinel Island, for instance. We outnumber the population of Vatican City.
Very quickly growing, and also kind of ignoring thousands of years of persecution by believers. I mean, just the social ostracization of non-believers, which I found records of, back in the 19th century in the UK, when individuals who are non-believers were societally like disenfranchised and vilified, shit like that. So yeah, you take into account like thousands of years of persecution by believers in order to stop our rhetoric from spreading.
And it has to be pointed out, unrepentantly violent. And this is the thing that Christianity likes to claim, is that early on in its history, Christianity was a heavily persecuted religion. Well, not so much. And certainly not as much as Christianity went about persecuting rival religions and rival sects of Christianity. As soon as they got the nod from Constantine, as soon as they were associated with the imperial power, the gloves were off, and they instantly went around using force of law to try and make worshipping of other religions illegal. This was never something that had happened it was never illegal per se to be a Christian. There was never a law passed against that. The legal problems that Christians got into were very different. It wasn't that the worship of Christianity was illegal. It was that they refused to do things that were legally required of them. The Big Nick is just making such idiotic arguments. We have a different level of consciousness of ants because we can play chess. Well, what about people who can't play chess or don't play chess? Are they all of a sudden on the level of consciousness of ants? There are cats and dogs that I've had the pleasure of meeting, who I consider to be more intelligent and more personable than a great many humans. And again, I was saying this the other day, I'm looking at you, Nathan Oakley, or Quantum Eraser. Like there are animals that are vastly more personable and vastly more intelligent than flat earthers. So don't make these idiots. There's nothing special. There's nothing particularly special about human cognition. It's just a matter of degree. And there are animals out there with incredibly small brains that are capable of solving very sophisticated puzzles.
Ants and slime molds.
Yeah, and Christ did not teach karma. That's nonsense. He's there in the chat. I follow Christ. Christ taught karma. It's not that difficult a concept to understand. Christ did not teach karma at all, ever.
No, that's definitely not a Christian thing. I mean, that Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, dating back roughly, that's way older. That concept is way older than Christianity. It's just silly.
Yeah.
Why are they a small population? Because
we were rampantly killed for thousands of years.
It's logical for many to believe in God. It's logical.
No, it's not. There is no logical consistency there. It is by definition irrational.
And when I look at an atheist, I see someone who God loves, yeah. But I also see someone who has a spiritual disability.
Do I get a placard for that?
Do we get better parking spaces?
Do we get better parking?
It's a sickness. And it is born of original sin, where we choose ourselves and our own way over that and above God. We choose us.
The original sin has nothing to do with our choices whatsoever. Original sin comes from Adam and Eve, right? Isn't that the argument?
Yeah, I think so. This is that worldview, yeah.
Gravity formed the sun, Big Nick, not God. Well,
yeah. So Lindsay pointed out the sun formed first. The planets formed from its accretion disk. No magic man in the sky needed. Yay, gravity!
And you can say that God created the universe, sure, but you've no evidence to support it.
He formed the sun. No, it was naturalistic property, not naturalistic process that formed the sun. But essentially, it was gravity acting on the particulates that culminated in the sun. So no. And we got Eduardo Holzar is in the chat as well, talking about like Satan and shit like that. Remember, this is an open panel. Believers are more than welcome to click on the link and join us to talk about what they believe and why. If you have questions for us as non-believers, how we justify things in our worldview, you're more than welcome to, or we're more than happy to answer those questions. But come on up, defend your worldview. I understand making claims in the live chat, but have the courage of your convictions. I do. I have the courage of my convictions to put them on the table for examination. The question is, do y'all as believers have that kind of conviction? What does that say about us, about our characters? If I'm wrong about a thing, I will adopt the true position. The whole point of the conversation is to find out where I could possibly be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If you have evidence to bring, I'm more than happy to hear it. Just because the past, 1,000 interactions have all been the same doesn't mean that the interaction I have with you will be. And see, so for everybody in the chat, remember when I talked, for those that are still here, remember this. I was talking about how the cult manual provides excuses for when the believer can walk away. Pearls before swine, that kind of thing. Eduardo Hizar says, you are swine. This is an excuse to not have the conversation. This is not a defense. It's just a reason to try and classify me as someone that they don't need to have a conversation with.
I would also actually go on to how sinister it is.
Oh,
you
great.
Are swine. You are not human. You are detestable. You do not rise to the level of being a human. You are not worthy of Christian love or forgiveness or attention. You are something to be detested, reviled, and belittled by this individual. So this individual doubtless thinks of himself as some sort of worthwhile Christian. He is worthless. He has abandoned every single precept of Christianity, and he should reconsider his life choices, because based on this interaction, Christ is not going to be the Christ that I was taught about when I was a Catholic is not going to be particularly impressed with the way that you're behaving.
Yeah, called out. So sorry, Eduardo. I mean, if you got something to bring, that's great. But I do appreciate you coming onto the live chat and confirming something that I said previously, because I was making the statement. I made the proposition that statement is utilized in order to avoid the conversation, to give an excuse not to interact with a non-believer. And the reason it's there is because the individuals who compose these things know that they can't defend it. So if what you were saying, if the beliefs that you hold were true, it would have nothing to fear from inquiry. Me critically examining your claims would only result in revealing their truth.
Yeah.
In confirming it. But if I ask you questions and you choose to walk away, like you're not worth talking to, all that tells me is you are not willing to engage in that critical examination, because you can't show that it actually is true, and that my inquiry could reveal that. That's all I have to logically take away from that. So thank you for confirming the escape hatch that your cult manual provides you. And Kalagonchik, thank you so much for being here. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Appreciate you hanging out.
Big Nick just pissed me off when I put him in timeout. This whole you can't take a joke. Why are you making jokes? Like, if you're in some sort of serious discussion that is intended to establish the truth of a proposition, why are you making fucking jokes? This is this right-wing boomer strategy of just trying to troll the left and get them to overreact. And then when they overreact, well, I was just joking. Don't fucking joke. Either you're here to establish your case or you're not. If you're not here to establish your case, if you're just here to make jokes, just make jokes. But if you're here saying, look, I'm here to make all of these serious points, don't make jokes. Pick a fucking lane and stay in it.
I've got a good joke. The Big Nick.
Yeah.
And I see that I know Big Nick got himself timed out. I knew them. I warned you. See, that was a prophecy. I told you that it would happen if you kept doing a thing, and then it happened. So that's a successful prophecy on my part. Maybe I'm God, but I see that the swine guy Eduardo has left. I don't know if Eduardo is still in. Yes, mic drop Tony. Thank you, D to the Dubs. I'm assuming Eduardo left because Eduardo can't defend their position. But yeah.
Yeah, well,
let's go ahead to the stoned Irishman.
Yep.
So, to believe in God requires still faith. So just because St. Thomas saw Jesus, he still had to use his faith to be able to believe and trust in Jesus and trust in what he was seeing, with his eyes.
And that's why it epistemically fails, because faith is not a tool for epistemology. Faith is a tool for personal validation, for emotional validation or whatever. So
to some extent, but having faith that your sensory data is reasonably accurate is something that we all have.
Would we say faith or would we say confidence?
Yeah, I would prefer to say confidence. But some people do just have faith. A lot of flat earthers have faith that their perception that they don't feel rotation is enough to disprove the concept of rotation. It's a you can have confidence or faith. I don't want to get too caught up on sort of semantics here, but there is an element of faith to that. And not entertaining the possibility, well, is there something wrong here? Is there some sort of illusion? Is there some sort of problem? But again, this is just a story. This is just a story, just something written in a book. We are entertaining the possibility that this is true, but just because it's written down doesn't make it true. I don't see how this is a great argument.
Eduardo, come on, dude. I'm not. How am I emotional? You are emotional. Maybe I am an emotional creature. I am a human being. Human beings experience emotions, but my emotions have no bearing on my argumentation. Okay? Whether I deliver it in a high-pitched squeaky voice, or I deliver it in a low-pitched Batman voice, or I deliver it with anger, or I deliver it with sadness or joy or whatever, it doesn't matter. My tone has no bearing on the validity of my argument. Okay? Stop coming up with excuses as to why you can't, and embrace 1 Peter 3:15 and defend your shit. How about that?
The reality is that Eduardo doesn't want to come up on panel for two good reasons. One, it would confirm that he has no real argumentation beyond just vacuous assertions. And two, it would show everybody what a piece of shit he is. And those two reasons combine to mean that he will never come up onto a stage where he's going to be challenged, intellectually challenged by honest interlocutors. But let's go back to Irishman here.
To quote Kelsis, they engage with the vulgar and destitute and refuse to engage wise men. So.
Yes.
Because there are people out there whose hearts are so hardened that if Jesus were to appear to them, they'd just be like, yeah, gosh, time to go see a psychiatrist. I think I'm losing my mind. There are people out there like that.
That would be more intellectually honest. That's a more intellectually honest assessment.
It would be an intellectually honest assessment, but at the same time, God is all-knowing and all-powerful. He knows how to provide instantly persuasive evidence, right? The argument that whatever evidence he gives us, we can choose not to believe in. No, God can provide evidence that we can't choose not to believe in. Jessica, you've got me again.
But have you considered vacuous assertion?
I'm getting hammered on these blind spots. Jesus.
That's that consistent epistemology. You keep falling into that trap.
God damn it.
Take a look at the story between the rich man and Lazarus, where the rich man says, please, send someone from the dead, to tell my brothers about this place. And if someone should go to them from the dead, someone rise from the dead, that'll spook them. They'll definitely believe. I'm telling you, Abraham, go do it, please. And Abraham's like, look, if they won't listen to Moses and the prophets, they're hardly going to believe if anyone should even rise from the dead.
I think that the implication there is lost on him. Oh no. The reason that they're going to reject it is, this is still falling down on the epistemic issues, that there's epistemic evidence that's confirmed right then and there. It's. I'm of the mind that he's just kind of repeating himself at this point. Bless you.
Thank you.
So what I say is that, if atheists aren't able to see the evidence of God around them, and they're not able to accept the evidence that is there at the minute,
assumes it's
they're
there.
Hardly going to believe if Jesus should come before them, or one of the prophets, one of the saints.
No, it's two different things, dude.
Crazy experience.
No, because everyone on the planet, I say this so many times, everyone on the planet could be given a Damascus Road experience that would match their individual epistemic standard. It doesn't have to be identical for every single person, but like Tony said, every individual has their epistemic standard, and God knows, if it existed, knows what that epistemic standard is. It could literally do a Damascus Road experience, custom cut for every person on the planet. This wouldn't logically entail that every person would immediately become a Christian, but it would answer the question, does the entity freaking exist? So But even then, that would be bad because epistemologically speaking, because if everybody had a different experience, who's having the right experience? So even that would be problematic. But still, it could do it. It would know how to do these things. And if it wanted to, it would, because there's nothing to say that it can't, because it wouldn't be a violation of free will because it didn't violate Saul's free will. So there you go.
That's not to say that God cannot turn the hearts of others. He can, but he won't meddle in free will. He just won't.
Yes, he demonstrably does and has.
He by hardening of Pharaoh's heart. Pharaoh wanted to let him go, but then God was like, nope. So yeah, God demonstrably does violate free will.
Tied to our free will in a sense, and he can give us all that will lead us to him. He gives us just enough light to see him, and yet just enough darkness to keep us wandering.
But why? Why? He makes these claims, and the question is why? Why is it this way when nothing dictates that it must be this way? Why is there some level of obfuscation? Why does there appear to be a degree of deception going on? Why is there a required epistemic double standard in the system that we live if the God exists? These are the questions that they cannot answer, because he's just making assertions about the way the world is, and that we need to just accept that, but no justification as to why it has to be that way and why the God needed to make it that way, especially when the way that it apparently made it is directly antithetical to the goal it wants to accomplish. It makes no sense whatsoever. And welcome back, I Killed Earl. Yes, it is the same scruffy bastard that we had playing 2 hours ago. We're finally finishing it because we had some good long conversations. We had some good conversations earlier. A good break from the stoned Irishman. And yeah, I do think that Eduardo is shorting out. The Eduardo Bart has crashed. Send an error report. It apparently did. So, still hoping Eduardo comes up to defend their shit. Hey, Will, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. If God didn't tell them that stuff, then who did? Wait, tell who what stuff? Because I mean, you can say that God told people things. You can say that people invented it, because all stories got to come from somewhere. So probably the people who invented it to explain shit they didn't understand. So, but if we got plenty of people in the chat. If there are some believers in the chat, you are more than welcome to come up on stage to talk about what you believe and why. We'd love to hear it.
Can I just ask that Eduardo try talking in sentences?
The bot is glitching.
It takes a special person. That isn't really a sentence unless it is a monster. Like a monster takes a special person. It's not really meaningful without context. Anyway.
All right, Will, I apologize if I did miss something. But yeah, if you got something you want to bring up or a conversation you want to have, we're more than happy to have it. So feel free. Link is pinned in the chat. You're more than welcome to come up anytime.
To keep the mystery going, right? So that we will freely accept him, because that's why God doesn't show himself to the world.
Bullshit. That assumes that in order that there must be mystery for us to freely no, because we don't. It's okay if there is a level of coercion or extortion involved, or there's a level of mystery, then that means that there is that we don't. If we're trying to make a conclusion based upon with information that is available, but we are denied, that right there is an impediment to us making a decision. That means that you are not able to make a fully informed decision, and you're just basically hedging, you're gambling on the outcome, or you're making it based on your emotions or whatever. This does not track. That is a level of incentivization, or you could say it's a level of coercion or extortion that plays into that, which means you're not really making a free choice, because we're not in control. We don't have all the information available. We can't make a freely informed decision because there's stuff being withheld from us. I wouldn't say it's a direct violation of free will, but it is not taking our free will into account, because I would say, if you take this to its logical conclusion, is that if we did have all the information available to us, we would make a choice, a rational choice, that is not the one that the God wants us to make, which is why the information is being denied us. If it gave us all the information, it may be logically consistent that we choose the opposite of what the God wants. God wants us to follow it. I love you, blah, blah, blah. But if I give you all the information, you definitely wouldn't choose to do that. So maybe that's why it's denying it. There's no reason that it should deny it. There's no reason that it has to deny it. So it obviously is denying it because it wants to deny it. Why would it want to deny information? Why does it require faith? What law of the universe, exterior of God, requires faith to be a part of the epistemic framework? It doesn't exist. So why the necessity? I have to, whenever someone doesn't want to give me information, I have to ask why. Why can't I have it? It's not a violation of my free will because I need the information to make an informed decision or come to a rationally justified conclusion. The minute you start denying me information is the minute I start going, you don't have anything to offer. Just my take on it.
He wants the world to love him. That's the condition. He's given us free will. He wants us to love him. You can't force someone to love you. That's not love.
No, but you can convince them to. You can convince them to. You can set the standards, the framework that they are worthy of it. But God thus far has not done so, especially if you look to that cult manual. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Says, maintaining the mystery? What? God's behavior and choices will determine the fates of billions of human souls? This isn't a goddamn Poirot novel. Hercule Poirot. I love it. It's just silly. You can convince me, you can establish to me that you are worthy of that connection. This goes to the argument from divine hiddenness. If the God wanted that and had the ability to do it, it wouldn't be forcing us, but it would be establishing a framework in which us loving it would be justified. It would warrant that. That would be the natural response of humans to love it by the circumstances that it has laid before us. But the God hasn't done that. This is the argument from divine hiddenness. If the God exists, then the God is all loving. If the God is all loving it wants a personal relationship with every human being in its creation. If non-resistant non-belief exists, then that discounts the God existing because it's not facilitating that relationship that it wants. Okay? Non-resistant non-belief. I am a non-resistant non-believer. Therefore, that God doesn't exist. At least an all-loving God that wants a relationship with all humans. So, argument from divine hiddenness.
So, look, as the old saying goes, even if someone should rise from the dead, I still don't think atheists will believe. Now, why wouldn't the rich man's brothers believe? Why, if someone should rise from the dead? Because their hardness of heart. At this point,
it's so hard. He's just repeating himself because he's going back to the heart and heart thing. And there's only how long was this damn video? How long was this fucking thing? Your typing is loud.
Sorry.
This video is 27 minutes long. It's probably the reason why I never got around to it. We're 22 minutes in. There's another 5. I hate to quit. Hate to be a quitter. But he's just repeating himself at this point. Keep in mind that this almost half-hour video, he has provided no evidence. All he's done is disparage atheists and then contradicted himself multiple times by citing examples where individuals were given empirical evidence and then chastising non-believers for requesting empirical evidence and then falling down on the appeal to mystery, that there has to be mystery for there to be the free will to choose. But you don't really choose to love people, Love is something that is developed through the relationship, the interactions between you and the other agent. So this is just nonsense. This literally is just nonsense. If he just keeps repeating himself, I think we might be done with this one.
That no amount of miracles is ever going to do.
Fair enough.
I can show people, right, Eucharistic miracles all day.
No, you can't. He can show Eucharistic miracles all day long.
Well, the thing is, he can show us claims, right? He can show us people who genuinely think that they experienced something miraculous. Okay. And what? Again, there are other religions that can show us the same thing, that can, that can make the same claims. And I realize you and Jessica have both debunked this intellectual consistency kink or fetish that I have. But
it's a trap.
It's a trap.
Like, it's a trap.
Just showing us somebody who claims to have seen a miracle or experienced a miracle. It's like the cataracts of Sam's mum. If you're familiar, okay, no problem. You're not familiar with that?
No, I may have heard it. Remind me.
It's "Thank You God" by Tim Minchin.
Oh yes, yes.
Fixing the cataracts of Sam's mum.
I knew it sounded familiar. I've heard the Tim Minchin song that's been played for me before, and I could probably find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Tim Minchin's pretty brilliant. I loved him in Californication with him and David Duchovny. He was really good. He was really good in that show.
You're right. Okay. Got to do his own television show here.
Awesome.
Anyway.
On YouTube, I can show them to scientists that have looked at them. I can show them exorcists like the Devil and Father Amorth. Have you seen that where she speaks and there's no special effects? It's done with a camera, right? And the way she's talking, you can hear the multiple demonic voices come out of her, right? This isn't like one of those Baptist churches where they're all holding snakes and it's all false and fake and whatever, or one of those
But this is so like, the Cottingley fairies were on camera, right? Nobody's ever faked stuff before. Like there were those kids, the English girls, who faked demonic possession.
Son of a bitch! I knew it off the top of my head. The Enfield poltergeist.
Yeah, the Enfield poltergeist. That's
right.
The one. It had its own TV show made about it, but and there's a photo of one of the girls allegedly being thrown across the room by the poltergeist, but there are actually photos either side of it where she's clearly just jumping
from bed to bed. Yeah,
she's jumping from bed to bed, and they just picked the one that happened to be timed to make it look like she was being thrown. People fake this shit all the time and have done for hundreds of years. I do a Halloween stream where I debunk this shit, like videos of this crap. There was a case in 19th century England where a maid sort of hooked up line or thread so that she could violently pull around pieces of furniture and that sort of thing to scare her employer out of the house so that she could hook up with her boyfriend. The motives behind this can be that fucking prosaic, and it just people do fake noises. They do fake, and you've got to ask yourself, what's more plausible? I remember having this argument with one of my brothers. He hired this VHS about all these sightings of UFOs, and we were wandering along. And I said, "Look, that one is obviously just a weather balloon that the cable hooked over the wing. It kept pace for a little while, and then the cable snapped and it flew off." And he's going, "What are the odds of that?" And I'm going, "Well, what are the odds of it being a fucking alien?" Like, just which is more plausible? you have to have a well-established PDF or probability distribution function before you can make a determination as to whether or not a given explanation is plausible or not.
Will, just to address this, Will, it says, well, if they made up the other stuff, why wouldn't they make up some new stuff? And that's because there are rules that are passed down within the religious framework that says that new rules shouldn't be made, or that new stuff shouldn't be made up, that people should not be adding to the Bible. So that's within, but yeah, just because people made up stories in the past doesn't mean those stories are going to be true. Not to mention, you're ignoring the context in which those stories were going to take place. The whole thing about Jesus returning, that was supposed to occur back during Rome. That was Jesus supposed to return in response to Nero returning. Nero was the Antichrist. Jesus was going to come back and defeat him and, establish peace on earth throughout the world, which effectively was kind of in their eyes was the empire. So no, none of this, it's all just myth. Okay. It's mythology is what it is.
Churches where they're going, "Rah," those crazy churches, right? It's not one of them. This documentary,
that was a no true Scotsman fallacy, by the way, when he was throwing the Pentecostals under the bus.
Entry Devil and Father Amor is real. It's as real as it gets. It's the realest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, this guy's never seen a horror movie in his life.
Yeah, that's right.
And
I mean, in particular, the found footage ones, he seems pretty
Paranormal Activity. This. I want to show this guy I want to show this guy the 2013 Evil Dead film.
Oh, is that Evil Dead Rises is more
the
recent.
remake. Do what?
Evil Dead Rises is more recent, right?
Evil Dead Rise is more recent. Evil Dead Burn is about to come out. The 2013 Evil Dead is the one when it didn't have Bruce Campbell in it.
Okay. I recently went to see Undertone and Exodate.
Nice. Jessica for 5 says, look, sometimes a girl has needs. Who among us hasn't gotten thirsty and performed a bit of witchcraft? Hey, not my wife has dabbled on occasion. She knows that I think about it, but it's something that she finds entertaining, and she does. I've never seen anything come about it. So, but hey, she has friends.
Hey, but you're bewitched. You're bewitched not to notice anything.
I may be. It may be. There is an Oogity Boogity store near us, that I have not been into yet, but I have been wanting to. It's over by the gym that I work out at. I would very much like to go and check out the Oogity Boogity store.
A lot of medieval magicians and magic was dedicated to finding buried treasure. So possibly an avenue for your hobby.
Maybe I need to look into it.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Toady.
Yes.
Toady, thanks for Toady 5300. Not Tony. Toady, TOTI. It says, change your mind, avoid eternal fire. You are not aware of your God's presence because you do not hear him. You can only hear him when you are in hell. That is his everlasting punishment. Then what's the justification to believe it?
Hang on. So we're being punished for him not revealing himself?
Yeah, there's no rational justification to believe it. I mean, it ostensibly it could provide rational justification to believe that it exists. So you technically you put the onus on your God for us winding up in hell. I mean, am I wrong on that? I mean, it seems he's thrown his God under the bus.
It does feel like he's thrown his God under the bus, like God is punishing us for making us in such a way that we rely on our rationality and then not giving us a rational basis in which to believe in him, and then wants to sort of punish us eternally. Doesn't that sound a bit dickish, even to you?
Pretty shit God.
Yes.
Yeah, it's shit in it. I mean, look at the state of it.
Look, I mean, it was shown to a Jewish neurologist, I think, in the
Because the Jewish neurologist, because the Jewish caveat is what's the important part about that is like it's a neurologist. Oh, but he's Jewish.
Yeah, the Jewish neurologist, they know what they're talking about.
But a Muslim neurologist, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
A documentary and a show, and it doesn't affect his faith whatsoever. It didn't lead him to believe in Jesus or nothing. Maybe it got him thinking, who knows? These things, you plant a seed and then it grows through time. Conversion isn't always instant, but I mean, for me, it's pretty instant. And so you can show people these things.
It's instant because you're epistemically broken. Your epistemology is shattered.
That's the problem. You can show us stuff that you find convincing, and this is what you need to concede is that at heart, what's convincing to you is that you have a personal conviction that God exists, and you can't show somebody else that. That's not something you can share with somebody else. And if that's the case, that's not good evidence. You should not be convinced by something that wouldn't convince something else. I don't think.
And Live News is here as well. It says, even if you take a breath, you're not the owner of your breath. No one is the owner of breaths because last I checked, nobody owns the atmosphere. So the oxygen that's in the atmosphere and the nitrogen and the argon and other trace gases, nobody owns that shit because nobody
Give him
owns
on a decade or so. You'll be
maybe one day you can't breathe this air across this part of the earth. This is our air. What the fuck? give those molecules back.
Yeah.
Intellectuals, Jewish, other religious people, non-religious people.
Can't speak. Maybe your atmosphere.
These Eucharistic miracles. And other, miracles where people have prayed for something and got it.
I'd love one that we could verify because so far there have been people who have prayed for limbs to regrow and it's never happened. There are people who have prayed for, various things that don't take place. I just love every time we put one of these things into a setting in which we can control the variables and we can test it, it never comes true. So,
yeah.
And yes, D to the dubs, that was a Shaun of the Dead reference. Just look at the state of it. No, we can't breathe. We can't go here. It's like, why not? Look at the state of it. And the Winchester.
Yeah.
But it's not going to lead people to believe. Why? Because of the hardness of their hearts. For me, there is way more than enough evidence there.
And at this point, he's repeated himself like 3 times. So I think we're done with this video. He hasn't provided any evidence. Let me skip ahead a little bit. I feel like I'm quitting if I do.
Ready to believe. Wow. It just shut down all discussion. And that's usually what I do with atheists these days. I try not to get embroiled into any kind of a discussion with them.
Oh, are our arguments too hard? Are they just? Or do we ask questions?
It's always best to avoid having your ideas challenged.
Yeah.
But
well, I appreciate this guy for admitting his intellectual dishonesty. At least he's good with it. He could be like, I don't want to have those conversations. Those questions are just too challenging. That's just too much. Live News. I know you're asking a question. Are you sleeping in a dream or are you just waking up from your dream? Which one is a real dream? The grammar here is really bad. I know you're trying to ask some question that would probably pertain to like the problem of hard solipsism, or like in that respect. But I think you could articulate yourself better. There's also kind of this lends itself to a longer discussion. Like I said, the stage is open. It's about 15 minutes away from the 6-hour mark. And if we don't have anybody else, we're about done with this video. If we don't get anybody else up on stage, I'll probably wind up calling it 6 hours. Because I think we've been doing good, but I'd love to have another conversation. And we got PhD Tony up here, which is a resource that should not be wasted. So if you're a believer and you're in the chat, the link to the StreamYard is pinned in the live chat. Come on up on stage. We can answer questions that you may have, like how we justify things in our worldview. If you want to bring your evidence or your argumentation, we'd love to hear that. So I'm not going to assume that what you have to bring is the same as like the 1,000 other theists before you have brought. So maybe you have something new. So feel free. Come on. Non-resistant non-belief. Prove me wrong. This is non-resistant non-belief right here.
Because I know I'm not stupid. I know that they're never, ever going to believe unless the grace of God touches them. So I think...
So it's on his God. So it's up to his God. Is that a Catholic? I don't think that's not a Catholic position, is it?
No.
That seems really weird for a Catholic to say that it requires that it requires God to come down and facilitate that it's not something that we have ourselves. So, because that essentially puts the onus on God as to why non-believers don't have that, is because God hasn't, given them the gift of faith or whatever.
We're better off praying for atheists. Yeah, engage in a little bit of conversation, but know when to hang your hat,
So this video was never intended for atheists. This was intended for other believers in order to give them an excuse to qualify atheists a certain way, or to to compartmentalize them in a certain way.
Yeah.
So
Pray for us, see how much good that does.
Me personally, I would say if I was talking to this guy in person, I would say save the energy it takes to pray, and just go out and do something productive in your community. That's typically what I say. It's like, I understand the sentiment, but the sentiment is very passive aggressive, and I don't appreciate passive aggressive behavior. So save the energy and go out and use it to do something productive in your community. That's typically what I say. I fucking hate passive aggressive bullshit.
And sit down and end it. I think that's very important in discussion as well. But it's good that we are discussing these things. It's okay. We just have to be careful.
Of what?
That we don't lose focus of working out our salvation. Because that...
Because a non-believer, an educated non-believer, might convince you that the whole salvation thing is made up and that you don't need to be saved from anything, that the salvation narrative is a tool of control by convincing you that you are broken fundamentally and that only belief can save you from being broken, which is literally a tool of control within the cult. So it's inventing a problem, selling you on its existence, and then inventing the cure and selling you the cure. It's bullshit is what it is. This guy in this video literally just said, I don't engage in conversations with non-believers because and I'm kind of paraphrasing because I jumped ahead, because it is important to not lose focus on salvation. Because non-believers will question the validity of that proposition. What the church is inherently telling it, what the church is telling its adherents, foundationally, that they are broken individuals, and the only way they can be saved is by doing what they tell them they need to do. That is authoritarian, that is authoritarian structuring, straight up. That is information control, behavior control, thought control, and emotional control. That is straight up a cult. So,
yeah, it's just there's the isolation. The main element of this is isolation from ideas that might challenge you. That's where the cultishness comes into it. Don't engage with things that might put your salvation, your spiritual well-being in danger.
is most important. That's a priority. And when we get involved in these discussions that go around and around and around, we just lose sight.
Because we're exposing your circularity. That's the reason they go round and round and round, is because you're the one making the claim, we're the one challenging it, we're the one exploring it, its logical consistency, and it winds up in a circle. When we expose its fallaciousness, that's what challenges that. So he's admitting to it without admitting why it's bad. So he's just trying to reframe it. So it's something to avoid because of the effect of it being challenged. This is hilarious. Maybe it's because he's stoned. I don't know.
Goal. And
that could be it.
The salvation of our souls. And if you have a family like me, you know, your family's soul. So I'll end with saying, I believe, I adore, I hope, and I love you. I pray for all those who do not believe, who do not adore, who do not hope.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I really don't. So no evidence presented, nothing but a bunch of like a whole shit ton of straw manning of atheism, of what it is, and then a bunch of assertions that he cannot back up. And I particularly love the assertion that he has access to our minds to tell us like what our thoughts are and what our beliefs are. So it's essentially this whole thing was a 30-minute recitation of cult talking points of why atheists are who they are and why they don't. So this is just him. This was his sermon. Essentially, this is kind of like he was just kind of like regurgitating Book of Romans shit. Is essentially what it is. Nothing of substance whatsoever. So I think we can say goodbye to the drunk Irishman or the stoned Irishman. We can remove that, and I can delete that from my.
It all comes down to the same idea that, in essence, religion comes down to personal revelation. You believe that there's a God because you've had some emotional experience, some personal revelation that convinces you that this is a reality, and it's very difficult to defend that to other people because you can't show them your emotional conviction, and that's because your emotional conviction is not actually that great evidence. If you can't really show it to somebody else, I mean, you can have a personal experience and just be happy. Okay, I don't need to convince anybody else it was true. I know it was true. You can adopt that attitude, but don't go around making videos about it. Like, you just have to accept at that point that you're sort of in an intellectual or emotional cul-de-sac. But it seemed more like he was venting. It seemed more like, show us where the atheists have touched you.
Show us on the crucifix where the atheists.
Right, exactly.
Oh, well, I'm glad I can get that one off of my hard drive. That was a fairly big video, almost a half an hour of straw men and preaching, which is nonsense. The other ones I have, these are also pretty long. We're not going to dive into them yet, but I know that Tony might dig this one. So when you're on next time, I may dive into the 5 scientific proofs debunking atheism. Because there's some shit in here. There have been other channels that have covered this video, but I'm curious as to your thoughts because you haven't covered it, and I don't know if you've seen it, but I don't want to spoil. That should be fun to dive into, and okay. So that should be a good one. But we can save that. Instant facepalm. That's right, Spam. We had some believers in the chat. Unfortunately, none of them had the conviction to come up on the stage and discuss what they believe and why. I wish they had. It's a shame. More conversations would be better. Yes, I do love torturing Tony with stupid apologetic videos. It's to get the crack at Tony is what it's all about. That's the goal. And I'm quite certain that video is going to have some serious crack at Tony moments in it because it's scientific. It's scientific debunks of atheism, which is just
yes, that's always the best.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody hanging out. Thank you for all the super chats and the membership milestones. I love seeing those milestone chats. They're free, and you get one free one every month. So all you channel members, I appreciate your support. You channel members make this channel possible in all the things we do. So for anybody out there who is still a believer, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. As you see that we don't dogpile here. The objective is not to farm clips off of people or to embarrass them or get them to say silly things. We legitimately try to get to a logical terminus with the conversations we have and try to give people the tools they need to evaluate their positions. And so I welcome any believers to come up. Just click the link and it is free to pop in. Until then, I will be doing this again. This was a lot better than I thought a Mother's Day stream would be. So this it took a little bit, but it popped off, and I think it pretty well. Thank you, BV. I appreciate that. And Daniel Taylor, thank you. It says thank you, JL and PhD Tony. Tony, before we call it, do you have anything coming up for us?
I'm working on a video about angles on spheres, which has taken up a bit too much time in my recent, but we'll see how it goes.
Awesome. So if you haven't checked out PhD Tony's channel, pop over there and subscribe to it. He does some really fantastic stuff, a lot of debunking of flat earthers and a lot of other like nonsense. So, but he goes really hard into the science and the math, and it's really, it's a great resource to have. So definitely check out Tony's channel. I appreciate you being here. Just before we go, I want to check and see. I have to go into the studio. I want to see that I want to say that I am 49 subscribers away from 15,000. 49 away from 15K. And that will be a fantastic milestone. Slowly but surely, every day I'm getting a few more. So I'm only 49 away from 15K. Fingers crossed I can hit that very, very soon. I just love to have that milestone. And if I could celebrate it on a stage of reason, that would be fantastic. But I thank you for everybody for being here. This has been the Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. I am JL, and I hope to see everybody on the next one. It'll be Wednesday. We'll see everybody on the next stream. And thank you again. Couldn't do without you. So as always, Lindsay sub because you were here. See, I surround myself with great people. I really do. I do. Yeah, that's what I like. That's what I like to do. So as always, all of you out there, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. See you all.